context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought you meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measurement to the apparent horizon.
Let me ask you if this
not the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon, because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. They're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay?
So
if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false, because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
But which horizon? The apparent horizon or the geometric?
The geometric horizon. Because
the geometric horizon is exactly
this is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon, you said it yourself, is what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be...
You just claimed it about 10 minutes ago.
No, the geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So that's not even a question. 10 minutes ago,
you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs us.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yeah.
This dude's smart.
So he's refuting that claim. He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how that does that.
Okay, well, then...
But how does that do that?
The refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it makes a lot more sense from his perspective.
How do we differentiate between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which, right? So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah, so that's where we're at. The apparent horizon. Because that's what it is, the images. Images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon and has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
But don't you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square miles. 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. Doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism, because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every... I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is a negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does this observation of the black swan negate that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? I don't see how that works.
Here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Go for it. Your only argument is this picture is not Q, and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. It's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what
Then-
I don't think that's what he's saying,
you
but if
can
that's
say,
what
hey,
you
that
think he's
this is-
saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
We don't care.
I've got
All right.
this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
All right,
just
check this
doing
out.
whatever you got to do. Whatever you get paid to do, I don't know.
I wish I got paid, bro. Do you want to pay
You're
me?
acting like
You're
it.
it for
acting-
free? Holy shit.
Well, this is fun.
Well, listen, no, it's not. I mean,
Fun doing
if it's
mental
fun, if it's
backflips.
fun, then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this
No, it's
out.
fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about.
All
them
right,
together.
so do you understand geometry, spherical geometry? So if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're trying
Yeah, but that's the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you mean
The
by
geometric
that? You
horizon
said
is a
it.
function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22
Okay,
times the square
so-
root of the observer's height.
so
That's
the-
the geometric horizon.
All right. So, what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So, all right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction, yeah. But obviously that's a silly
Wait a minute. Wait
assumption to
a
make, isn't it?
goddamn
Because you
minute.
have
Hold
atmosphere.
on. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm not talking
I mean, it
about
can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not God, can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction here. We're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as the camera 1 foot or so off of the beach, and you're looking 90 degrees ahead, and you're using 24901 calculations. Would you even be able to see that without absent of all refraction calculations or anything in the geometric calculations? Would you be able to see that? Yes or
Absent
no?
refraction, I'm not sure. You'd have to run it through a calculator, but there would definitely be obstruction there. Yeah.
The
Absent
answer is
refraction.
no. The answer is no. I've already done it.
Can I say
All
something real quick?
No.
So, Bart Starr, I don't like how you're like, when you say refraction is silly, like you're trying to imply that we think refraction is retarded. We definitely believe in refraction. What's actually silly is that you can't actually give us an example of the refraction you're describing, what is causing this observation. You couldn't even think of one when India was asking. That's more silly than anything, right? Like, it's not that we don't believe in refraction, is that what you have to believe in order to get that observation, you can't even put it in words. Like, all you can say
it's
is,
like there was no atmosphere at all in the geometric calculations. If you were on a sphere and you were to look at these oil rigs, you wouldn't be able to see them at all if there were no atmosphere at all. You wouldn't be able to see them at all.
Yeah.
Okay,
But then
we
all
do
of a
have an
sudden,
atmosphere. So what's the
refraction
importance of
makes
that
it
statement?
look like it's flat. Then
Right. What's the cause? What's the cause of refraction, brother?
So it's the angle of incidence and I think the density of the medium.
Right.
right?
So it requires an angle of propagation from the point source through a differentiation in medium, correct?
I think it can be I'm trying to remember the wording, get it right. I think that the density can be, or it can be. I don't want to badly butcher it.
It has to be different, correct?
If you say it right,
It can be
might
a
make it
uniform
possible. If you say it
gradient.
right, it might make it
It
possible.
can be a uniform gradient, but the same kind of medium.
Listen, if the medium is ubiquitous, then there cannot possibly be refraction.
So you're arguing that there isn't refraction then?
Okay, pay attention. You already said that the angle and the change in the medium, so that means it's different. Okay, so what Indio was asking you is to describe a relationship optically where the objects swap places.
The objects swap
Follow
places.
that? Yes. So the hump that you're supposed to be blocking things, then all of a sudden gets behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Okay, so you weren't able to give any type of plausible explanation. You only just referred to refraction. Refraction exists. What would be necessary for this type of observation to happen is basically heat-seeking, laser-guided eye missiles being shot out of the ocean miles past the hump of water that's supposed to be blocking the very ocean that's shooting you in the eyeballs with its eye lasers.
Right, that's assuming the
passing through
where you believe it is.
Passing through. No. There is no where you believe it is. You point your finger at the apparent demarcation line where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon.
It's not clear at all where the actual apparent horizon is in these images.
Is it beyond? Listen, is it in the middle of the two oil rigs, or is that still water?
It could be.
Heck, what do you mean it could be?
Can you rule it out? It could be the case that the last oil rig has parts of the uprights.
Is the Earth, in your opinion, bro, is the Earth 24,900?
Hold on, Hilo, you asked that already, and you're interrupting AI's point. 1 sec.
So I'm saying it could be. It could be that the horizon is in between those oil rigs.
But why? Why would you say that?
Well, what rules it out? Why would you deny it?
Okay. I'm going to have to look at the picture one more time just so I can be certain what the hell you're trying to say.
The truth is we can't be certain because of how much distortion there's in the image. That's why I would say you should throw it out. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, bro, that's not how it works. Okay. Right. So here we have, let's see. We have, the sky is yellow. Then I'm scanning downwards. All of a sudden I see a completely different color. And when that color appears, it's beyond, or at least higher in the field of view, which would necessarily mean beyond, the last oil rig.
Well, the oil rig is elevated.
Well, that's
you
cool.
Look on an elevated, platform almost, and you can see that it's.
I really don't understand what the point. I really don't understand what the point of that assertion was.
Well, you just see it's not above it.
What's not above what?
What do you think I mean by that? The horizon line, you old man.
So you're telling me that the horizon line doesn't appear above the bottom legs of the oil rigs? That's your claim?
I don't think you guys are comprehending that the horizon, where the horizon is supposed to be, is like 1/6 of the distance to the first oil rig.
But what are the assumptions with where the horizon should be?
The geometric horizon should be.
But that's never going to be the horizon you see, though. So why would you expect it to be there?
That's fantastic, but it can't be in front of something that's behind it.
But you keep going back to this position as though we hold that the geometric horizon is
because the path of the ray would have to come in at a higher angle on the camera. Understand it's being projected onto a plane, and for the horizon in the image to appear higher than the bottom of the oil rig, it has to come into the camera at a higher angle.
All right, I gotta go now, guys. But it was nice talking to you. I'll be back maybe sometime next week or something.
All right. Peace.
See you.
Fucking glasses.
Abort. Dude, at the end of the day, they just don't want to admit where the horizon is. That's all it is. At the end of the fucking day, like, doesn't matter. Like, the whole refraction argument was nonsensical. The whole geometric, what Huey was talking about, was nonsensical. When you finally hold your toes to the fire where the horizon is, they just don't want to go there. Because that just destroys the whole point, the whole argument. Everything he has to say just destroys.
Well, the premise is thus that the geometric horizon can never be seen. Therefore, anything you're ever seeing is a consequent of optical phenomenon.
Which is our point.
Duh. Which is the only appropriate response to that is duh. So their only ground to retreat into is, well, I still need a geometric horizon because it's only possible that a geometric horizon could cut the bottoms of things off. And that's why they're so afraid of angular resolution arguments.
Finally, let us look at the image itself. We can go on for many videos about how this image was generated. However, I just wanted to make one point, and that is relative to the reported resolution. If you examine this image, you will note that it is made up of 7,416 pixels by 4,320 pixels. The claimed object at the center is said to have a diameter of about 40 microarcseconds, and the image itself is about 150 by 90 microarcseconds. That means that they are displaying an image with a pixel-based resolution of approximately 0.02 microarcseconds. This is a resolution which is 1,250 times greater than the diffraction-limited resolution available by their telescopes. These scientists, through data processing of coarse data, increased the resolution presented by more than a factor of 1,000. Is there any reason to question why I state now that these images are simply not science? Here is what the real resolution grid looks like for this image. One gets a total of 6 voxels horizontally and about 3 vertically, and that is if one believes that the PV data could even be used. I note in contrast that the highest resolution MRI images obtained to date on the human head were obtained at The Ohio State University to celebrate the year 2000. You can learn more in the link provided below. Those images had an in-plane resolution of 100 microns, or 50 times better than the typical MRI resolution. The resolution on these images was determined almost exclusively by the acquisition. Now the astronomers are asking us to accept that data processing can increase resolution by a factor of more than 1,000. If one would do the same in MRI, resolution can be increased by processing from 100 microns down to 1/10 of a micron, much less than the size of a typical human cell. The claim would have no scientific merit. It would be made possible only by the lack of independent proof, a luxury afforded only to cosmology. Pathology and anatomy do not exist in astronomy, and as a result, none of their pronouncements can ever be questioned. In any case, in stating that a claimed black hole image represented the most important scientific accomplishment of 2019, the journal Science has simply discredited itself.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require space.
There's another thing here that might be quite interesting for you guys. When does a circle appear as a circle? Which I always, I don't know if you've heard the Glober argument that if you're looking at a clock on the wall, right, and you go to one side of the clock, then the clock will appear to be an ellipse. And Globers will always say it can't work in a flat plane. You know, if the sun is a circle and it's going round, then it should change its shape, right?
Right.
Yeah. And, you know, intuitively, yeah, they're kind of correct, right? You know, you can look at a circle on a wall, and if I move to the side of it, then it will look elliptical. But there's actually a few things that, again, very subtle in there. And I found an old English translation of Euclid's Optics. So Euclid did not only just do the elements of geometry, Euclidean plane geometry, he also wrote a pamphlet about optics. And the very first English translation ever made was in 1950. You got to believe that, right? I mean, it's amazing, right? Mm-hmm. And in this translation of Euclid Optics into English, he's got some theorems in there that describe how a circle appears. So I went through this paper. This is the original proof from Euclid, right? In blue. And I then basically remodeled them in GeoGebra. So let me just go down to it here. And basically what he's saying is that if you've got a circle here, I'm just drawing the circle now on the ground, and I'm directly above the circle, directly above the center of the circle, sorry, at any altitude, then when I look down at that circle, it always is going to appear to be a circle. It'll get smaller, but the higher I go, or the lower I come down, it's always going to be a circle. The reason for that is that the angle subtended at this point, the angle subtended at the eye, if that's where my eye is always going to be equidistant to any of these two side points or any of these 2 points. So any diameter will appear to be the same ratio, and if two diameters are the same, then it must be a circle. If two diameters are not the same, then it's an ellipse, right? So that one is very clear, that if I am straight over the center of a circle, or I'm facing, maybe a circle's drawn in a wall and my eye is directly opposite the center, then I can move back or move forward. It's always going to look like a circle to me. Agreed?
Agreed.
Yep.
But there's also another one where everything will look as a circle to me. Again, this is the Euclidean original proof, right? And I modeled it in GeoGebra again. And basically, it's the special case where this radius of the circle, so this from E to B, the distance you are away is the same as the radius. So in the first one, it didn't matter how far I went away from the circle, it would always appear as a circle, just get smaller or bigger. And in this case, it's that I am exactly at that position away from the circle that is also the radius of the circle. It's a special case, right? And if that's the case, then basically using Thales' theorem, you know that that is always going to be a 90-degree angle. It doesn't matter where you are. And basically what it means is that if you are anywhere on a sphere that is the same radius as the circle you're looking at, so the circle I'm looking at is this green one, the eye is on the surface of a sphere, it doesn't matter where I go in this sphere, this thing is always going to appear as a circle to me.
Wow, yeah.
So why does the sun always appear to be a circle?
Because of the...
And we're back to the spherical geometry and the way the eye works.
Geometry of the eye. Wow. Yeah, because with our limit of how far we can see and everything like that, it's not like we're seeing it, shrink away and go off into the distance. There has to be special circumstances. You have to be high up on a mountain where you're elevated and not so close to the ground. So this makes so much sense. So it's always pretty much about the same distance away from us.
Yep.
The way we're seeing it.
The way we are seeing it is basically all the same way. And if we agree that the circle diameter of the sun, if this is the sun I'm looking at, right? The green one, and it's 32 miles, then it means that it's 16 miles is the radius basically of the sphere. And if I'm anywhere on that sphere, then that will always appear to be a circle, because the distance from here to here, or the distance from there to there, is always going to be the same. And the way that you know something is a circle is if two diameters are of equal proportion in a one-to-one relationship. A condition where a circle always appears as a circle. And that's when the enclosing angles are the same. And basically this is Euclid again. I've just modernized it, so it's not coming from me, but what this guy was saying, that the enclosing angles, as long as they're the same, then it also looks like a circle. So here it is. If that's where my eye is, and I'm looking at this circle on the ground, but you could just transpose the whole thing, right? I could be on the ground and the circle could be in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, geometrically it doesn't matter. Then this thing will look like a circle when the enclosing angles next to each other are equal. So it doesn't have to be directly above. That was case number one. It doesn't have to be on a sphere. That was case number two. There is also the case, the special case, where when the enclosing angles are the same, it will also look like a circle as well. So I was just trying to find out what the hell does that mean? You know, why is it that we see a circle as a circle?
then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require space.
Because what we do is we load what they call a geoid model into our data collectors, and that geoid model is supposed to have the exact. The geoid model works on a flat plane, basically.
What a surprise!
Let me see if I can get back here. So I'll kick up this. Okay, in the same data sheet, they give you coordinates, and these coordinates are just arbitrary that they've made up. They just assigned a coordinate to that latitude and longitude in this state plane. But the thing I want to point out is their scale factor. Their scale factor here, and this is what gets me. Let me go to the arc calculator, because this was a discussion I just had the other day. So if we go into the arc calculator, and I entered in the radius of the Earth, and this is this is the width, 10 miles that we're going to measure. Now, there's a difference between your arc length and your chord length. So if you flatten this arc out, it should be longer than your chord length, depending on the radius that you're working with. So I'll hit this for 10 miles. Now we can see the difference in 10 miles between the arc and the chord distance. And 10 miles is only a hundredth and a half of a foot.
That's unbelievable.
So, and if you take this to 30 miles, it's only, I think it equates to a half a foot. So what I'm trying to get at is the questioning, the whole reason why we use this 84 system. It makes absolutely no sense when I just showed you that in 10 miles, there's only a hundredth and a half, and a hundredth of a foot equates to an eighth of an inch.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And if you only are taking the land measurements and you have assumed that the water is curved like a sphere, then I can easily see how you come up with the shape of a geoid, is because there's not a lot of land compared to the water, and the water, it's not like they're out staking the water and they always talk about, oh, we use these chains and we do. Well, you didn't use chains in the water, so you've assumed that the ocean is curved. And if you've done that, then it doesn't surprise me that you're going to come up with a ball Earth. That was your assumption going in, and you've taken 70% of the surface and assumed it to be curved to a 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm getting at, this next thing I'll show you is just going to be mind-blowing. So they use this basically when we're using their state plane coordinate system. Our points are scaled, or our distances are scaled down. They take this 4.95984, and what you do is you take your actual what it is your measured distance is going to be shorter than your ground distance. Does that make sense?
So it's saying basically then that the straight line distances are actually going to be not correct because they are changed by factoring in the difference in the arc distance?
Well, they're scaling the points down.
Okay.
Let me show you my whiteboard. Do I got to stop screen sharing to show you the whiteboard?
I think so, yeah, because we see your video, but you're only down in the little corner.
Okay.
All right, there you are.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this very well, the numbers on here. So what I just told you is you got this arc distance in 10 miles and this chord distance. The only difference in 10 miles is 1/100 and a half. Okay, what they do in the state plane coordinate system that we work on is totally mind-blowing. They take this scale factor. So if I take this 10 miles right here and I apply this scale factor to it, I shorten the distance by 2.12 feet.
Wow.
So it makes absolutely no sense that when we're working in the state plane coordinate system, that we scale these points down. Oops, picture fell. That ridiculous. Why in the world would they come up with a system that shortens these distances like that? And I believe the answer is because they want everybody, all the surveyors and anybody that uses GPS, to believe that there's this much difference in the arc of the Earth.
Wow, it's crazy because I'm going to have to really look into this, because what you're describing is kind of the missing piece of my entire explanation of the distances that planes fly. Because basically what you're saying, and I've said this before, is, they've got guys drawing pictures and say, well, you can't travel this distance on the flat Earth because it's way too far. And I keep saying, well, yeah, but we're looking at miles that are given to us. But they say, well, you couldn't make up that amount of miles. Well, what you're describing here is enough to make up, when you're flying a plane from, say, California to New York, we're told that's 2,500 miles, but we're told that's 2,500 miles with the arc of the Earth because it's a curved Earth, right? So how many miles is it really across a flat Earth without these adjustments? And, people might say, oh, well, that's crazy because now you're saying that the miles would be off. But again, we are at the behest of GPS, right? We use GPS for everything nowadays. They've already done it. They've done it before. We don't need to look at it anymore. So people would never question that, those differences when, he's just showed that in 10 miles, the difference is 2.12. That's interesting.
Exactly. So right down here, you have if you were surveying on the ground, you have this, and in state plane, basically you're just scaling points down. So then we go out and we do all these measurements where we scale everything down. Then we've got to come back with a scale factor that's a little over 1, which is the reciprocal of this, to scale our points up and down. So basically it's just a bunch of brain damage of scaling points up and down in their fake plane system to hide actually where we live. And that's how I see it.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how Jesse Kozlowski would respond to that.
Yeah, it would be interesting because I think he does say that he has these calculations, and I know Chris could tell us some of them, but they take their measurements and then they have to put them through formulas. They have to put them through equations to get the final product, and it's like, well, where are these equations stemming from? What is their purpose, and why are we having to take measurements and scale them down or reduce them? I mean, there's something in there that you would think that geodesists would notice or at least question. And I just think when you've built people up and told them, and I take nothing away from them. I think it's a great job. I think it's an amazing service that they do when you level for a mall or for a freeway. These things are needed every single day. The problem is that they tell them that their measurements are contributing to the overall shape of the Earth, and each geodetic surveyor only does a very small section. So they have to assume, well, I'm doing this section and so-and-so is doing that section, and there's thousands of us all over the world doing this, and together, when we put all these numbers together, they make a ball. And I don't think that they do.
No, and earlier when we were reading through their Bible, they basically admit that they've done all that from the stars. And one section in there, they even talk about how their imaginary arc that they have in the sky, how they project that down. And all of this, their whole entire book is based off the 2 sticks in the ground and their crude, rude measurements that they done way back in 250 BC. So all I say is, I think it's about time that they get back out there and start remeasuring.
What's up? What's up?
Not much.
I can see that.
I'm typing lobby. I was playing clips. I'm gonna play another one. I have to actually leave for a minute. I gotta run.
Okay.
But I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
So don't go anywhere.
I won't.
You're not allowed to leave.
Just finishing up having my coffee. I actually get to go to Arizona this Friday. So I don't know how much sightseeing I'll be able to do. Jeez Louise, I'd like to be able to go to Devil's Tower. I don't know how far away it is from Phoenix.
Are you gonna shape your mashed potatoes in the shape of Devil's Tower?
Oh my god. I totally should watch that movie before I go right now. I'm being such an old person. I'm watching War Games with Matthew Broderick.
Hey man, that was a great movie.
Hell yeah. Oh man, for sure. Yep.
Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just play this clip.
Okay.
Well, I was, but the bot's not working. What the flying fuck?
Awesome stuff. Bush Baby, number one, you've got control of your mic. Just unmute yourself, buddy, and we can have the conversation about the shape of the Earth and all that good stuff. So, Bush Baby, welcome to the server. Don't let me down, bro. He sounds very cheerful and like up for a conversation.
Wait, hello. So yeah, hello. It just took a second.
Hello, my friend. No, you're good, mate. You're good.
Okay, so my main question is why?
Why what?
What's convinced you to think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally,
right. Just got into you in general.
Yeah. We'll ask everybody else in a minute, but for me personally, and you'll probably get the same answer for most people. If the Earth is said to be a ball, then there should be observable and measurable curvature over distance. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't observe it, and we do not directly measure any curvature over any distance of any water. Being as they say the surface of the Earth is over 70% water, we should be able to observe and measure it there. Unfortunately, we don't. So if there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay. So,
sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I'm a physics student.
Cool.
And I have measured the curvature of the Earth. So that's interesting you say that because, yeah, with lasers, incredibly high. Oh, sorry.
I'm asking in reality.
Yeah, no, in reality. No, yeah. You know Lake Geneva?
Yep.
It's a relatively large, Lac Léman, if you've been over there, I think that's what they call it. Well, if you measured across the lake with a laser, and it's sort of difficult to measure because obviously the ripples of the water could disrupt it because you want the laser to be as close to the water as possible. But there was a curvature. It was interrupted a bit by the ripples of the water, but we did measure a curvature. That's for sure.
What was the distance, my friend?
Probably a good 60 kilometers. Well, no, not that long. I'll have to look it up. I mean, this happened like 4 years ago, probably. So yeah, 4 years and a half actually. I'm not sure. I believe I have to look it up. I need to find the actual two places that we were at. But have you ever thought about, aside from that, how everything works with a flat Earth? Okay, so aside from
Bash, you didn't give us any distance, any data for that.
Okay, this is something that has happened 4.5 years ago. I mean, I'm gonna have to now bring it all up.
Oh,
But
you have some observation what you cannot present, but it's there.
no, yeah, no, okay, right, yeah. Basically,
but we
I
can
mean,
present
To be fair,
I wasn't coming.
Sasha's
Yeah,
done it himself.
sorry.
So Sasha has done this himself. So it's interesting.
Well, yeah, not myself in particular, with other people. Obviously, it wasn't just me. I mean, it was a thing, not just me. I was with other people, 15 other people, decent group.
That's fine. The reason why we're asking for the distance is we are just going to turn around to you and give you other laser tests of distances between 10 and 25 miles over distances of water where we hit the target that we were supposed to hit. And then what we'll do is we'll point out military targeting systems that use lasers over distances of water over 100 miles using direct line of sight targeting to blow shit up, which is called applicable technology. So it's interesting you bring up one laser test, but you say you've measured curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, you keep cutting out.
I know for a fact the militaries of the world use direct line of sight laser targeting systems. So they don't measure any curvature.
You're cutting, Jedi.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, he will come back.
All right, okay. Hello?
Quick microphone check. Is that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Awesome stuff. So just to recap on what I said, it's interesting you bring a laser test. We could give you up laser tests 10 miles, 25 miles. And then what we would do is we would compound the issue by bringing the Navy into the argument and point out their laser targeting systems that target ground-based targets of over 100 miles.
Okay, so with this, so how powerful are these lasers that you're using? Because that's a big thing with the laser tests, is that because we're using this, the light will start to refract as it moves forward, as it moves further and further away. So although you may have, say, the diameter, you may be a meter at the source, it may also be several centimeters at where you're actually measuring it, especially if you're especially at 10 kilometers away. So there's that problem part of it. So you've also account for all of that. So when you say measure, when you do a measurement like that, often you have to use if the laser isn't that powerful, you can use how strongly is your mathematics?
It's all right.
Okay. So have you heard of differential equations? Potentially, maybe not, maybe. But you can solve one of those effectively to figure out where the exact center of the light is in respect to the larger diameter at a certain range is. And you'll find that if you do that for that particular laser, that you do measure the curvature. In these tests, how close to the water did you do them at? Have you done one personally, or at least witnessed one?
Right. So we could show you ones that are done, say, a couple of inches off the surface of the water. This was the one done in the south of England, down at Brighton, over a distance of 10 miles. A couple of inches, blue and red lasers opposite end of the spectrum. The ones that are done over Lake Bissell, I think it's Hungary or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Both laser and target were about 2 meters above the surface of the water. And then we can start talking about Navy ships, and I'll give you 20 to 30 foot above the surface of the water.
All right. Okay. So I actually haven't looked into all of this, because the reason why we did this test in the first place wasn't actually to debate flat earthers. It was more of a just sort of a what's the word for it? We were actually originally at CERN, you know, with as a trip, and it was just something that we were given the opportunity to do. So we decided, you know, why not? Because we had a few days to burn in Geneva, so it was something that we did. But I'm just interested. I've never actually thought about what you guys have said with the lasers, with the different tests. So I'll have to probably have a little look into it to see what you guys have done. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you can point to that points the Earth to being flat?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
Sorry?
Celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
No. A sextant?
Okay. Yeah, do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yeah,
awesome. It's an angle measuring device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So a sextant is basically a glorified angle measuring device, right?
Right. Oh, is it one of those sort of like things that they use this? I don't know what they're called. I'm not sure if it is, but carry on.
Okay, so they use them at ships at sea to, I don't know, get elevation angles to stars at known times of year so they can navigate across the Earth using the stars, yeah? That's what it is. Awesome. You know that, well, you know what a triangle is, right? You sound like an intelligent man. You know what a triangle is, yeah?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Can you measure an angle with a curved line?
No, you can't.
Awesome stuff. So understanding that a sextant is a glorified angle measuring device and it's used on the surface of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars, you will understand that, being as you just said, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you're doing it on a curved surface that would be the ball Earth, then a sextant would be non-applicable. You couldn't use this device on a curved surface, for example.
What you could do,
yeah, celestial navigation.
Sorry, I point something in. So there's a few things about that I would like to say. You heard of tangents? It's sort of like to do with tangents and circles. So you can, okay. There's a similar thing you can do with a sphere. Instead of using a tangent, you can sort of intersect it with a plane. Now, if the sphere is huge, the Earth, the curvature at your point will be so small that I mean, I'd have to look into the map, but I doubt, especially with quite a crude measuring device. You know, is it the thing that you hold in your hand and sort of bring to your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that. Well, then I doubt that the Earth's curvature will prevent you from measuring an angle from that.
Okay. So, do you know what a GP is?
A GPS, you mean? I think.
Yeah.
Did you say? Yeah.
No, a GP. So, a GP of a star. Do you know what a GP? Yeah, a GP of a star is. Do you know what that is?
A GP of a star. No.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. It's the ground position of a star.
Okay. Yep.
Now, the ground position of a star can be in excess of over 1,000 miles beyond the horizon.
Okay.
The ground position of that star has to be 90 degrees.
All right.
So, ground position of the star, 1,000 miles away, straight line towards you on that boat. Now, I understand what you said about tangent lines, but you'd have to understand how we use sextants in celestial navigation. In every single calculation, you will bring your... Well, I'm just going to tell you then. So in every single calculation, you will bring yourself down to the plane of the Earth. Yeah, you can draw your tangent line from altitude towards the horizon, but your next calculation is going to bring you down to surface level, so your altitude is 0. Understanding that you are looking for the ground position of a star that you've just got an elevation angle to, and understanding it could be over 1,000 miles away, means that the surface of the Earth must be level for every single boat at sea all of the time to use these things. So not just you, but another boat 100 miles over there, and another boat 100 miles beyond him. Every single angle is done on a flat surface. Every single calculation will take you back down to that flat surface after you've drawn your tangent line. Now, you also have to understand as well that they were using these devices well before the Earth was a ball,
Yeah.
So they weren't doing ad hoc calculations because they thought they were on a ball. But the crux of the matter is, you could only use this device on a flat Earth. You couldn't use it on a ball. And if you did use it on the ball, you would have to take yourself down to a flat plane. So laser transits and celestial navigation. Do you want some more?
I'm just going. Yeah. I'm just carry on because I'm afterwards. I'm just gonna have a look at it myself and see if I can get the hang of it. But yeah, carry on. I'm just willing to listen.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still waiting for your evidence as well.
Yeah, no,
I know a few.
You carry on and then talk, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's fine. We're just going to be talking about direct line of sight transits of signals as well. You know what a radar is, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that was 2 journeys from the radar to the object and a ping back again, yes?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Now you understand this is also direct line of sight technology used from boats at sea to other boats at sea up to a distance of, as far as I found, 450 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a 900-mile transit from the boat to the object and ping back again. Now, this would be impossible over a curved surface because the curved surface would get in the way not once but twice.
Yeah, but the thing is that waves diffract as they move through a medium. So,
yeah,
again,
that's fine.
They will.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. And that's fine. You said you wanted me to talk, so I'll talk.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to be pointing out all of the technology that the navies use. The first instance was the celestial navigation. They've got to get places. They wouldn't be able to use this operation on a curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants for that. I'm then going to point you to the laser transits, where we have direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to 100 miles. I've now just pointed out radar systems. But first of all, we're going to have to see the object, and that's why we use infrared cameras. Infrared cameras see the object. We then make sure with the radar that that object is actually there, and then we ping it twice with 2 different lasers, one blue, one red, to make sure that we've got a target. So 4 pieces of technology that would only be applicable on a flat Earth. They wouldn't be applicable on a curved surface. Keep saying
that. Okay, so that's...
There's
okay,
4.
Yeah. Okay, so have you got anything else, or shall I do you want to talk?
No, let's go to your stuff now.
Okay, so so the first thing that my personal biggest thing is actually gravity, because obviously, as someone who studies physics, it's something that is very integral to everything we do. So a lot of things that we do. So, and the way gravity behaves is not possible now on a flat Earth. Like, it just physically will not work. And you can you think about it. If a gravity, you understand that the vectors to the force weight, which is the force that is applied on an object due to it being in a gravitational field, point directly towards the center of gravity, as they call it, center of mass, I guess you can also call it, of the object.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. What's gravity?
Gravity is, well, what is gravity? That's an interesting question. Well, the force the object experiences is weight, and that is because it is in a gravitational field. Because I'm talking about Newton's explanation of gravity, not general relativity, which is beyond. Well, I understand it at a reasonable level, but not enough to explain it to someone else. But
Bush baby, real quick, yeah. you know that those two are entirely incompatible on a conceptual level, right? Maybe they give the same outcomes, but they're incompatible. You do know that, right?
Universal gravitation, though, or Newton's laws of universal gravitation, help us. But the explanation. But Newton's laws.
If you say they are laws, then Einstein was kind of, wrong.
No. You got to listen. Universal gravitation doesn't explain why gravity happens and why we're seeing this. That's what general relativity does. Universal gravitation.
No, they're incompatible. But sure, go ahead. You need to look it up, mate, because you said it was beyond your scope, right? I guarantee you, it's entirely incompatible because they're conceptually different. It's not a force. It's not a force in Einsteinian gravity.
No. Yeah, I do get you, but That's the explanation. When Newton developed all of these,
but look,
if
you put a piece,
he
of
had
cheese,
no idea. Okay,
no, mate, it's entirely different. If you put a piece of cheese on the floor every single day, right, and when you wake up, it gets taken away. There are two different theories. Either someone, like a person, takes it away, like your sister, or it's a mouse which eats it, right? Now, both of those theories would offer reasonable explanations to why the cheese vanishes, right? But they're incompatible.
Universal, Newton's. I don't know how to explain it.
Newton's and Einstein's are incompatible. A force is incompatible with Einstein's, where there is literally no force. It's just space and time curving. The whole point of Einstein was that Newton was wrong. That's what he said himself. So don't go saying that they're compatible, because they're not.
I never said they're compatible.
Okay, that's great.
I never did.
So they're incompatible then, right?
Yes. Well, at a conceptual level, like you said, yes, they are.
Okay, nice. Yeah, sure.
I never claimed that. Newton's laws of universal gravitation explained what. I don't know how to explain it. They modelled how objects moved in gravitational fields, not why they move. That's Einstein's part, the why. The how, or not. How's a bad word, but what they're doing in the gravitational field at a at our level. I don't know. It's very difficult to explain, but how they move, if you see what I mean, can be modelled by Newton's laws of universal gravitation. Why they move, that's Einstein. If you see something, I probably butchered that horribly, but one thing that Newton's laws of gravitation, the equations that we can use, to predict where objects are and how objects fall, they do work. So Newton wasn't completely wrong. His explanation for why they worked was wrong, but the actual modelling of it wasn't. So if you think about it, if you think how we model, say, even an object just falling towards Earth, a simple ball, we can model it using Newton's laws of universal gravitation, and we get a right answer, the same experimental answer that we do if we just dropped the ball and measured it, or performed a measurement on how
exactly,
or how fast it was. So okay. Well, the point being is that you cannot if you had a flat Earth, the Earth, and it's a giant flat Earth, like a flat disc, like us.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Done. All right. So I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. There's no gravity on a flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, but then what's the explanation?
There's other explanations, but we'll get onto that. My question for you is, have you actually got a scientific experiment that's proven any of this, mate? And if you have, can you give it to us?
Yeah.
Because, hold the fuck on.
All right,
so, when we stop talking through me, mate.
I'm listening.
Talk. You're doing thank you. So when we go and, watch educational programs on TV, when we speak to any of these science communicators, they will turn around to us and say, gravity is not a force. You know who Brian Cox is, don't you? That's a question. Yeah. So you know who Brian Cox is? He says gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Unfortunately, I don't like the guy, but carry on.
He doesn't know what gravity is, mate. So I can run through George Musa. You can think of gravity as a force, but it's not.
Yes, and that's exactly what I just said when I said
that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Versus
why I'm giving you this here, mate. A lot of backup from science community. Why people talking through each other? It's starting to really annoy me.
Okay, so the evidence for it is that if you have a vacuum chamber, and you don't even need a large one, you can have a tiny one, actually, a meter. But not even that. You'll find that the objects will accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate, independent of all their masses.
Okay, what happens if I drop gas in the vacuum chamber?
Well, then you've put an extra parameter, which is air resistance into
no, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not dropping anything else. I'm just dropping gas.
What do you mean?
What happens to the gas vacuum chamber? Which, yeah. So you said all objects. Okay, gas then, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to impart gas into a vacuum chamber, which direction does that go?
How much? That's another problem. That's because then you get a thing called pressure, which also
Some
changes.
gas.
Some gas.
How'd you get pressure?
Because if you add,
how'd you get pressure? How'd you get pressure, mate?
If you add a fluid,
how'd you get pressure, mate?
What do you mean? How do you get pressure?
Just so I understand, because you said pressure. So what is pressure? How do you get pressure for gas?
Well, pressure is the force that particles exert on the side of the container.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll come back. Awesome stuff. We'll come back to that in a minute. But after I've imparted gas into a vacuum chamber, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which way is the gas going?
How much? Because that's again, you can't just say, I'm putting gas into it. How much? That's the question. And how big's the vacuum chamber? Tell me. Well, if you put very little gas into a very large vacuum chamber, it'll be accelerated towards the Earth.
So it would fall down.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Sorry, it will spread out. Spread out.
Yeah, it'll go in all directions, won't it?
Yeah, it will fill the space as best as it can.
Yeah. And it will also press up on the limitation of the chamber, which will be up with the ceiling. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, just a quick question. How in an open system do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying, what do you mean? Sorry.
How do we have gas? Sorry. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth in an open system adjacent and within a vacuum?
That is a good question. There will be, well, I cannot answer that question.
No. See, this is the problem. So we can talk about gravity all day, and I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. But at the moment, it is observably not affecting gas, because gas goes in all directions. You've already admitted that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. They declare the Earth is an open system, devoid of containment and adjacent and within a vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas will fill that space. The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, unless stopped by a physical barrier. So, we've got a huge problem with what they tell us about the Earth and where it is, because you can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. You've already admitted that, haven't you?
I have.
So I can give you gravity. Yeah, I'll tell you, whatever gravity you want to give me, that's fine. But observably, in science, we don't have the phenomena to even ask the question about, because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you say objects, you can drop a ball and that will go down. Well, that's why I gave you gas.
Okay.
So understanding the second law of thermodynamics, understanding entropy, invalidates the heliocentric idea of uncontained gas bodies in vacuums. You can't have that.
I'll have to look into that. To be fair, that is a point.
It's one of the main reasons why I'm here, mate. It's a law of nature, right? Applicable always. You understand what a football is. You understand what a tyre is.
Yep.
You know that when you impart gas into that volume, you will have gas pressure. The force of the gas is exerted on the walls of its container. Now, you know what an open and a closed system is. In relation to thermodynamics and matter transfer, they declare the Earth is an open system, rockets to the moon and remote control cars on Mars. But that would also mean the gas, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, uncontained from a vacuous space. That situation could not happen. Laws of nature trump unvalidated pseudoscience, gravity.
I'm currently thinking about this.
That's fine, mate. I urge you to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Just for me and for everybody else, just slow down a little bit, mate. It's not a race. Enjoy the conversation, all right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add a little something on top of what you were saying. Keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, they're claiming that it's an expanding volume, that the universe, the edge of the universe, is expanding outwards faster than the speed of light. So keep in mind, they're not just claiming that there's a vacuum of space above our heads. They're claiming that there's above our heads an expanding volume while we have consistent gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth. And, as far as practical demonstrations go, if I were to have 1 cubic foot chamber, a chamber that's sealed, it's 1 cubic foot. On the inside, we have ordinary 14.7 psi, at sea level. And if we were to somehow change around this container so that while it still keeps enough of a pressure seal, expanding the volume of it, it would be 7 psi. It'd be much less than 14.7 psi. So this is a practical demonstration of how volume and changing the volume has an effect on gas pressure. And so it's just think about this practical demonstration when you hear them and their story, their fairy tale, like, oh yeah, the universe is expanding, but still have consistent gas pressure.
Okay. How?
Crickets. Awkward.
Balls of gas just don't coalesce in vacuums. Gas disperses in all directions and feels the limitation of its volume. It will then press on the limitation of its volume and you will have the consequent of gas pressure. If you don't have a physical barrier, you will not have gas pressure and there will be nothing there to keep the gas there.
I'm just thinking,
Gravitational idea only applies to the Earth if it was a ball. Whether it is mass of the Earth attracting other masses to it, or the mass of the Earth bending and warping, a reification of concrete nouns, space and time, and that's not scientific, that's mathematical equations. But both instances do not have a fully verified scientific method experiment that's validated any of them. You can't do it with Einstein's shit because that's maths. That's not science. And Newton's idea, you can go to Cavendish, but that's not an experiment either. Not according to the scientific method. But gravity only exists on a ball. Doesn't exist on the flat Earth. There are other reasons why things go up and things go down. Scientifically, being as the only thing we very manipulate would be the density of the medium the object is in, then it's relative density in science.
Like I said, relative density works in your there's a term that's thrown around the flat Earth community. How does that? What's the how?
Let's just put it. Let me put it like this, right? In science, the only thing that we ever very manipulate is the medium the object is in.
Yeah.
For example, if I was to have a boiled egg and I was to put it in a solution of water, the boiled egg would sit at the bottom, right? I add salt to the water, make the solution more dense, and the egg rises. Now, what have I varied and manipulated? Well, that would be the medium. I've made it more dense. So scientifically, that would be the density. We can have an anvil sitting on the top of liquid mercury, for example. Why is the anvil not falling through the liquid? Well, the liquid mercury is more dense than the anvil still.
Yeah.
Again, it will only be the thing that I can physically manipulate within a scientific experiment, which will be the cause. Now, there are laws of nature, things that are outside the scientific method experiment, that we literally get down to the one last thing and we just do not know. Like the cause of entropy, for example. Fuck knows why it is. It just is. Now, mate, I do not know why we have a directionality to our world. Don't understand that. But all I can do is very manipulate things within our reality, and they will go up, they will go down, or like gas, they will go everywhere. gravity only applies to a spinning ball in space. Just think about it. I can drop a ball and it will go down. Calculate the rate of fall. And within my mathematics, I can then say, I tell you what, there's a force that's pulling the ball down, and I can say that force is the mass of the Earth. There you go. I have the phenomena. I have the rate of fall. I can just do some mathematics, and there you go. I've just made up a force. I could equally say the sky was pushing things down. Just do some mathematics. There you are. Because the phenomena will still be the same. And then I can make predictions with it.
That's amazing.
The phenomena is still the same because the ball will always go down.
That's amazing.
No, I'm just thinking. Sorry, you can keep talking if you want.
You're fine, buddy. Just notice your speed has kind of slowed down as well in the last 5 minutes. We get this a lot sometimes. People come in here with a shitload of stuff to talk about and they keep talking and they won't listen to anybody else. They got 1 question, 2 question, 3 question, 4. Yeah. It's always nice when people slow down a little bit and listen to what is said. So I'm glad that bit got you, because it is something that is worth thinking about, and I guarantee you, mate, it's one of the main reasons why we're here. I've been in the flat Earth, for example, for the last 8 years. This argument, gas pressure without a container, is one of the main ones. The other one is there is no measurable curvature to the Earth, even though you're still yet to give us your laser test that you did in some place in Europe. I can't remember where. I do apologise. And we can look at that all day, that's fine, but we will just give you other ones. We'll give you long distance observations. There is, in our mind, no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature to the Earth, which is why I brought up things like navigation and direct line of sight, because the curve of the Earth would get in the way, or you wouldn't be able to use these tools if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, the majority of the evidence they will give you is from space. Here's a picture of the Earth from space, it's a ball. Well, that's a bit of a problem, being as you can't have gas pressure without a container, which will kind of ruin every single fallacious story they give you from this place. We may as well just start calling Narnia.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying the sky doesn't exist and, hey, that's not the moon, and Mars doesn't exist. We will just debate the story about what we are told about these things. They claim that there's a vacuum. They claim this, that, and the other. When we try to verify these, find out that they cannot be true. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a call. Go for 5 minutes and call my child. I'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys. Right. Everybody leave. What's happened? Oh, I see Jan's back, or Jan's back from the shop. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
Yeah, I have my groceries, so I'm okay.
Good stuff. We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. But yeah. Glad you're back from the shop, my friend. Sorry for jumping right in. I just had to give my child a quick phone call. So where you at, Bush Baby?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the your atmosphere dilemma.
I mean, I urge you to think about it, mate. For sure, but are you trying to come up with an idea of how you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press upon?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, good luck with that. You went to vacuum chamber in our conversation, right? Which is interesting because you need a physical barrier to separate the two vastly.
Yeah, but you do realise it's the atmosphere outside
pressure areas, right?
Barrier.
If you didn't have that physical boundary between the two, you wouldn't be able to have a vacuum, would you?
No, because the air from the outside of the vacuum would push into it.
Yeah, exactly. So the open system of the Earth, the gas would disperse into the vacuum, wouldn't it?
Wait, no. Because in the example that we had a vacuum, and you put a gas inside that vacuum, and it will disperse to fill that vacuum. That's true. But
yes,
the only force, the force that's pushing against that vacuum is there is going to be a force obviously from within the vacuum, a very tiny one, but the larger force is going to kind of crush the vacuum from all sides. That's going to be atmospheric pressure, right?
Yeah, the gas will fill the space. Yeah.
Yeah.
The higher pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Yep.
Bush Baby, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you now compare the size of our atmosphere, that's the paradox but doesn't matter, with all this out of space vacuum?
Yeah.
What do you think? What is stronger, our atmosphere or that? You know how big is that vacuum space comparing our atmosphere?
Evidently huge.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine that. I cannot put that in my mind. With that given numbers of space and everything. I cannot even. This is something like. I will try, and this is nothing. This is even small numbers. Something like a lighter in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that lighter has the small around big air, you know, and that water cannot go in. Yeah, that's the comparison. Of this open system in this out of space. And plus that open system, it's going together with the Earth in orbital speed 66,000 miles per hour. Not only static, you know.
Sorry, what did you say with about 66,000 miles per hour? Sorry.
I'm saying that all this gas, it's also moving together with the air because it's going around this. Yeah, that's also interesting.
Yeah, but you're not going to feel a force because the speed is constant, velocity is constant. Even. Sorry, and
I'm telling you that open system, it's going through that. What Jedi explained it to you. What is that vacuum, and what the gas will do in. Let's say if you put a little bit, do you remember when you said if you put a little bit in gas in some vacuum chamber? Now imagine how much atmosphere, how much that is gas for this for this vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
I told you. Compare that and
I told
there.
you.
That's ridiculously small. Even if it's big, doesn't matter. You will still fill the space. Problem is natural law. You can now deny the natural law and say, yeah, okay, I'm not agreeing with the natural law. That's the point.
The size of the vacuum. Are you saying the size of the vacuum increases the force experience? The force of. Are you saying are you saying the size of the vacuum is proportional to the force?
I mean, volume or. Do you mean the volume of the vacuum?
Yeah, the volume of the vacuum is proportional to the size of the force.
Not necessarily.
Well, then the argument about how big space is not relevant.
Well, no, that's just an aside to compound the issue.
Yeah, well,
okay, if space is getting.
Well, the size of space and how large space is and how large the vacuum is itself is irrelevant. I believe, it will be irrelevant to the force experienced by the particles pushing against each other and then effectively trying to push against and escape and move away from each other.
Okay. Yeah, basically all we're doing is it's just an aside which compounds the issue. We're just saying the volume of the vacuum is increasing within the heliocentric model because of expanding space. But ultimately, it's irrelevant. But the point is this: out there is a vacuum. Down here we have gas pressure. To have gas pressure, we must have a physical boundary for the gas to press upon. If there is no physical boundary, then the higher gas pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy. So it's a big fucking vacuum. The rate of the vacuum is 10 to negative 17 torr, I believe. Whatever it is, there's an awful lot of, this is why they call it space, because there's a lot of space between whatever particles there are up there. But the point is, it's a lower pressure environment. Uncontained and open to the Earth's high pressure system. That cannot exist.
Jedi, how much we can produce on the Earth a vacuum chamber?
Sorry,
I think it's negative
six. Yeah,
it's 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah, but that's 10 to minus 17. That now that's not that it's between 11 zeros. It's not like a double. It's 11 zeros. That means 1 million times, 1 billion times stronger.
Stupid, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Container. So I'm going to oh my days! I remember I hate fluid dynamics. Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We understand how gas acts, don't we? We understand that when we contain gas with a physical boundary, the consequence of that is gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary. To keep gas in a space, you must have containment. Gas will disperse high to low. This is why it's in the law of thermodynamics, because hot goes to cold. Yep. It doesn't happen the other way around. My coffee's not going to spontaneously get hot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And exactly the same in this situation. High pressure goes to low pressure every single goddamn motherfucking time. So when they tell us there's a space vacuum out there and the Earth is an open system, for those who have critical thought, you must understand that that situation can't be true. I don't care who says it, how many badges they've got, how big their institution is, and how many of them are jumping up and down on their bandstand saying this bollocks. If you critically think about it, you will understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Every single demonstration of gas pressure is with containment. You can't demonstrate this in any other way. Therefore, that
Yeah, I'm just, yeah.
probably at work or something, knowing him. If you're busy, my friend, it's me.
What up, Jedi?
What's up, Mayhem? How you doing, mate? We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. We've been talking for, say, maybe the last half an hour or so. We've just got up to, well, not just got up to, about 10 minutes ago we got up to gas pressure without a container. And, yeah, we seem to have maybe reached a point where he's starting to think a little bit.
Okay.
Because he understands, he's a smart lad, right? He's a physics student. He's done all this type of stuff before. So we're talking about gas pressure without a container, and poof, he's gone quiet because he's trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
well,
no,
the practicality. Go on, Bush Baby.
No, I was gonna say, because there is actually a point there.
The practicality should strike you, as in, it should cause you to pause a little bit, because if there's a narrative that says one thing and, you know, reality says another, then you should go with what reality is telling you, because it doesn't matter what anyone says, it only matters what the truth is, right? So,
yeah,
the fundamental laws of our nature is what's going to govern. You should govern what your understanding should be, not what people are saying.
Yeah, I really want to do math right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, no, I was just the only real because obviously the point with containers and gas,
right?
That there is a point there.
Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a necessary antecedent. So, in order for their gas pressure to be there in the first place, you'd need to have a container. It needs to be contained. That's how you attain pressure in the first place. Containment.
Yeah.
And that's natural law. And of course, entropy would dictate that if you release the pressure from that container, gas will disperse into any and all available volumes and fill the space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's almost common sense. Everybody on Earth can know that. Or it should be anyway. But it also, demonstration-wise, that can also be shown as well. So what we're saying can be followed up by demonstration. It can be falsified. It could be proven empirically. So there's no need for whether you and I believe in something or not. It just matters that it's true.
Have you heard of bromine? Or bromine, as in the BR2, the gas, heavy gas, very heavy gas.
It's man-made gas. Yeah.
Well, it's an element. It's how bromine exists elementally.
Oh, bromine, but you meant like. Go on.
Well, it's a gas, and if you open a container, it will stay at the bottom of the container. It will sink to the bottom of the container.
How long will it stay there for? Will you be able to have an open container of bromine forever? Or will entropy still take? Yeah, entropy will still take.
Sure.
Yeah.
The gradient.
So we have the same kind. We have the same kind of thing with sulfur hexafluoride. You understand that one?
Yeah.
So it will stay in an environment that is open to the atmospheric pressure for a short amount of time, but ultimately, in the end, entropy will take effect, and it will disperse.
Yeah.
Again, all we're doing is demonstrating that one dense gas in relation to the atmospheric pressure will do something, will sink because it is of a higher density. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Let's put that bromine or that sulfur hexafluoride adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier and see what happens. Oh, it will disperse into that available space until it reaches the...
Yeah, that's the
limitation of its environment. Going to have the same result.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I know, mate. I know.
Look at that. Oh, this is actually really annoying now.
This is what?
I said it's really annoying now.
Oh, why? Why is it annoying?
Mm-hmm. I can feel it.
I haven't ever thought about
but like, hats off to you, mate. Usually at this time we're having massive arguments with people.
Well, you got a beat on this because I mean, if you're in physics, then you literally work with these elements.
Yep. Fluid dynamics.
Well, that's the thing, though. Nothing that we're saying is like it's something that you could say. No, you guys are going against like the laws of nature. You're just that's not what happens.
Yeah.
So basically, we're just keeping in line with what everything can be discovered, like what we already know. But it's weird that we're saying things against. It's contradictory to what they're saying about the globe, because in this open system that they claim with the globe, there is a vacuum of space, and so the vacuum, adjacent to this pressure air, it's pressure. There has to, in order for the gas to have pressure, it needs to be contained. But you don't have containment in this open system because matter and energy can transfer in this open system of the globe Earth. Yeah. And that just can't happen when you have the dynamic system that we do have here with low and high pressures. You can't get these pressures if there isn't any containment. So it doesn't matter. Like, you can have a gradient pressure and it shifts. The dynamic system that we live in, these pressures are always interchanging, low pressure to high pressure, and weather systems happen and so on. But like, these are always mixing. They're always shifting, mixing. It's in constant motion. It's never something that's static. So the globe Earth has tried to give you explanations as to how things are, but when you start to like say, okay, that's an explanation, now let's go into the field and test to see if what you're saying is correct. Nobody's actually put them to the test, which is what we're doing here. Yeah. We're saying, has anybody ever done that? Like, it's nice to say one thing about the Earth being a globe and it's got a vacuum of space out there and you got pressure air here and it's an open system. But the convenient excuse is gravity. The bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. They're saying that's what's holding the gas here, right? Gravity. But then again, it's like, then you're going to have to say, when does gravity hold any of the pressure of gases? Which every instance, even the one you described with bromine, will seem to like have a heavier than air kind of dynamic within the air that it's in, but at some point it will disperse. It doesn't stay. I mean, you can even see that with liquid water. So water itself will be sitting in a cup for a while, and then
that's very true. That's very true. It does actually.
I mean, and this is kind of like what we're trying to tell you here too. This like, yes, they do have their physical properties, but they interact within the dynamic system that you're in to always be in motion. There's not a constant where it's like always a downward vector. Because if the downward vector were true, nothing would move into any and all directions, which is the nature of like gases dispersing into the available space. They would immediately, if you let go of the nozzle of a balloon, like when you blow up a balloon, if you let go of the nozzle, the air would just go straight down if gravity was holding everything down to itself. But you know that in every instance of containment with gas pressure, you open up a nozzle, the gas disperses into the available space into any and all directions, all vectors. So there's no vector of down. It just it does go down, but it goes up and sideways in every which way. And so this is just a practical means of looking at the applications that you use, like in your line of work or whatever you're going to be using for your studies. It's like we're not saying anything outside of real science, right? So if we are, then there's an issue with what we're saying, but there isn't. We're in line with everything that natural laws dictate.
Yeah.
So hopefully that, like what Chris was saying, Jedi is kind of helping you along. But it's not that you didn't know. It's just it's the indoctrination. It's what it is. You have this like educated idea of what people have been saying all along about the globe Earth. We all have, and it seems kind of like very strange that somebody would go against that narrative. And the reason why we stand against it is because it's not what reality dictates. Reality is that it's a flat and stationary Earth that presents itself to you, me, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And to say otherwise would be a grand claim that is unsubstantiated. And we're always asking, okay, if you have the evidence that the Earth is physically a globe by way of demonstration, go ahead and provide the evidence to us. I mean, if you're standing on a geometric shape, then that needs to be proven. If gas pressure is held down by gravity without containment, that needs to be proven. If the Earth is in motion some way and we can detect it, that needs to be proven.
Yeah.
We can go a little bit deeper, but like these are the grand claims that the Earth, or the people that would say the Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter who's saying it, whether it be a professor, your next door neighbor, your parents, like nobody's rivaled it. Everybody gets scared when we start talking about it. They get angry. Let's not talk about that. We already knew a long time ago the Earth's a globe. 2,000 years ago even.
Oh, that's a stupid argument. You can never use that as an argument.
No, that's what everybody's claiming right now. Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And you can look into that, Bush, if you don't believe us. If somebody proved that anytime in human history, and you can look into that and you will find out that nobody proved that anytime.
Yeah.
But it's hard because if you're in academia right now, you're going to find out really quickly, Bush baby, that you can't stray away from the paradigm that's already created. If you want to play ball with them, if you want to have a career, if you want to continue to work within the scope of the realm of like what they want you to be in, like that's what you're choosing is your passion. If you stray away and you say anything outside of that, the thing that maybe you don't know at the moment, but perhaps you do, I don't know, is that if you start to think critically, then you're going to be outside of the curriculum, outside of the paradigm. And they're not going to like that very much. So this is why we're saying this is something you should weigh considerably if you're going to be staying in the field that you are. Because, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of good scientists might lose their jobs if they would say the truth. They would speak truth, which is like what it should be, right? Like you guys should stand up for truth, working in the fields that you do. But, I mean, if you want a livelihood, count the cost, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's a tough deal, man, I guess. Because it's like, well, stay in a really great career or speak the truth, like, I mean, I wish it could be both, but I don't know if that's the world we live in.
Yeah, pretty hard to get that research grant renewed if you're going against the status quo.
Yeah. No, you raised some good points. Definitely.
Either that or just stay a closet flat earther for the rest of your life.
Don't be flat earther ever.
Let's see if we.
One thing is that you can be very respectful. That's for sure. I was actually surprised.
Try our best.
No, I was surprised that you, because the representation that you guys get online is that you're angry, and delusional.
We can be. But not delusional. Well, we can be angry. It's more of a zeal, a passion for what we're talking about. Because imagine speaking to somebody about, your field, physics, right? Something that can be demonstrably true. That there is no, like, if you say that you're wrong by proving something that you're actually doing, then people are just batshit crazy because you're demonstrating to them in reality what's going on with physics, right? Like you're not just, there's not a theory, that you're working with tangible things. So if you're speaking about something that you've done with demonstration of, and you've maybe written a paper on it or something, you can demonstrate to someone how something works. That's the lunacy of somebody denying that is probably the same as what is happening in here, which is probably why we get the rep we do, because the delusion is actually on their side. They want to stay to the delusion of the globe. It's like it's a lot more fantasy than it is reality. So, and that's kind of the zeal that we have. But go ahead, Sasha.
We are grow up like that. I grow up like that. I grow up like this. It's obvious. It's a fact that Earth is sphere. That's my position. Without any knowledge about that, that was my position.
But not so. I'll tell you what, guys. Let's try and move this on a little bit further.
I mean, I don't have much time here. I've got to go in 5 minutes in 5 minutes. But I mean,
not a problem. I was just going to ask you a couple of questions, mate. And hopefully, it won't take too long. I just want you to be honest with your answer. Okay. If you know, then please, I'm going to ask you for verification of how you know it. If you don't know it, then just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. So, just going to ask you: do you know at any point in history how the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done and proven to be so?
Not the measurement itself. No, sorry, I don't.
No, okay. But would you say it might be a belief that somebody has done this, you just don't know how?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. Second question. Kind of the same thing, but with regards to the motion of the Earth, the actual spin and its orbit around the Sun. Do you know in any point in history how the motion of the Earth was measured and detected?
I think its spin can be picked up with a gyroscope.
You think? Is it like first-hand knowledge you can give me all the ins and outs, or you just got a vague recollection of it?
Vague recollection, I guess, yeah.
Okay, cool. But would you say it's probably a belief that you've got it might have been done somehow with a gyroscope, but you're not sure how?
Yeah.
Okay. The third question I'm not necessarily going to go into because we've kind of covered it for the last 10 minutes, but I'll ask you anyway. Do you know any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon?
Nope.
No. See, those are the three main claims that they make about the Earth. They say that the Earth is a ball with a known radius, diameter, and circumference, and this ball, Earth, spins upon its axis and travels around the Sun, and it does this within the vacuum of space.
Right.
Now, all you've done really, to me, mate, is kind of, you've been honest, and you kind of just elucidated that it's more of a belief that you've got. It's most definitely not first-hand knowledge, is it? You don't know this first-hand. You just believe it, don't you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the honest answer, mate. And to be honest with you, it's the only answer anybody can give us. We only believe that we're on a spinning ball in space because somebody's told us possibly somehow that it's been done. We don't know it firsthand. For example, we don't feel any motion of the Earth now, do we?
No, but that can be explained.
Yeah, but that can be explained. But first-hand knowledge, we don't feel any motion of the Earth.
No, we don't. But that's because the Earth is moving at a constant velocity. I mean, I can explain that actually.
It's not.
I mean, well, if you're talking, it's also changing velocity over time. If the time is very small and the change in velocity is tiny, the force you're going to experience is so small that you're not going to be able to, you will not be able to feel it.
Awesome. So what you're doing is you're giving me an explanation as to why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. Well, you're not telling me how it's actually measured or that you actually feel it, right? You just give me an explanation.
all of the.
Ad hoc one.
Well, so you can measure the force that an object experiences based on its change of momentum, and that's something that you can definitely measure for objects on the Earth, a car or whatever, plane or whatever. And if you apply that to the Earth, then if you apply that to the size of the Earth, then and you apply the same principle, then you would be able to explain why the Earth isn't.
But remember the second question that he asked you, Bush Baby.
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The second question that he asked you was about the Earth's motion.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
I can't even remember what the question is. Sorry, I'm really tired. Carry on. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. He was asking you the question about the Earth's motion. So axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and its motion around the sun. Like there's different motions that he was referring to. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of is the Earth actually spinning? Then because you don't experience a force, that doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you can't know that the Earth is physically spinning. But the fact that if the Earth was spinning, you'd also not feel a force. I mean, it's.
But that you're telling me what it's not doing. I want to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so the second question was actually geared towards what your knowledge base is on its actual motion. Like, how do we know that it has been detected that it's in motion, and what I don't know, apparatus or device has been used to measure this, or can we know? And so the answer there was that you don't know.
No.
Right, and so that's the issue. The issue is that people that want to look at this logically and be able to detect physically if there's any motion, it's not able to be detected in any way, shape, or form by a device or an apparatus that can do this. Okay. But as far as ideas go, theories, I mean, that's anybody can come up with those things.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in Jesus Christ or your religion?
No, it's their choice. It's their choice.
Guys, this isn't the religious. So everyone is welcome from every layer.
You're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. And
it's really hard. Sorry,
wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new, and why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth? Like out of 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to learn and make sure. I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it? Do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical.
Okay, but so 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, I think it's most likely a flat Earth. Yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this? My entire life, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's upheld by actual logic and sense.
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
space small, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and...
Yo, Elbow, do you not believe my story, bro?
The government has like a million bajillion dollars to do that, you know? And all that money from funding NASA. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry,
I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. You know, I've been like everyone says the horizon is like
okay. So besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where
no, don't even go down that road at all.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? You understand
not really,
those words?
No. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement.
Okay.
I believe
you. Back to the
flat.
Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
Well, by experimenting first.
No, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So it's not exclusively it's not independently observation all by itself. There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not. But
shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay, that's not obvious to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or know what is what it is. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure and stay, I'm skeptical about everything. I don't understand why you're targeting me necessarily.
only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God? And
no, not.
Oh God!
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least
wait. I never said I was
now. Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way. But now you seem to be leaning more.
Okay.
So I don't know.
There's
no progress.
Listen, guys, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear, right? That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen. Why do you think? See, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone
most of the people on this server
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
no, that's not true.
Religious people.
I only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion, so I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry that
because you guys think
listen, pom-pom dude that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
So what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So you just sound like this is based upon religion. If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
So your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's the
why
only
did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious, and you're the you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say it again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone knows how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
I didn't pick
something arbitrary. This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong.
But
You don't know
really
you don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you
know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I appreciate
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther, or globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right. We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that, listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something, and it's not your fault. You think that is because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb. Right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles. It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image? They show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the Earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
God, I love that voice. What's up, y'all?
Hello.
How is your day? What's new in your flat earth?
Plants are growing up.
Alright, so anyway, like an hour ago, I think now, Indio said he'd be back in 10 minutes. Now, I tried to factor in as best I could what would be referred to as guy time, but I think we've gone way past that now. But Alright, can't help but to think of Pink Floyd. Is there anybody out there? Thought I heard somebody. Miguel's here posting memes. Shout out for Miguel. Ooh, ooh.
Thanks.
Okay. So what else is new? Who is in here? FE Batman. Oh wow, Indio's no longer in the building. And then Systems. 24/7 is in a sad state right now. I was instructed to stay here, don't go anywhere. Hours later. Well, it's just so lucky that I happen to have the time to spend in here. And it's fortunate for us, we're able to capture on audio recording prior conversations as if they're happening right now. How fun is that? So hey, I guess this would be a great time to speculate or fancy some off-topic subjects. Unless somebody wants to play another clip, I'm good with that too. Miguel, do you got a favorite?
Do you have some play it? You can play the Quantum Eraser, Clips, or some
whichever you think is most relevant. You have a bot control, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, until we get more folks in here, there's only so much we can do, right? I mean, unless you have a favorite off-topic subject. I'm good at pulling people into the weeds, so I could help you. But no, man, I'm all right with listening. I could use to practice my listening skills. Oh, well, Nathan is in his server right now. I don't know how the bot works, but can we take our bot and take it over there? I think I remember somebody saying it does live, but maybe not. All right, Miguel. So I'm going to be in Arizona on Friday.
Listen, do you know the origin of that location name?
Well, it's not far from Phoenix, Arizona. So hopefully I'll be able to do some righteous sightseeing, observations. I should pester my brother-in-law and ask him if he bought that camera. That would be a good time because Amazon could probably ship it in a couple days before I get there. Thank you, Amazon.
Amazon, it comes from the Amazon River at Brazil, South America, Amazon. Actually, they have GPS is failing, so they did install new towers. Let me see.
Really?
Yeah.
People are needing to transmit that much data. I mean, I know the web is huge, but very interesting.
See, where is it? Okay.
I wonder why, or maybe the effects, if any, would be much slower than we could observe, in under a 10-year period. But I wonder why the 5G thing is, if everybody isn't going nutsos over that like they were like 3 years ago. Because it's totally in place.
Someone was on a ferry boat, and he says, "Finally, I did found satellites on Amazon. Those towers you can see in the horizon there." There was a project to release some balloons there, to have internet.
Wait, sorry, what about the internet?
There was a project to release some, balloons to people to have internet there in that location. But,
that reminds me. This one time I was listening to NPR radio in my vehicle, and this lady from Ukraine was being interviewed by another lady from NPR. And I just happened to get a portion of it. I didn't, but immediately I hear the interviewer ask her how her internet reception is. And then she said, "Thank God for Elon Musk." She went right in and said that. So whatever balloon satellite technology, I mean, I don't know much about what Elon Musk does, but is it Neuralink or something? What is his internet system or whatever that they were talking about? Maybe not Neuralink. That's something. Yeah, but isn't he involved in some sort of technology project with what you're talking about? Internet via satellite rather than ground system.
Yeah, I think it was like the Google Loon. No, I don't recall it. Let me see. Google's Loon internet flies into the Amazon. Okay. So, I have this link. Yeah, so it was correct. Amazing.
Wow. How about that?
There was, how you call it in English? The guy with leads with physics, not a physician. It's a physics guy. How you say? Okay, so I didn't met a lot, like 20 and so on years, like 25 or more years ago. So I did meet this guy. He speaks Portuguese, but his nationality is Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
So he did born at Goa Island. It was a colony of Portugal, but now it belongs to India. So yeah, so then after that time he had to choose to go to Portugal or Brazil. So then he went to Brazil. So now he speaks with a Brazil Portuguese, but with a Brazil accent. So
okay.
So
so he knows languages.
Yeah, and he has traveled the world. At that time, he was doing some workshops, and he did. He said these two things. There's people question it about the shape of the Earth, and the other thing was, there's people question the moon landings, so being fake. So he never talk about flat Earth, but for me, after what I did learn with him and so many things, after that time I did connect all the dots. Of course, he never, yeah.
The person has to come to the realizations that there are too many coincidences to justify and rationalize what you're.
Yeah. So at that time, it was my first time I hear about Admiral Richard E. Byrd, talking about what this guy experienced in first person at the North Pole and the real North Magnetic Pole and the South Pole, or you can call it Antarctic. So it was amazing because this guy was more than 50 years, and he said at that time the Admiral Richard Byrd did talk to a newspaper, and this was coming out. Anyway, he knows a lot, and of course he never said these two words, flat Earth. Maybe to avoid some controversy. But of course, then when 9/11 happened, he did talk about that too. It was a sad day that day to me because I was watching the news all day, looking this thing, and of course, a few months later, I did wake up and I was connecting with that guy, so he did talk about that too, and anyway.
Yeah, the moon landing and 9/11 are two things that I initiate a conversation with somebody, whether or not how far I can proceed. So those are the two big ones.
So this guy is a physics guy, and of course he did talk something. All scientists did found that there is a barrier, something like that.
Well, there's a really old, I guess, lecture, you would say, that I came across on YouTube. And let me see if I can find it from my post history. Just a second. Oh, here we go. So if you're like, for the person that you were referring to is a physics whatever, right?
Okay.
And so what's really important to guys like that is, credentials of where the information comes from. So in this MIT lecture, towards the very end of the lecture, he addresses, what the test pilots did for them to give them an idea how the fuck they were supposed to get to the moon. And for some reason, they couldn't calculate the distance to the horizon correctly. The dude said it. I'm like, whoa, wait. So yeah, when I see Jin in here, I'm gonna have to tell him, Jin, look what I found. He's gonna love it.
Indio 77 did post something about. Let me see if I did save it something.
So yeah. Okay, so
the computer was full of wires, and it was a flawless. To actually didn't work.
Okay, if I need to clip what the dude said, because if you can't calculate the horizon in your flight of travel, then how is anybody supposed to believe you to say you went to the moon? I mean, I'm really simple. I'm sure there's better ways to elaborate on what I just said in a more, rhetoric type fashion. But, know what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah. Let me see.
So when I watched this, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I immediately thought of Bart Zabrell, but I'll have to watch this again because I think he goes over why he named it that way, and he does later on in his lecture. He does bring up Bart Zabrell, so that's interesting.
Bart is that guy that did receive a punch from Buzz Aldrin.
Yep. Yeah. And he named his documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I mean, unless I'm not remembering correctly.
Yeah, that one. I saw some video he did with an astronaut's son.
Okay.
Talking about how they did fake it. They did even maybe I can find that later. He was talking about they did buy a lot of cement bags, to fake it, the earth from that moon. So they did, yeah. So many details, This is the son of an astronaut. So,
well,
yeah.
One of my favorite conspiracy talk about did we go to the moon And this is from somebody that used to be in the server a long time ago. Marlena. She had some sort of document. Maybe I could find it somewhere in my stuff I've downloaded, and it's in the cloud. Maybe, I don't know, but it's how they made it seem like the astronauts actually went into the rocket, but there was some sort of like Hollywood special effects kind of foolery where they had like an escape hatch, but they didn't even go in it.
Yeah, I did post that. I have it. Let me see.
Sweet. Because that's something that's a rabbit hole in and of itself. I mean, how can you legitimize the information, of that claim? I don't know.
I have it. I just have to look a little
I mean, what did you do? Just hang out in the elevator? I don't think so. And then, like when it was dark and everybody had gone home, they snuck them out? I don't think so. Occam's razor.
So, yeah, so I did found it. Let me see. I think. Anyway, let me see. I have the video, but let me see if the link is available. If not, I will post it the video because they like to censorship in these days. You see, not available. Yeah. Guess why? So I have the video. So here it is.
Oh, snap. It says this video's private, bro.
No, I did post the original video.
I don't know, that's what it said when I clicked on it.
Oh, you can the video I did post, not the link. The video, you can see it right here in the live stream. Yes, no, or you can follow it.
Not for me. All I see is the link, not the video.
No, don't click the link. Click the video I did post.
Okay, finally it loaded. Okay.
Yeah.
I probably should.
You did cut away. So, I did post the link, and actually it's not available, so then I did post the original video.
Oh, okay. So this isn't a secret even.
Yeah. But, yeah, censorship, everything.
Well, shout out to Celebrate Truth for coming up with that. Here, bravo. I think there was a handful of times I went into his Discord server, and I think maybe on the YouTube channel before Discord really took off, shall we say.
This was from Victoria Rose YouTube channel. There it was. This is the text that she wrote below that video.
I saw this before. I found Flat Earth. Why is it there? Because those folk sat on the rocket aren't going to have time to unbuckle themselves, open the rocket door, and then get into the tube and slide down into that room, and then get a 6-inch steel doors closed in time if something drastic was about to happen. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. High five, sis. Okay, so it goes on to say, The only thing they would have time to do is kiss their ass goodbye. So me thinks it's all a show getting in the rocket for camera once it's been turned off. Down the slide they go. Hey! Oh shit, dude. Fucking genius for them, motherfuckers. Right?
Yeah, the Space Challenger, that did blow up.
Yeah.
So it was Columbia, I think. Space Challenger. No. Okay, so Space Shuttle, Columbia, I think.
That was like in 83, right? 1982 or something?
Yeah, so no one, those people were in this room, not there.
Yeah. They went down the slide, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy,
okay. So what I was trying to ask you a few minutes ago was, okay, so you know how the first 3 astronauts, how they acted with their press release when they, talked about, so how was the moon? And they're all just sitting there all depressed and shit.
Yeah.
They blamed it on medical reasons and, the body being put through trauma, the travel through space. But my question is, all right, so there's been a handful of other people that have gone. What did they act like when they came back? Did they act like their dog died and shit? Or what happened that you can recall offhand?
So I did post a few days about, they did talk to, experts in the facial recognition, So it's 3 videos analyzing the astronauts, and they say they are like.
Body language is so important to take into the whole context of what's being portrayed in any kind of situation. I mean, because unless you're really aware and have trained yourself, it's like next to impossible to stop your body language, like your fucking eyebrows and shit, I mean, just the littlest things that are universal to all of us for some weird reason, right? It's like, do you think we're all stupid and shit? I mean, yeah, maybe there are people out there that are, but most people are simply ignorant. That means they could be capable, understanding. But yeah. Bro.
I did post the 3 videos, because they are not anymore available.
So the ones how many men have gone to the moon since the first 3? There was like 5, correct? Or do they always travel in 3s? Therefore, there'd have to be like at least like 6 or 9. I mean, how did they act when they came back? I mean, I guess you'd have to look at a timeline of events and stuff like that. I mean, did they get interviewed right when they, hit land? I mean, unlike what would have been possible back in the 70s. I mean, what I have in my hand, a cell phone, by what they said they had then, that would launch a rocket to the moon. It's like, come on, man!
So yeah, I did post a link to the live stream of those 3 videos analyzing the astronauts. 3 parts. And it's not more available? No. At YouTube. Sure.
So cool, we can watch the video inside the Discord now. Oh, wow, this is half an hour. I'll have to save this somehow, hopefully. Let me see.
You know what is interesting? It was, when I was a little boy, watching these things from NASA, and I was catching some, something that was not right. This guy behind the space shuttle in space. This face guy moving at the background, and other things. But people have been talking about this. There was a rare lift found, so I did saw it at that time. I have the video. Let me see. When I saw that, what was that flying? But I never, found out. Let me see. Rare lift. Let me see if it's available. This link. Oh, it's still available. So I saw that, and I saw that flying.
Holy cow, dude! I'm gonna have to mark that. This is about as good as Bubbles' face.
Yeah. So you can see it. It's like a helicopter lifting up.
Wow.
And when you see they are landing in the moon, between quotes, because they are not landing in the moon, they are landing on Earth. So if you see that, you will see it. It's like an helicopter. How you say it? Going down to the. You see the things spreading away. It's like wing. So yeah. So they can put a little Mac model, there in this helicopter, and this helicopter will landing, and you see it. It's like it's not a big huge production. You can do it. You can fake it. But then they did use black and white cameras to to people not figure out the details, the background, and so on.
I don't know. I always think of, should there be this many questions about this topic? Right?
People, if they want to, they all need to, see some videos. Funny thing happened to the moon, and so on. These mistakes from us.
Did you save that video I posted, the one from MIT?
Yeah, I did save the link, but I have to download later. Maybe to.
But like I said, it's like there's questions after the lecture, but it's like I think within the last 15 minutes of his lecture portion of the video, if you ever wanted to hear what officials said about calculating the horizon and then putting that into the computer system to go to the moon. So it just kind of raised my eyebrows, and I don't know, to apply that to our reality, what that means if, I'm not a computer or that much of a science geek. Well, not that portion of science, but I've always been interested in biology myself.
You did post something, but I didn't save it.
So yeah, closest to where I'm gonna be at in Arizona is Phoenix. I need to I need to hopefully get in something good to see while I'm there. I think Devil's Tower is in the northern part of Arizona, isn't it? It isn't. Wait a minute. I might not even have the right state. Hold a second. Wyoming. Duh. Had that shit all wrong. So if I drove to Devil's Tower in Wyoming, it would take me 15 hours.
Wow.
I don't like driving that much. It's a damn shame. I drive like a grandma, for sure. Like, you don't want to be behind me if it's a 2-lane highway, especially one around a lot of terrain. Oh my gosh. I feel like I've been traumatized when I lived in Missouri because they just drive so aggressively. I would constantly see, like, in my rearview mirror, it was like a angry caterpillar formation behind me. You know, it's like, yikes. I'm just going to pull over here and let all y'all crazy people go. Knock yourselves out. Proceed to not follow the rules of the road and thus the speed limit. So, yeah.
I was like 1 week ago. I was talking to another Discord server, and there was this clover, and then I did talk about are you feeling the moving? Which direction? And then he said, I feel it in multiple directions. I mean, I was asking to him, is that moving at your left, right, front, background? Oh, it's moving in multi directions. I mean,
well, speaking of different directions, what about the solar eclipse? What was it, 2016? Didn't the shadow, aka path of totality, didn't it go the wrong direction? And people are just like, it's an anomaly. It's not like anything that's really scrutinized.
What year was that?
It wasn't. I believe it was 2016, the solar eclipse. You're not in the United States?
No.
Okay, that explains it. Okay, cool. But yeah, I think there's videos on YouTube kind of pointing it out. So I don't know if you know which what I'm referring to exactly, but I don't know if that would support any kind of anything to where we could say that the sun and or moon are a projection. But then how can a projection cast a shadow? That's the weird part, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's something I've never thought about because I've listened to people like, not trying to throw anybody under the bus by any means, but David Weiss would talk. I think he has talked about the idea, not to say that he's making any claims or whatever, but I mean, okay, so yeah, I could potentially fathom that idea, but how does a projection cause a shadow? So that's, I don't know. That's something that kind of makes my brain hurt.
I have this GIF. Someone did found that something was passing behind, or something weird.
I mean, oh yeah, the dark bodies. Yeah, I love it.
I was watching. Let me see.
Yeah, we have more lunar observations, of course, than solar. I mean, solar eclipses happen in different dates and such across the Earth. So you'd think if it was what they say it is, there'd be more observances of yeah, like I said, this is going into stuff I can't really speak on. It's like,
I did watch this one.
Oh, I have not. Ooh. Wow. But 17 minutes plus. I have to put this for watch later. Nice. Well, bravo to whoever who made this video. Magic in the Matrix. Thanks, bro. So yeah, I think isn't there little dots even right in the thumbnail? They look like little orbs.
You are talking in the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some, yeah, at the left, but those three under the moon, those three are not equal to those ones in the window. Rob Skinner did talk about this too.
Oh, he did? Okay. Let me see if I can get right to the part where it shows it. Oh. Okay.
Oh, hey, Jenny.
Hey.
I just realised I'm hot micing. Sorry, guys.
You are welcome. This one is from Rob Skivers talking it.
Yeah, so I'm up at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, what is interesting, you can see the full video and hearing people. Even I don't know if he's the pilot, the German pilot speaking it. Before it happens, the eclipse is doing a countdown, counting.
Right.
Yeah, so in German.
What are those like little orb-looking things? Is that effects due to photography, or what the fuck are those? I mean, you sure as hell couldn't be able to see that from the ground, I would imagine, but...
Yeah. Anyway, I don't have I don't have a final conclusion what causes eclipse, but there's this information here. The first link I did post, that guy, he did spend a lot hours, and he said I couldn't see the, one day before he couldn't see the moon, something like that. I saw one, someone was shooting filming the eclipse, and at the right, when he is moving the camera, you can see it appears that the moon is not where the eclipse is happening, but far away to the right. There's some videos I have watched. Anyway. There are some people, about the star trails, when you see a time lapse.
Right.
And,
pretty.
So I don't have a conclusion yet, but there are people talking about the Southern Cross. What is interesting is that there was a glober in the Canary Islands, and he can see from that location the Southern Cross. We did use even an app, when you to watch the stars, telling which direction. The Globebusters did a live stream talking about that. There was this guy, this Spanish guy, Nur para Todos, has this YouTube channel, and he did found this, So let me see if I stars. So I did post it. Stars. Okay, so Southern Cross. So Southern Cross from Canary Islands. So I will post the original link, and then the Globebusters live, where you can see this, but in English, because this guy asked to a friend to make the translation, into English. So the original video is this one. It is in Spanish, but then let me see, the Globebusters. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so this is to that time of the live stream of Globebusters, to see this video in English, talking about the Southern Cross. So if about that Southern Canary Islands, did found this information of the how is that those islands to the distance to the equator, So it's a long distance. How you say it? 1,934 miles. So at that location, you shouldn't. If Earth was a globe, you shouldn't see the Southern Cross from that location.
Right. Mm.
So some bloggers talk about this, and actually, in the reality, it doesn't work with their model.
Yet again.
And I don't know anyone that knows the shape of this container. This firmament. When people say dome, you can, dome is like a perfect semicircular, so it's not accurate shape. So it may have some other shape. I don't know. But we see the northern star there, and then far away from the equator, we don't see anymore. But it has to do with the perspective, and maybe there's something going on there. Well, I know it's that the Portuguese navigators, sailors, 500 years ago, and the Spanish ones, to them the Earth was flat. And they sail it according to that. They did use sextants, astrolabes, and they knew it that every night the star constellations they are there. Of course, they to navigate they had to they were not sleeping. They had to have someone to take notes. At that time, and they did record time and other details. So if they lost, they had a way to go back. But you have to record that time and the stars. To if you lost, and you want to go or something happened and you have to go back, you will know how to go back. So they had to record, and of course they had to they did use the sun on the day, to navigate, and the stars at night, moon, and so, and there's some old maps.
Oh, I love old maps, dude, for sure.
So this is from João de Lisboa. So translate, the name is like John of Lisbon, something like that. Into English. But anyway, so this was a cartograph guy. Maps. Let me see. So Flat Earth, Banjo, USA. I did watch a long time ago a live stream. It's not available. Guess why? But the YouTube channel is from a Flat Earth guy. It's still available, But the censorship about YouTube. So we did talk about that live stream. There was in that live stream a Flat Earth guy from Portugal, and he did found these things. So sorry, I have to post the link. I did forget. Where you are here? Anyway, it's an old map. It's not complete. I did talk sometimes about this, but it's not accurate. But first they had to do flat maps, So there's a building here in Portugal and with that book archive. Let me see. So we have some. I have this one, for example, in that book. They have a lot of maps. This is Europe. You see the England there. This is old. You see the Spain and Portugal. The coastline. So anyway, it's not accurate because they did this navigating on the waters. At the coastline. But let me see Africa. Let me see if I found, because there's a lot. I have a lot. Let me see if I found Africa. Because they did say Africa many times, so it was more. I think this is this one, yeah. So this one. Anyway, if you watch to the right, you see the degrees. So it's latitude, and and when you see 0, it's the equator line. Yeah. But it is an imaginary line because the sun is moving, to Tropic of Cancer and to inner and outside the circle Tropic of Capricorn. So anyway, but they so in the first preview, the Flat Earth Band USA, I have the original. Let me see. So when they did combine these maps, flat maps, they did this sailing, the waters, the coastline.
Hey, we got somebody came in.
The continents. So they did, when they did join these flat maps, they get that one.
Oh no, somebody left.
So this one, but it's not accurate. If you watch the South American continent, it's not. It has a strange wide shape. Anyway, but if you see the coastline of Africa, it's more accurate with our recently, maps, flat maps. So anyway, it is incomplete as you see. But when you did because in this separate flat maps, you see the compass there. In Portuguese, we call that pointing to north. So we call that the Rosa dos Ventos. It means wine's rose. So anyway, so and at the top left, this is from 15 published, but I think they were recording this before that year. That was published.
I absolutely love the one on the bottom.
Yeah. So if you watch that at the top left corner, you don't see the Australia, but I think they did found even in this time. But there's a guy talking about coastline of Australia, and he did found that it is a Portuguese flat map.
Have you ever heard of Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube? He does moon map.
Oh, I'm not into that.
Okay.
For me, that is the biggest speculation.
Oh no. No, he's got a book. He's got a book explaining how things match up with time zones, different distances, flight paths. This man goes all out and investigating it. But anyway, and that's kind of the reason why, in fact, I got to save that incomplete map where it's showing the United States and portion of South America and how close it is to Africa. So that means that the Atlantic Ocean, I mean, is it smaller than what's on our maps? Or, you know, how it's depicted on a globe, making it look bigger? And then, so I think it's opposite. I'm trying to think of it right.
You know, I did put on top the Gleason's map, and you know, at least you see the same locations of the continents.
The Pacific Ocean is in between America and Africa, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the globe it shows the Pacific Ocean as being huge. But on what looks to be like, for that incomplete map, it would have to say the Atlantic Ocean is larger than what's depicted on a globe. And so, oh man, I might be able to find a conceptual idea or like an image of what, just for comparison with the map. Let me see. I haven't really been posting memes, especially for. Let me see what I can find.
You know, I know. So about Australia, you know, the discovery of Portuguese in Australia. The first time I did hear about this was a researcher that it was passed in the #1 channel, you know, the public channel of Portugal news in the television. So did found that they did cover up the discovery of Australia because they found a lot of gold there and precious metals. Okay. So this was before 250 years before Captain James Cook arrived to Australia. They did kick us from Australia, you know. Of course, you know, when this one I did post, you know, from 1540, you don't see Australia, maybe because of that. But if you click the link, this guy that did this book, you know, he did call it Beyond Capricorn, and he did found this map. Let me see. It is in.
That's probably not the picture I put up there.
So this Australian author Peter Trickett. He did recognize, you know, this base in Sydney. Anyway, it talks about this. So, you know, if you watch that map that is in that museum, you see the similar, you know, lines in the water, you know, with the one I did post at the top.
Okay, so that picture that I just posted, you should be able to. I've got better pictures, but just for the sake. So this is supposed to be a mirrored image, like from what we see on the moon. And I forget the technical terms because it's been a while since I've visited this topic, but if you look at it from, if there's 4 sections looking at the image, the upper right-hand section is pretty much blank. But then if you go down the bottom right section, in the very top right corner, essentially, you're going to see South America connected to North America. And then you're going to see like where it joins into, you know, Alaska and then to, I don't know, Russia.
You know, my opinion about that.
It's crazy, dude.
I stay away.
I know. It's cray. But
you have to assume that
he doesn't go on any kind of flim flam approach with this. He really investigates this enough to where he's come out with a publication. He has a book on the theory.
I have something about that. Let me see. I have a book.
So what they tell us, how is it verified the distance of the bodies of water? Like the Atlantic Ocean and then thus the Pacific Ocean. Because, with the emergency flight paths and not even the emergency ones, normal flight paths don't make sense on a globe, but they do on some sort of depiction of a flat Earth. I mean, people don't all agree on a model, right? So that disclaimer out there. But
the banjo, you say.
I love that dude. He's like the most credited person you could talk to about flat Earth, honestly.
He did the live stream. Indio did post at the announcements, the last one,
Okay.
So he was talking to a global guy, talking about the flight paths.
Right.
This link I'm gonna post.
Well, I know he's an air pilot. I don't know exactly what his credentials are, but does he also sail on a boat, or is he just an air pilot?
I don't know.
Okay. But yeah, like he's some keyboard warrior on fucking YouTube. This is an in real life, accomplished, skillful human being.
I did saw some part of this live stream. India did post that announcements at that time, when it was live. The global guy is talking. Then it said, the Mercator map is not accurate.
Mercator map, yeah, dirt.
But then he will catch. He will present another model. They change to model to another model. When one fails, they change another one. Anyway.
How convenient.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Have a GIF from Mercator.
Because it has to be. That's what I thought of just now when you were saying they have to do that. So yeah,
He was saying at that time, he did flew, that route. I don't recall it, the route, but anyway, the globalist was presenting this airplane flying on water, but when people that fly this flight path, they actually see Earth, land. So let me see if I found the route. Let me see. So it was talking about the emergency landing,
oh yeah, I think there's like 19 altogether, but I could be wrong. Probably are more. But yeah, so which emergency landing, which stops?
Yeah, let me see. I think it was this one.
Well, so the trouble to be had about what he puts out there is that it's documented. He's not coming up with his own information. This is stuff that's right. I mean,
yeah.
Just like the Black Swan utilizes known distances,
It was the one that the emergency landing had to go to IT, I think. I don't know. Let me see.
So,
You have to see it.
Well, I know Flat Earth Banjo is pretty popular on TikTok. And I think he's number 11 on his live streams, so I don't think he does them like ODD did it 24/7.
So, anyways, what the Glober guy was talking, it was not matching with reality when people are flying this path because they see a lot of land, And the route he was talking about, it was on sea, ocean. So yeah. Anyway, they are covering up, and about Johannesburg. Let me see. Johannesburg to Sydney. So I know that the Qantas did change. They did buy, because of this controversial route. They did buy the bigger one, the 3380 fly airplane. So, the CEO from Qantas is actually a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. It was because she's not alive anymore. So, there's an interest there, So because he had to land. See. So I'm talking about this one. Anyway. Oh, Flat Swan.
Flat Swan.
Flat Swan. Anyway, he was talking about this. I think it was. I don't know if. Anyway. Let's see, that Australia. No, it was Johannesburg to Australia. It was not that one. Anyway. So they did. They had to refuel, I think in Alaska. I don't know. But then this guy, the CEO from the Qantas, to avoid this controversial flight, but not this one I did post. So yeah, I think this is this one, Johannesburg. To Johannesburg to Sydney. Yeah. So he did buy the A380 airplane, to not land. But if you see that one, it can take more fuel. And it was there was a new someone talk about it was so expensive, to make that happen.
Right.
And
fuel cheap.
Yeah. So. But he did that to avoid this controversial talk about this fly pad. It was not matching, and yeah. So when something is controversial, they did change.
So does the airplane not have the fuel capacity to carry that much fuel to make one non-stop flight for that?
Yeah, so this one, the last one, the Airbus A380 has that capacity. Because it has more capacity of,
I'm just trying to think of any and all flimsy fucking excuses people that are indoctrinated are going to come up with, their own version of Occam's razor. It's like, okay, bro.
But, yeah, I agree with that. But, when he did change this, it was more expensive to do that to the company. and instead of the other airplane they were flying and to land and to refuel, so it was more expensive than than the early airplane they are using. Anyway.
Well,
It was Australia. It was Australia to Santiago. Sorry, it was this one, and then he changed it. Yeah, so you have to refuel, before you went to. Anyway, that map is not real.
Individual capable of flying airplane, they can't just go all willy-nilly and drive in the sky wherever they want. Don't you have to ask permission?
See this guy, Alan Joyce. He was in his birthday. He was a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. The CEO of Qantas. So the news was this one. Alan Joseph Joyce, CEO of Australian airline Qantas. Closest friend of Queen Elizabeth. So he did change this flight path.
So, even in the depiction of flat Earth, aka or whatever map showing the direct flight path, that's showing the Pacific Ocean as being very vast and the Atlantic Ocean being very small, correct?
Yeah.
And that's like totally different. Let me look at what I posted. That's what's shown on that partial map that you posted. The circular. Oh, wait. My stuff didn't get. Let me show you something. This isn't really bad. I don't know if you see this or not.
Yeah, so the one I did post, it was a old navigation map. So it was they did draw flat maps, the coastline of the continents, and then they did join into one. So and these separate maps were pointing to north, and we when you join it, you see a flat map, flat Earth map, not a globe map.
So do you see essentially a blue marble picture that I just posted?
Yeah, about the moon map.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So it's really hard to look at. It's really hard to look at.
I did say, in my opinion, I stay away. Because you have to assume that the moon is a mirror. Is a mirror Earth. So
wait, what now? You'd have to say what
about this map Earth moon? It's you have to assume that the moon is a reflector. Like a mirror.
Well, I mean, we have a dome of some sort, but so they speculate, or whatever scientific term they like to use, that the moon is plasma.
Yeah, so that scientists talking about that.
Yeah, so the white parts you see of the full moon, that would denote water, I think. But yeah, I got the info upstairs, and it used to be in my binder, but it's been forever since I've talked about it. So it's like looking at a negative, but backwards. I'm horrible at describing this right off. So
the photo, yeah. When you see.
Let me look at a regular picture of the moon, and I'll be able to describe it to you. Okay, hold on.
Like a negative, yeah.
Not exactly, I don't think. Okay, hold on. Full moon images. Okay, so by how Sergio does it, the Vibes of the Cosmos dude, he uses what's the giant crater on there? Tycho crater. He uses that as like, so he rotates it to where Tycho crater would be in what we would consider a top position, right? So once you do that, then you just, the way you can see where Earth is, so you have to think of the image that you're looking at. So it's mirrored, so you have to flip the image, and then the white portions of what the moon would be, that is water, and the dark portions are land. So you have to travel the farthest away from Tycho crater, and then you'll reach, well, for sure, like on the outer edge of okay, so I guess you can go back to, oh, that's a cool picture there, the moon. All right. So, but it took me a while for it to like sink in. So like in that, I didn't do the best screenshot with this, but I tried to just get so you could see the land. So everything that's blue, that would be the white portion of the full moon when you look at it. And so the land are the dark portions. So if you see those red circles, in the middle would be our magnetic north. And then you can see, if you look at the top right of the circles, you can see South America, and then what we would consider northly adjacent to, and it would be North America there, connected. And then, beyond that, somewhat connected would be Russia. So yeah, pretty bizarre. And the really messed up thing is west, well, what we would, I don't know. Close to Africa is what people say was Atlantis, and then it shows another unknown to us landmass, Lemuria. So that's where it's like, yeah, how much more of this can I take seriously? So I do understand where you're coming from, where you say, I like to stay away from it. It is definitely highly fringe. What would you rather listen to, though? Seriously, would you rather listen to straight up lies on the news? Or them giving us fake movies, allegedly, but maybe there's truth behind those movies somewhere? I mean, so... But
it's used through in the movies.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Rather than being straight up lied to, I'd rather contemplate wild fringe conspiracy. I mean, I happen to have the personal belief that there's lots of land unknown to us. So that's partially why it resonates with me.
Yeah, there are other flat earth guys. They don't like to talk about what is beyond. They call it the outer bounders. How you say it? Outer bounders.
Mm.
Yeah. But what I have crossed, information, different sources. That when I cross that information, even with direct people like that guy 25 years ago that I did spoke, crossing that information, there's more. But to prove it, it's a different side.
Not happening. I don't know. Well, the whole idea is, could there possibly be a landmass unknown to us, and given the right opportunity and equipment, we could potentially see it. But somehow I wonder if in areas of Southeast Asia, where there'd be a higher military presence along, the borders of the land and water. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, even at the North Pole, if you try to go to that area,
yeah, you ain't getting there.
I have a friend. It's a flat earth guy, Portuguese flat earth guy. He's in Netherlands. I think it's how you say it. So he's saying that that zone, you will find military people there.
I mean,
before you go to this area, before too much before. Anyway, you will find military opposition.
Mm-hmm.
When you try to get
all right. All right. Maybe this is a simple one you could answer, but be more specific. What about the southern portion of Africa? Is that area, or like the southern portion of South America? Are those areas? Is there a bigger military presence in those areas where you can't just go on some kind of expedition unbeknownst to anyone? Correct?
Yeah. You don't. There was a global. I saw a little video. A global trying to do like flat earth, and he was talking. You have to have too many people, to to protect this area from the south, Antarctica circle. So you don't need too much people. You need you have the technology, you sonar and radar. And you don't need too many people, you can have a military ship, and you if you spot something in the radar, you can go to where is this boat is there in that zone. So you don't have to have too many people,
Oh, for sure.
So at long distance, you can have some military spots, zones, but you don't have too many militaries there protecting this. So yeah, you all need. I did work last summer it has a watchtower, so to detect wildfires.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so we are connected, through radio, and so between these watchtowers there's a long distance, and
not how much of a distance.
It depends of the location. So we did have some at the top of mountains too, but So to see what was behind, So because anyway, but we were working with military maps, and they are flat, So and you don't need too many people to control an area, a big area. Like this is like a state. We were controlling this state that inside Portugal we have regions. We call the regions. So but it's like a state. So it's not like the United States. It's different because each state has its own laws. So anyway. But you don't need. I think we had like 15, between 15 and 17 towers to control a state. So if we could detect, and do triangulation. This and I was we were telling degrees. Horizontal degrees. So and then between one and 2 or 3 towers, we can. I was giving my degree, in this how you call it? Let me see. Protractor, I think. How you call it? The instrument.
Oh, protractor.
Yeah, with 3. So it was a 360 degrees, horizontally. So I was giving my degree, and the other tower was giving its degree, and just like 2 towers or 3, it can do a triangulation, to this spot, and to people to go to directly to this spot, in the field. So that was amazing to work. And I had the opportunity to see the sun between quotes rising and between quotes setting. But they had I did watch a lot. I was watching like a triangulation of stars all night, all, at the same time, at that time, the night time, I was watching the same constellations. So it was amazing.
Okay, so on somebody's old map, what I referred to as Lemuria, it would be in between, within the Pacific Ocean, mind you, in between America, and then on the other side would be Asia and Australia. So that's what is depicted on the plasma moon map. Let me show.
I did about that. I did third down, and when I was watching the coastline, of some region, continents, some weird things happening there. But anyway.
So I just shared an image, what I was describing. And so the entire, like the magnetic, what we would refer to as north, it moves throughout the eons or whatever of time, like an astronomical clock, like the one in Prussia, I think it is. And that's the animated GIF I shared. So, pretty fascinating. So I think it's 2,160 years for it to travel around. So I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to speculate and wonder about. I mean, like I was talking about, like the 4 quarters, and if you have the orientation where Tycho could be up at the top, And then that would make the first quarter clockwise. There's like nothing there. I mean, are those the true dark ages and such? Or, you know? Okay, here, this one's cool. So I was talking about like a negative. Are you guys seeing the images I'm posting? Because Discord doesn't.
Yeah,
Ouch.
all the images, the ones that you did post, we see it.
Okay.
When you post how it looks to you, yeah, we don't see, but we see all the pictures.
So the land would be the dark portions on the moon, and the white portion on the moon would be water. And then it's, if you can like see through kind of the image, there's like, they say there's like 2 layers. So one denotes the firmament. I don't know about that, but it's pretty bizarre stuff. But here, I'll show what I meant about the magnetic circle. It's pretty interesting because, you know, he went at a methodical approach in investigating this. So the green part would be where we are. So where the white bullseye hits the red circle, that's the rotating, like, I don't know, or ever-present, whatever, magnetic circle. I should buy the man's book by how much I always talk about him.
Yeah, you know, but as I said, I stay away. I don't know what is.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment.
Wait, one more image I'm going to bother you with. Hold on. One more.
I have this one. Let me see.
Okay, so when they talk about the 4 quarters in the Bible, oh, there you go, bro. All right, so at the top you see Tycho crater. If you follow that around the edge of the circle of the moon, and you're going to come up to 2 dark spots that are like connected together. That's South America and then North America. And then North America is what looks to be connected to Russia. And then, can you see what, because it was really difficult for me to see it when I would just look at it, the moon image itself. No? Can you see where we would be?
Yeah, I see it all. So it's like...
Okay, so then it's connected, you know, there's Russia, you know, Europe, and then, you know, Europe and Asia are kind of really dark, and then the next, like, blob of land, if you will, that would be Africa. And then off the coast of Africa, kind of towards the center of the image, they say that would have been, or I think it more off to the left, that would have been Atlantis. I don't know. He goes all into it. Pretty cool stuff. But, you know, he goes through, looks at it from time zones, flight paths. Like 5 different bullet points of ways to compare. It's just, you know. So, all right, very last thing for sure, Miguel. So when you say I stay away from these ideas, what be your... Huh?
The moon Earth map, you know, like a reflex. I stay away.
So just your instincts tell you it's bogus.
Yeah, the problem is, what is the moon? Some people, okay, so there was that scientist, and he said it was plasma, but it is light, just light, or it is something different.
Right. So coming at it from a position, how could we ever really know, verify?
You know what was interesting is it's like sending a rocket. If there's no barrier between us and the moon, but for me, the moon and sun are here, local, or you can say close to the ground, and not the heliocentric model, and it will be interesting to someone to send a rocket and going behind the moon and coming back.
Why have we seen the side of the moon?
And there is no vacuum or space, so forget it. So we have this atmosphere, or you can say this air around.
Okay, so this is how I think about, why I like to bring up the moon. Okay, so talking about the moon or anything else up in the sky is not going to give you any kind of validation that you're walking on a flat plane. Okay? But what it will do is dispel the heliocentric, quote-unquote, supposed theory, or whatever the experts call it. Right? Okay, so if it were the just like they say, if the Earth was flat, ... we could say if the heliocentric model is true, ... we would see such and such, or we would not see what we see. Right?
Yeah.
So you have to get the person to realize that there is a deception involved, and if they just go in it to defend what they don't even know for sure is true, then that's where you're in the upside down clown land, right?
Yeah, but then I asked to these guys why we always see, why people on Earth only see one face of that moon.
Yeah,
we cannot see the others, and they even Tesla said something, but to work like that, it doesn't work because even what they teach to me in the school, it was like a it was like an heliocentric model, but working in in a horizontal way, not in a spiral way like they now show to us. And they forget about that spiral when they put the sun and these balls following this sun in the spirals. They forget about polarities, because polarities we see always there. And
So other planets have moons, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that we see other moons rotating on its axis, but we don't observe that in any way with our moon?
Yeah.
The only moon that we don't observe any axial rotation, or somehow that's exactly synchronous with the Earth. How they explain this tidal locking.
When you see observations, this tidal, I saw some videos. So you see, the sun passing by, and the water is there's a tide at that coastline, and as far the sun goes away, the tides go back to normal level. So I don't know if the sun, is hitting the water and expanding.
Okay.
Yeah. So Anyway, but there are tidal nodes where at the ocean there's no different elevation. There's no tides.
So we got somebody on Team Plasma Moon. Sheepdog Legend just posted something. So my loose understanding of this concept is that you cannot go through, like, you can go through certain realms where you can pass through, I guess would be a magnetic field. So that's where you get into, like, I don't even know, but that's not just from one source. You hear it, and I've heard it in different places. Do you guys get me? I mean, I can't cite anything, mind you, but yeah, because I mean, whether or not it's translated correctly, I mean, people have measured magnetic fields within our observance, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Whether or not the data is interpreted correctly.
Yeah.
So
we have a flat earth geophysicist at Brazil, and he's a teacher. But he says that they are changing in always to different model. So they have sometimes they have this conclusion, but actually they are changing. So I did post here when Memius Aurelius was here. He asked me to do the translation of that video. So he says when at school they talk about the tectonic plates and below this earth they say there's red lava is circling around this flux, and actually they to the seismologists they said it's green. So yeah, what they know and what they teach us in the school, it's a different story.
Okay, I gotta bounce, you guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Nice to talk to you. Okay. Okay. Here. So the one I was talking about is this one. Copy. See here. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna post the translation I did about that video into English. So you can this one. You can open it and play the video and follow. So I did put picture 1 and picture 2 and so on. Following the text. Let me see. So I'm gonna post those print screens, the picture 1 and so on. So you can follow it. The video with the text. So that's picture 1. It's 6 pictures. So anyway. Picture 2. Not that one. Just second. Okay, good. Okay, so picture 2 is this one. Come on. Picture 2. Number 3. One more. Okay. 4. Just another 2. Let's see. 5. And last one, 6th. I did my best to do that translation. It may have some errors. Anyway, sometimes expressions are different in English. But in the resume, it's talking that the these guys are changing to another model when they found that reality doesn't work with their model. So they will change it to another one and so on. So what the first picture, the picture one, what they is that way is what is in the textbooks they teach to us in the school. But actually, let me open this. They found it's green. Let's see. So it says this, the picture one. This in red is not red. This here is green. It's a rock that has a mineral called olivine. And then it says, and this here isn't melted, because we geophysicists know from the passage of the seismic waves that the mantle, Earth's mantle, it's hard. How we know that? Because there are two types of seismic waves. One passes through any type of material, and the other it only passes through solid materials. If there's liquid or gas in the middle of the path there will not be that seismic wave. It's because of that we know that the external, between quotes, external core is liquid or something else. It doesn't matter. So, or the model is different, or else the Earth's mantle is solid, because we do observe the two waves. It's called the primary wave and the secondary wave. Yes, so it's actually saying they will change it to another model, because when they found something that doesn't match with that model, because in the reality is different, so they will change it to another model and so on. So, and then he says, what happens with several information today that we know is that the real model is this one, picture 3. So, this is what these seismologists are following in today's, the picture 3 there. But then he says, they will find another model, and even said these models are wrong, and so on. So it is interesting model, wrong, but it's interesting. So we said, after the wrong model, I will show you the correct one. So actually, they are changing to another model, but yeah, it's not 100% correct. This guy was a few years ago. He was a global teacher, but then when a student or maybe other students asked to him about flat Earth, and he said, "I don't know if the Earth is flat or a globe, but it's interesting that people are questioning it about it." Because in these days you cannot question anything that is teach at school. So and then when he did start beginning to analyze, between flat and globe, and from his knowledge, and he did found the globe. It's impossible. So now he's a flat Earth guy. Yeah, he did wake up. Okay, see you guys. Have things to do. Cheers.
Hello, hello.
Hey man, how's it going?
I'm good. How you doing? I'm good. How you doing?
Hanging in there. I'm doing pretty good. Your mic's coming in kind of fuzzy though, man.
I'm mobile right now. That's why.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I'm on my phone. It's not too good quality, you said?
I can still understand what you're saying, so it's okay.
I could
At least
always
you're not
wait.
roboting or anything.
Yeah, I could always wait and come back on when I get home.
You're good, man.
Alright, cool. And I bet you can hear traffic and shit behind me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is pretty audible. You could set it to push to talk, so that way it doesn't. Well, I don't know.
Hold on.
I mean, you know what I mean. But it's what
I'll
if
see
you
if
don't
I
have
can
to.
find it.
I've just been working on making art and stuff. I think that I'm going to be heading to the store soon, though.
I'm even to my actual phone now. How's this?
You're good. That's pretty clear now. I'll probably be heading out in a little bit. I gotta go to the store and, well, my wife wants to go shopping, and she asked if I wanted to go with her. I may as well. And get out of the house.
Yeah, why not? It's a good choice right there.
Next stop, Highway Road. Next stop, Mill Avenue. Transfer.
We found the person this meme is made for. There is very old globes, and the Greeks were very good at astrology. They knew that the Earth was a globe. Weirdos.
Yeah, it's the same exact narrative, different people. Same exact freaking script.
Thing, this guy is sliding into people's DMs, man. This dude, Toasty Feet.
Well, that's a bit weird.
Slid into someone's DMs and said this. Oh, by the way, these guys are super toxic, and if you want them to be nice to you, then sadly you just need to not question what they say. So we searched his posts, and he cited astrology as proof of the globe. Not astronomy, astrology. Which means he doesn't know the difference between astronomy and astrology. And he's trying to convince... This is the glober sliding into DMs, trying to convince people the Earth is a globe. And he doesn't know the difference between astronomy and astrology.
What the...
I mean, exactly. Exactly, man. Oh, don't worry, it's not a cult, man. This is just completely normal behavior from rational human beings that believe in science. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Okay?
There's no belief or faith involved at all.
Was he trying to be a LARPer or what?
Nah, man, he's been here for like 3 months. And he slid into someone's DMs and they someone posted in the admin mods chat.
You talking about Toaster Levens?
Toasty Feet.
Toasty Feet.
Toasty. He's only been in lobby. He's never really been in here.
Oh, he's supposed to Glober?
Yeah. He's a Glober, but he's sliding in DMs, doing the DM thing. Don't listen to them. They're toxic.
What a guy.
And he doesn't know the difference between astronomy and astrology.
Idiot.
Yeah, it's almost embarrassing. He thinks you can see curve from an airplane. Says dumb things like, every source says 35,000 feet. That's a cap, dude. That's just a lie.
Oh, shit.
Just a nutcase, man. Another Glober psychopath.
Those are the same guys that won't come in here.
Oh, of course.
They never set foot in here in BC.
They know better.
I triggered him this morning. Martha triggered him this morning. Posted that Chinese space station showing a flat Earth. He got all triggered. Then started saying the phases of the moon line up with the sun. So I showed him like things where it doesn't. And then he was like, "Oh, you won't believe videos that go against your narrative, but you'll you believe the ones that do." I'm like, no, you're actually describing yourself. Like, we just apply critical thinking to it, right? And I used this analogy, and this is what made him disappear. If I showed you a video of Jesus walking on water, you wouldn't believe it. Even though walking on water is crazy, right? I mean, that's a reason to doubt it, but that's not why you doubt it. You doubt it because, it's Jesus, and you don't want any religion because you're an atheist. So you wouldn't believe it just for that reason. But you'll believe other fantastic stuff like water will form a ball, and then like I drop something and it just floats there. Even though that goes against, just like walking on water, the space stuff goes against like the laws of known physics that we observe every day. You say, this one's real, this one isn't, because you want to believe one versus the other. We apply it to the same thing. If I saw a video of Jesus walking on water, I'd doubt that. I also see, if I see somebody let go of something and it doesn't fall, I also doubt that. It's the content of the video. We apply critical thinking to when people show us images of something or video. What does this video depict? Is this like normal or is it fantastic? And if it's fantastic, you go, okay, this is a fantastic video. It goes contrary to all human experience. I cannot default believe this. I have to doubt it. I have to apply skepticism to it. It's not real until I get some other confirmatory evidence. But he was saying our position was their position, right? The globe projection, which is literally all they do. They project their problems onto us.
If it's a Polaroid, it ain't fake, right?
I can't listen. I can't say for sure, but I can't think of a way to fake one. I don't know how you'd fake a Polaroid. It develops instantly, right? Comes out the camera and develops instantly. You don't have any time to like edit it or anything. Now there might be a condition like maybe. I mean, yeah, it could be fake. Who said it yesterday? You could take a picture of a painting, right? And if you were zoomed in enough, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And you wouldn't have to fake the Polaroid. I mean, the Polaroid itself, the film, that probably can't be faked. But obviously, you can take a picture of something which isn't what it seems to be. I'm going over this guy's messages in lobby, dude. So, this was his proof that water curves.
A drop.
Yep, that's the level, man. That's the level we're at. The Earth is a water ball because raindrops exist.
Yeah, I would stop talking to that person. At that point, I would think they're just talking in bad faith. Like anybody knows that's crazy.
Well, the problem was he was sliding into DMs talking shit. Like new people that arrived, he was sliding into their DMs and saying we were toxic. And just to pretend to agree with what we say. Yeah. Slimy stuff.
Yeah, I have another Discord that I join as well sometimes, but it's all about politics, and it's mostly like conservative stuff, and that happens a lot, where people on the other side will try to infiltrate, and then they try to how do I say it? Like, they try to make people think like bad stuff about the people on the Discord, and they try to make it seem evil, and I don't know, that's crazy. I don't see that happening the other way around. Because, like, honestly, I don't care to do stuff like that. Like, you would need to be like a very evil person to want to do stuff like that.
so quiet. Where's it popping? Dude, my microphone will like even itself out. Get to gross. I hope you're doing all right, brother. What's up, flying? What's up? Oh, yeah. Just saying hi to everybody. What's up, Cal?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, excuse me. I got a long drive ahead of me. Let's keep going. A long drive over flat Texas. It's having a good day today. Oh man, I was in a dirt track forever.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
You can't understand me.
Okay, there you go.
Is that Brandon?
Yeah.
So have you learned that the Earth is flat, non-rotating? Yeah, Brandon.
Still on the other side.
Still on the other side? Yeah, must be that horizon that you're on the other side of.
How many planes have you been on, Brandon? Have you ever
On
been
the
on a plane?
other side? On the other side, what do you mean? It's... Well, there's obviously more land after the horizon.
Yeah, but the physical horizon is an obstruction, so you must be on the other side of the physical horizon.
Yeah, it obstructs more land. How? Why?
Hey, Mayhem had asked you if you'd been on any planes before. You've been up in the air flying or anything.
A couple of times.
Do you hear that, Mayhem?
I was the one who asked.
About 3 or 4 maybe at the most.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been on a lot of
planes.
planes.
Holes in that video. You can't tell.
I've never seen any signs of curvature. I don't know.
You can't see the slight hole in that video. You can barely detect it if it's just barely there, but there's a curve.
All right, what the hell? You've awoke. You can barely see the curve. Did you just say that, Brandon?
There's no curve. I don't see a curve. I'm not.
Hello.
Hold on. Let me.
Did you say you could barely see the curve?
I'm gonna need to change my settings because you're gonna want me to react faster. Hold on.
I don't know what that means.
It's probably going to change from push to talk to active.
Yeah,
I have to do that because you want me to react faster, and I can't with push to talk.
Oh no.
No. Some people get pushy. I won't be pushy on you.
I will.
You answer in your time. As long as you're honest, that's all that matters. As long as you're honest, that's all that matters.
The videos are fuzzy. It's not
But I will. You just said you could see curvature from an airplane. Explain.
Here, I'll show you.
I was looking at that video.
Watch it past like 13 seconds.
All right. So, were you on this flight? Hello.
Was he on that flight?
All right. Can you hear me, Brandon?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm asking, were you on that flight?
No, were you?
It's not my claim, dummy. I'm not the one making the claim. You are.
Well, the video is fuzzy, though. Oh, wait. What? Hold on.
All right. So, you're bringing a video of somebody taking a flight and there's curvature, correct?
This is not my video that I'm looking at.
I know that. I'm saying you're bringing
okay.
video.
Well, I was just watching. This is my first impressions of it. I don't internalize my thoughts. I externalize them.
That's fine, but you're doing it in a room full of critical thinkers. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, no. Okay.
You're saying the video's fuzzy past 13 seconds.
It was okay. It's not now. I know. I'm looking at it. Okay. Never mind. Disregard what I said. It does look flat. Disregard what I said. I was wrong.
Much better. As you were.
It's technically not a wig because I'm admitting it myself. I'm not wimping out.
Oh no, it is a wig, but I don't like the 5 and dime wigs. I like the really good, high quality wigs. You keep buying the ones at the cheap store. I don't like
I'm
those.
not pushing out though. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, you are.
No, I admitted it. I admitted I was wrong. How was I not pushing out?
Well, you can either do that, you can rage quit, which you've done a couple of times, or stay silent. There's a few options, but the two main ones are rage quitting or, let's see, well, what you've just done.
I'm not even mad.
No one said you have to be mad.
Rage? That's when you're mad.
I'm not mad.
No, you're saying I could rage quit like I was mad or something, and I'm not.
No, you can be. That's another wig. You give me the wig whenever you rage quit. If not, you stay silent. That's another wig. You concede. That's another wig. There's many.
Level.
But I got like a pile of them of yours, so it's all good. Keep bringing me your wigs. I'll keep snatching them. That is all.
All right, man.
So since you realized that you were wrong, does that mean you now also realize you can't see curvature from a plane, or do you still think it's possible?
In that video, that wasn't curvature. Just that video.
So a different plane flight, there will be curvature at similar height, at a higher height, when?
I don't know. I don't know.
So like you fly a plane and sometimes curvature shows up, other times it's not there?
Wig snatch.
What did he leave?
They said yes. Somebody said yesterday that hills move, so it's possible.
You said why did he flying? Because he knows what to expect if he answers that question. I'm at the other end of that.
Yeah.
Any Glober that comes in here will receive mayhem for saying dumb things. Bet your bottom dollar. If I'm here, you're going to answer the question.
He never wants to talk about these things when he's alone. He only wants to talk about it when there's another Glober.
He manifests when he hears, he's like, I don't listen to the live stream. Bullshit. You're hearing it. As soon as your Globers in here chattering and whatever, we're having, we're taking care of them. You come in here. No, I don't. I heard him say that the other day. Yeah, you do.
There's no way. Like, he's like clockwork.
Oh man, what a beautiful day it is outside.
Where do you live?
Iowa.
Oh, Iowa.
It's nice over here in the Midwest. This time of year, anyway.
Well, what's the temperature like right now?
Hey, Google, what's the temperature outside?
In Denison, it's currently 58 degrees.
58.
Wow, that is nice. It's like 80 degrees here in Florida. It's fucking hot. Hot and humid.
Yeah. You guys got nice weather, though.
Yeah, it's been raining a lot lately, so the weather has been a little bit cooler.
So for you, Kel, it sounds like you're a young person, right? In your 20s?
No. I sound young, but I'm not. I'm in my 30s.
Oh, that's still young. But either way, like around this time is probably a good time for you to go and do stuff outside, huh? You probably go to the beach or... I'm only living in Florida.
Yeah, I live right by the beach. So I can go whenever I want.
So, long distance observations? Any over there that you can do?
I mean, I don't have the equipment to do it, but I could do it, obviously.
Do you have anything in the water to demarcate a distance?
I have no idea what that is, man.
Like an oil rig or something out in the water that can show you a distance from where you're at on the beach?
Oil rig, stuff like that. No, we don't have anything like that here. We have boats, but we have buoys. What else? I don't know. No oil rigs or any like huge structures like that. No. But the ocean is pretty nice right now. I'll tell you that. I went to the beach like last week. So it's like when you live next to something like that, you don't you kind of get bored of it. You don't go all the time.
I get that. But staying near the salty sea air is good for you too.
Yeah, of course. You need salt. Yeah, the moon has been... I've been actually going out at night, because I go out at night every night. I walk the dog, and then I bike around the neighborhood, and...
Is it Avatar?
What?
The dog on your avatar?
Yeah, that's my boy. Yeah.
He's a good looking dog, man. Seriously.
Oh, he's awesome. He's getting old now, though. That's an old picture. That's like a 7-year-old picture.
Oh, he's old now?
He's like 9 years old. He's getting there.
I got my small little dog. She's like 15, going on 16. If not 16. Yeah, she's old.
That's really old for a dog.
Yep. And she's got her tongue hanging out. She don't have any teeth. Like, well, she does have teeth, but it's hard for her to come up. She used to be able to run upstairs, and she don't run upstairs anymore. I have to help her up. Sometimes I have to pick her up.
What kind of dog is she?
She's like a rat terrier mixed with like Chihuahua. She's a mutt. She was a street dog, actually, from Texas. That's where I come from. And then, she was running around outside of one of my wife's brother's like yard, and we asked her who that dog belonged to, and he's like, I don't know, it's a street dog. So he's like, it just comes over to my house and eats. He would call it Artie, but her name now is Lila, but he didn't know if it was a girl or boy. And when I first, I was like, I really like this dog, I want to keep it. And I picked it up, and it was covered in fleas. Like, she was covered in fleas. So I had to give her a flea bath, and like she had all the fleas like covering her eyes and whatnot. So like I tried to like remove the fleas, but some of the shampoo got in her eyeballs, and so I was trying to rinse her eyes, and then she couldn't open her eyes like the whole trip over here. But then she got a little better afterwards because I kept rinsing her eyes, like, that take away that medicine. Anyway, she's been our most faithful dog to date. Like, we've had many dogs. Some have like run away. Like some dogs that you let them go and do stuff, they come right back to your house. Other dogs are just like, they'll just take off. But she was one that was always real good, and she'll come back. I don't know why I'm saying these things.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any sad stories about my dog. I got him from a breeder, and that's about it. I mean, I didn't really.
Bro, my best dog was a white boxer, and he was deaf. And that dog ran away a couple of times. Like, got out of the front door, and like, of course, you're like scared to death. Like, oh god, this dog's gonna run in front of a car and not hear the car coming. Mm-hmm. And like, you try to run after him, and he thinks it's a game. So I stopped running after him, and I would start walking back towards the house, and he'd look at me, and I'd like give him the hand wave, like, come here. And that dog would listen. That was the best listening dog I ever had, and he was deaf.
Yeah, I'm a dog person. I love dogs. I really do.
Dogs are loyal, man. Like, I was gonna say, people will like, I had one guy say, "Oh, dogs are just animals." I'm like, man, you could beat a dog, and if that dog loves you, it will protect you with its life.
Even the little one, yeah.
That's how loyal they are.
They don't matter what size dog, they protect their masters. Like, they don't care.
Yep.
Size to them doesn't matter. Like, that's weird, right?
Dogs don't know their size. Like, a little tiny dog will come up to my dog and be like, and I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? My dog's huge.
Yeah.
And they don't understand size. They definitely don't. See those dog videos of the dogs scaring away fucking bears?
Hey, you know the feeling that you're on Discord and you're having a good chat and you're procrastinating because you got to cut the grass outside? You know that feeling?
Are you having that feeling right now?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's been raining. I mean, the weather's changing and that. Climate.
You live in HOA?
Live in where? What'd you say?
HOA. HOA.
What's that acronym for?
It's like a housing community. It's like they regulate like how you maintain your home, so that way people aren't like leaving dead cars on the lawn and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, neighbors.
If you don't have one, then you don't have one.
Well, I'm saying neighbors complain, then they'll leave a letter on your door or whatever. But yeah. If that's what you mean.
So you might. Not that the neighbors will complain, but like there's actual like a group of people that will like drive around looking at the yards to make sure everybody's keeping their yards neat.
Yeah, there's a grass height limit here, sort of.
Right.
Like you can't let your grass grow too tall. That's why I took away my grass and I just put cement and fake grass in the backyard.
Yeah, I don't mind. I like it's a good workout. I like doing. Actually, it's weird. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm Spanish, and you see a bunch of Spanish people. I like doing it.
No, it's not that. It's being pride. No, right? Órale, güey.
Yo soy cubano. Yo soy cubano y no me gusta cortar la hierba, brother.
Yeah, Jamesy.
You really Cubano?
Yeah, man, I'm Cuban. Born, and I came here when I was young.
You sound as white as snow, bro, right now.
It's because my English is really good.
Yeah.
Like, you're
a coconut.
Your voice is super white.
I know.
It's almost so.
Mayhem, your voice is super white.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can kind of tell he's Hispanic.
I can, but only because I have a lot of friends that have a similar voice where they're very Americanized, but they speak Spanish.
What's wrong with you, Holmes? You've been living here too. Este vato es como un coconut. He's white. He's brown on the outside, but white on the inside.
Sí, señor.
Captain Rookie. Sheesh. That's an internet thing, isn't it?
I don't know. When I used to work, the last company I worked for about 10 years ago, there was a guy there. He was a Mexican guy, and he was a real skinny dude. And he used to like yell that in the shop. He'd go really loud. It was really funny. So it's just something we started doing. I just thought it was funny. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you know, people say sheesh nowadays on the internet.
I guess so.
No, I haven't heard that one yet. But yeah, it's similar, I guess.
I'm not surprised. People say a lot of shit.
I did not peg you for Cubano, man. That's just weird.
Sí, mi amigo.
Did you guys know I was actually Russian? Like, you'd be like, the hell out of here, man. I'm just
I love you.
Glober mother bitch to come in here.
Yeah, man, I came on a boat.
In America, we don't call those boats. We call them rafts, bro.
It was more like a car with that floats.
Are you serious?
Raft.
Did you come over here like in a VW, like retrofitted to float on the water?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Dude, because like
I know family that have though, but that was a while back. Now they all come in planes, but
yeah, the white version of that is a hillbilly. So, wee doggy, like
redneck.
Yeah.
My family always took in people who came in La Balsa, and they I've heard some crazy stories.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that they do to get out of there. I mean, there was this one guy who had like I said, a car. I don't know what kind of car it was, but it's crazy. And they had like these huge things, these huge barrels on the side, to keep it afloat.
Flotation, yeah.
Yeah, and they had a makeshift motor in the back, and like halfway through the journey, like the motor just fell into the water, like it fell off. And so they drifted all the way to fucking Miami, or the Keys.
Like they die, bro. Like doing that shit.
Oh yeah, a lot of people died.
That's crazy, bro. Just to get out of like Damn.
Oh, communism is a bitch, you know? So I'm not surprised.
Ain't gonna lie, it sucks. But, who do we got in here? Oh, yeah, we got Pure Water Health. So does Earth fit inside of a container as in it takes the shape of the container?
Yeah.
Why?
Just put Earth in a bucket.
Are we still living in the Garden of Eden?
I am.
So damn, how'd you get in?
God.
He let you in?
God saved me, yeah.
So he took you to the Garden of Eden and you got a cell phone in there? How'd you get your cell phone?
Yeah, I drink piss. Yep.
The hell? Why would you do that?
God.
What type of God are you worshiping, man? That's weird.
God told you to drink your piss, bro? That's pretty.
The God of the what? The bees?
The God of Jesus.
No, that's not Jesus. The one you're following. It's another Jesus. That's what the biblical scriptures say. When they tell you that of another Jesus, which is the one you're talking about, it's not the right one, man. It really isn't.
Yeah, I'm talking about the God of Jesus, not Jesus.
Yeah,
the God of Jesus.
The God of Jesus. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not. You don't know who you're speaking of. You don't know
Jesus has a God.
Jesus has a God?
Yeah, you never read John 20:17?
You don't know anything about John 20:17, man.
Of course I do.
No, you don't.
I just brought it up.
If you understood scriptures, you would know that you're not in the Garden of Eden, you knucklehead.
Yeah, I'm in the Garden of Eden.
No, you're not.
Read Jeremiah 33.
What am I going to see? The Garden of Eden?
That the land that is desolate has become like the Garden of Eden. If you read Jeremiah 33, you know that.
That's a likeness. That's not is. You weirdo. Drinking your own urine?
Yeah, you think the earth is flat. You're fucking stupid.
No, I am intelligent and you are not.
Is that the end of that conversation right there that you just walk out?
Yeah, well, yeah, dude. You know, I get my wigs how I can. Anyways, back to the conversation. Sorry, I gotta snatch it while I could. I'm gonna keep snatching. I'm gonna keep snatching it. You could get your ass back.
You're in a mood. You're in a mood this last week or so, dude.
Huh? What?
I said you're in a mood. You've been in a mood for like these last couple of weeks. Like, not like a bad mood. You're just like in a hungry mood.
Yeah, I know. What you got? You got the wolf, man. He's hungry. He hasn't had food. These guys are like light snacks, dude. Brandon, him. I just want to snatch your wig and get the hell out of here. Like, you know what? That guy rage quit on his own. I didn't do it.
I know he did. I know he did. That wasn't fair. Somebody come in here so Miggy can snatch a wig and go mow his lawn.
Yeah, someone. Come on.
Where does he live?
Brandon, can you come back in, Brandon?
Nah, because then he doesn't satisfy me, dude. He just gives me his wig. No, here, I don't want it. I'm like, dude, what did you want me to do with it? I got a pile of wigs already in the back. I don't need any more. Give me somebody who actually stands on all 10 toes and proudly says they're not strange, weird piss drinkers. Like, come on, dude. Freaking idiot. Anyways, well, because like I still got to put my lawnmower together anyway, so I'll be doing that.
Yeah, do that, dude. Go put your lawnmower together while you talk.
It's in the box, man. I haven't brought it out. I got to go get gas and whatnot.
You don't have like spare gas sitting in your garage?
Don't forget to put oil in it. They don't leave oil in there nowadays. They take it out.
What kind of Mexican are you?
I know, right, bro? I'm turning into like Kales here, man. Brown on the outside, but white on the inside, Holmes. I'm just kidding, Kel.
You spent too much time in Iowa.
I'm giving you shit because you told me you're Cuban, so.
That's cool. I don't care.
He's like, I don't care. I love it, man. He likes being
I'm just a weirdo, so it is what it is.
Yeah, you're just all white, dude. There's nothing. You can
I'm
be
vanilla and coconut.
Órale, cabrón.
Just the milk. Just the coconut milk.
Or if it's not me snatching wigs, I need somebody to, man. Heretic, put the gloves on, man. Let's call somebody in here. Beat them, pummel them to death, and then let them rage quit.
We don't really have anybody right now.
Damn it.
They've all spiraled out.
Where the freaking Glovers at this time of day?
I don't know. It's hard to get them in here lately.
But like, you see how absurd that is? That like somebody comes in here and they say they drink piss, and then they call us stupid because we say the Earth is flat.
Hey, you know what's weird? I'm gonna tell you this much: astronauts admit to doing that too. Serious, they do. Isn't that what they say?
I don't get it.
That's chugga coffee, man. That's what's his face? Don Petit or Petit, however you say Petit, I say Petit, whatever his name sounds like. He's
Andy Petit.
Yeah, they're pee drinkers too.
Funny. I couldn't do it, dude. I couldn't do it. I'd die.
Bear Grylls was doing that shit. He was putting pee into his ass. Remember that?
That's crazy. God, yeah, dude. Well, you got to do what you got to do when you're surviving. I mean, I'm like, bro.
He's not surviving though.
I know. I was gonna say, dude, you're doing it. You're doing it because you like the taste, man. That's weird. That's taking that shit to a whole nother level.
Yeah,
where's Bear Grylls at? I want Bear Grylls to come in so we can wig snatch him.
Freaking Bear Grylls. Andy, hold my beer.
Hi, dude.
What are you doing, man? What's going on?
I've just been listening to the Globe Salesman over on Geos.
Yeah, you should tell Xanax. Tell Xanax to come in here.
Yeah, I mean, it amazes me because there are plenty of things that, I mean, oh my God, I just don't feel comfortable talking about something that I really don't know inside and out. That old saying where if you can't explain it to a child, make a child understand it, then you don't understand it yourself. And so I just keep my mouth shut. This guy, he just rattles through. He doesn't care.
You know what? He is a true honey hold my beer kind of guy. He is, dude. Like, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna take a whack at this conversation here.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on here. Like, dude, you're not an expert at every freaking thing in the whole entire world. You just can't be.
It doesn't stop him though. I mean, oh my God.
You know why? Because we've already asked him in here, dude. How come you saying that? Like, go ahead and provide a citation for it. He was like, I don't need to. I am the citation. He kept saying that in there. I was like, oh, dude, you're so crazy. You thinking that's
delusional?
Yeah. He's the citation for everything he says.
So NASA cites him?
Well, according to him, on anything that he talks about, like in the topics, everything that he says, he is the citation. There's no need for a citation about like anybody discovering anything empirically. He becomes the citation on whatever he's saying.
Xanax, the man who discovered the globe.
Yeah. He says dumb things. And says he's like some kind of... And every field that we talk about, he's been exposed to it in some way, and he's, kind of like been the top of that field. That he's... we were talking about like the speed of like cars or something. It was just like... He was saying, if I can remember the conversation, it was distance using a speedometer, I think it was. And how is it possible to measure distance with, not speed, distance, with a speedometer, not a speedometer, freaking, what you call it? Like that measures like the distance using miles. You reset the
odometer.
Odometer, yeah. So he was saying that he calculates like the thread of the tire is a factor, and like he starts going into like different things. But he said that he was a I don't know if he said if it was a race car driver. Yeah, he was a mechanic or some shit for a race car driver, and like he's like he knows the ins and outs because he used to create the tires. He said some stupid shit, and I was like, dude, you're not, dude. Come on, like we just started talking about this conversation as like the measurement of like distance, and then now you're an expert. Come on, bro. And he's like, yeah, really, I was, and then whatever, you know. So, but basically, he said that's a good way to know distance and like basically supporting the globe because he's all about that. So I don't know how that's but yeah, that's what he was saying.
Kosho's the same. The wizards. That's what I literally call them. It's impressive. I mean, the other day, Kosho was just doing the exact same thing, and it was kind of impressive. At one point, I didn't do it. I should have done probably. I was gonna, come off mute, and I was gonna go, "Come on, ladies and gentlemen, can we just give this guy a round of applause?" Because that was amazing. Just the way they just say things, and it's just like that's it. That's it. That's how it is now.
It's the cunning linguistics, man. It's if I really wanted to, I could be what they are. I could do that very well because I know like what people want to hear are certain keywords, and they're very good at, like expounding on their thoughts. Like if they were like, let's say, creative writing, they would do very well making stories up. Like,
oh my god, they'd be the best. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if they really wanted to like be in that field and make some money, like, but they're in this field where they're just numpties. Like, they don't.
Well, that's what I put in the chat. I just put, I tagged Kosho, and I was like, whatever they're paying you, dude, it ain't enough. That's what I put. It's like, it's just impressive. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, like I said before, there's a term like game recognizes game. I know.
Oh yeah.
I could speak like them if I really, really applied myself, and just the tone of voice and like everything, and I could sound very convincing on what I do. Like I could be an excellent salesman, but I choose not to. I love manual work. I love it. Just, this is what I choose, and it's. Those guys, when they come in here, they automatically want you to think that they know what they're talking about. When you dig, if you're like me, I can like go right into their story and pick certain things out, and then they'll start to spiral because like it's all just made up. It's a facade. Once you start peeling back the layers of their story, then they start to crack. Then they're like, oh, they don't have an explanation for that one thing, or it sounds like too like of a big fish story. Like they can say some really nice stories, but they can't back their shit up because then it starts to fall apart when you actually grill them on it.
Yeah, they've been talking about evolution as well for the last couple of days, and it's just
evolution.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because it's like, look, I can fully accept that.
Naturally observed.
A dog. Let's take a dog. A dog can, from environmental changes, for sure, I can accept that a dog can change its coat. Perhaps even its claws. Perhaps it's even its teeth. Maybe I don't even know. What I believe it's built into that cell. That whatever it is built into that creation. At no point do I believe it's going to be a giraffe or something else.
So, and I've went all the way. We had a conversation in here about like even micro evolution. Not macro, but micro. All of it, though, Andy, has nothing to do with like the animal's ability to change anything. They have already inside of them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
They have that already inside of them. It's designed that way for these guys. So, like, if you take just a regular like these what do you call it? The animals that you already have, like a hog, let's say. If you have a hog and you like a farmer, you keep it like around and such. It's not feral. But once you let it out in the wild, it grows tusks and it becomes tough. But in and of itself, like it goes through a change, but not as in an evolutionary. Like it doesn't have offspring that do that. It already has the ability within it to actually get that way.
Yeah.
It's like I want to say a metamorphosis, but that's probably not the right term. It goes through a change.
It's an adaptation.
It's
I mean, I don't know.
Adapting to its environment.
Yeah, it does that within itself. Like, it doesn't need to have young in order for it to like see that it goes through that change. You know what I mean?
Right.
Look at the tribesmen. The tribal men, they fucking their feet are like made of steel.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is everybody in here could actually be like those tribal men if we lived like.
I know.
What I'm saying is we have it within our, like, it's not generations of family members. Because think about this: if evolution was real, how would it proceed, right? So you'd need only the strong to survive, and then it's like the weak die out or whatever, and get sifted out or whatever. But the weak ones are the ones that actually proceed, the strong ones are the ones that proceed forward. But then if that's the case, they already had it built within them to proceed forward. And the weak ones were already going to perish because that's just like they couldn't withstand whatever environment. So it wasn't evolution. It's just they were designed a way to either some people live and some people die. It's like your lineage does the same thing, right? Like doesn't matter what part of the world you live in. Like some people say, well, I live in a really tropical climate, and the other ones live in a snowy climate and that. And like it's like, well, if I go to Alaska or when I live there, I'd probably die because I'm not from those people that live there. No, that's incorrect. You might make it because you could adapt to that, but you had the ability to already design inside of you. And then again, you might move over there, you might perish. You don't know. But the thing is, to say that you've evolved over time and your lineage evolved to withstand that, that's not true. You have to already have it inside of you, because if not, you
haven't evolved. You just adapted, right?
Yeah, you could have people you could have children, and some children might not make it in that cold weather, right? And some will, but it's not because they evolved to withstand that. Is what I mean. You have the ability already within you to actually change to that because you can adapt, right, to certain things. And these guys are taking it like evolution. So the same thing with animals. They're either going to adapt or they're not going to be able to, and they'll perish. It just depends.
Yeah, I have something to say about this. Hey, good morning, everybody. Hey, man. Always good to hear you. Is that Rookie I heard in here?
Yeah, Rookie was here, but I think the one who chimed in was... Who was in here?
Anyway, I had something
water or something like that.
I had something real quick to say about this. So the thing is about this so-called alleged evolution, which we know doesn't occur. But the thing is this, you can have in different types or kinds of animals or even humans, you can have transitional stages of development. Now, transitional, that means just what Miggy was saying is what I mean by that. That you have it inherently within you, or everything does, to change, to adapt to different environments. So the thing is that evolution needs to have and doesn't have are transformational changes. There's no such thing as transformational changes. Transitional changes. That's it. So
it's transitional changes. It's not transformative.
Or transformation. They're looking for transformative, where they actually transforms into something else completely different. This never occurs in nature. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, and that's what my whole point was. Like, even the people with their, if we look at our feet and we take the indigenous people of certain places, okay, well, their feet are different than ours. And it's not because they evolved over time. It's because they've exposed themselves. Because you're not born out of the womb that way. Come on, guys already know you're not born out of the womb that way.
You're born soft.
Yeah, exactly. Over time, when you expose your body to certain weather conditions, then it becomes more resilient to whatever it is. It's that's how you're designed. And some people don't make it, but some people do. So that's life, dude. That's natural. That's not because, you know what I mean, evolution over millions of years, and that's bullshit.
And I've always said this, you're built to maximum capacity when you're born, and the only way that you're ever going to be good at one thing or another thing is you're going to have to give way to one thing or another thing. in order to maximize the effort, the ability that's going to be involved. So you might be good, manual labor, but then you're not going to be so good at keeping things organized or something like that. You know what I mean?
I was thinking of it like in the sense of like, okay, not macro evolution, but micro evolution. And I was like, at one time in the stage of me thinking about all of this, I was like, that makes kind of sense, some sense. Not even that makes sense. So I had to toss the entire thing out because I'm like, well, it's got to be said that if a thing is born into this environment, it's either going to be able to adapt to it because it's able to, or it's not able to, and then it's going to perish, right?
Yeah.
This is the way it is. But that's life. That's you. It's not because something is transforming, or let's say a bird flies into a different area, and that bird then starts getting a longer beak or whatever. Like I don't know, and
right.
You start noticing these changes, but what you're seeing is the actual animal itself having that change, not like
adaptation.
It didn't have young, and the young would actually be this new version. Like that's what the micro evolution would be. Well, we're not saying that it's going from a transformative state, but just an adaptive state, but from only like being there exposed, like it's young, it's going to start looking like this now. But that's not, you can't say that, because just like the indigenous people, the same way, they're not born with the feet like that. You have to actually be exposed to the environment and live on the environment, and then your feet turn into like these little club things. That's the only way. So that's the same for these birds. Like they're born a certain way, but because they're exposed to the environment, they're just adapt to it. That's not like an evolutionary, microevolutionary change. That's not true.
Yeah. So think about this. So I spent like 3 days out at the beach, and I was walking around barefoot on all kinds of different things. A part of the beach is full of small stones. And when I tried to walk across that, I could barely walk on it. Now think of if I was out in that kind of environment where there was sand, there was grass that had stickers in it that you like the first couple times you step on that shit, you're like, oh my God, I better not move the wrong place. Like it hurts so bad. But now think about how your feet would start looking. Being in the sun all day, you're walking on all these different things. You're walking on trails, dirt, rocks, gravel, grass, thickets, sand, water. Like your feet would change. They would get more callous. They would become tough. Your feet eventually your feet would probably start to look completely different. Now, I don't know at what stage where, let's say, my feet changed, then if I had children, their feet would take on characteristics of my feet. I don't know about that.
No, yeah, that's not. And I'm just saying, Sonny, that doesn't take place. What it is because you live in that area and your feet have already adapted like to the environment. When your kids grow up in the same kind of conditions you do, their feet will in turn start being like yours because they are exposed a lot faster than you were.
Exactly.
That's why.
Look, like I was born in Illinois, so like I'm pretty white skinned, and I got like my skin characteristics from my mother, like very light skinned. But look, I've been in the sun for 50 years in California here. I'm darker than most people are now. If I stayed out in the sun more and more like that, I definitely would become very, very dark skinned. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
White boy Sonny would become quite dark. I'm quite dark right now, actually. I got burned, hella burned. And look,
right, but you wouldn't give birth to a brown skinned baby.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You wouldn't create a brown skinned baby.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what these microevolutionists like. Well, we don't believe that you're transforming over millions of years, but we will say that animals will adapt, and their young will look like the adapted version of it.
Yeah,
that's not true.
So think about this. When I first moved to California, so my skin's been burnt over and over and over again every year, many, many times. Now, after my skin has done this many times, now what it does is it still gets burnt. Like let's say in the winter where I'm not in the sun, it's pretty light. My skin gets really white again. I go in the sun, I get burnt. Guess what happens? It gets darker and darker. It burns, then it gets dark. It burns, then it gets darker. It just keeps doing that.
Yeah, and the reason why I tell people that's because that was already built in you to be able to change that. Like if it wasn't designed, if you weren't designed that way, then you wouldn't have, that change would not occur. But like because you had it in you already, you could adapt to that. Let's just say you were a person who could not tolerate that, and that would actually harm you in some way, right? Then you would perish. Then that's not like natural selection in quotations. That's because you couldn't adapt to it. Like that's just life. Like some people can actually live in places and other people can't. But that's not because like nature's sifting it out. That's just, I mean, you couldn't withstand that. That you didn't have it built in you to do that. You know what I mean? Some people are more resilient than others when it comes to like, and then, you know what I mean? Like that's the truth about all of this. It's like that the creator made us resilient and to live in this environment, this ecosystem. But some people, they seem very feeble, and that's just the way it is. I don't know like how that even, I don't know how you can quantify that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But listen, even those feeble people, if they were put into a different environment, they could become tough too, believe it or not. So
yeah, I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm just saying the reason if people aren't able to withstand these environments, I would say that's, well, they couldn't, because they're not designed for, like, the creator makes people a certain way, right? So
right, and some of that might be hereditary, but that's only hereditary. That's not evolutionary. So the thing is about evolution, this whole thing, Darwin and all those eugenicists, families of eugenicists, but like they had this theory and they're still waiting for the first instance. All this time they have never found one instance of what they say in that whole category, that theoretical idea. Not one.
Yeah, so it's just like every animal. They want to lump them into like, well, a dog actually sprouted out to many different dogs, and it's like different types of dogs. The type of dog that you have, and if you can mix breed, but it's like, where did those other dogs come from? Like there had to have been already lineages of dogs, different ones, to actually make the one that you're trying to make, by crossbreeding or whatever. But you couldn't have that if those other dogs didn't exist. Like, so this idea that everything came from one thing only, and that was just one singular one, and then it's like spread out to like transformations of different kinds of dogs, that can't be. You'd already have to have the variations of different animals, the dogs, in order for you to say, okay, well, I'm going to crossbreed and then make this other new dog. That's the only way. But if you didn't have those other previous dogs, you wouldn't be able to mix them. You'd have to have it's kind of like people too, right? It just depends on what, type of person you have. You can mix those and then have a different variant of the person, who's born. But you'd have to have the different people already put in place. And that can only happen if it was already, like, that's who they are. They were born with this, like, these genetics, But I don't think nobody's turning into something else. That's stupid. Or even microevolution, like certain animals and people, they become differently, like as in, because they're transforming to adapt to the environment. It's like, no, they already have it inside of them to be able to do that. Because we all do. If you take anyone to a certain location and start them to live in a certain place, then they'll just start getting used to the environment, Well, we have the resilience to live on this, dynamic ecosystem. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, so that's what was put to him, really. Basically, look,
Is nobody talking, or am I tripping?
Yeah, you're coming through, dude. Well, you're interrupting, but who's that? Sorry, I'm playing pool at the same time. Who's that again?
It was Rookie.
All right. Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear, dude. Anyway, I was just going to say that's what it's put to him. Look, a dog's going to always have a dog. A pig's going to always have a pig, no matter how many billions of years you want to say. Because this is what they do. They say, "Oh, well, it's the time. There's so much time." All right. Well, at what point does a pig not have a pig, or a dog have a dog? Do you know what I mean? It's like it's just retarded on its face, in my opinion. So, I don't. It's just it's so dumb. I don't even want to argue it.
Yeah, time doesn't change anything. Entropy does. Because they're talking about the passage of time. Time is a man-made construct. Entropy is real. That's what happens to things. It's a law of nature. So if you're saying, well, over time, you can have a turkey, actually wind up in your oven being cooked and all that. That's stupid. It's at no point in time will that ever happen until you cook the damn thing. Then it changes into whatever you want it to, a meal that you can eat. But time doesn't cook turkey. You can't say 40 minutes will actually make me a nice cooked turkey dinner. That's stupid. Because it's not going to do it. Like, well, however long you cook your turkeys, it's got to be a specific time frame because of the heat that you put in it and the change that it will go through because you're exposing it to that heat. That's what's going to make it look like a cooked turkey dinner. So they would say that time does it. No, you can put 10 hours, a year. That's going to just not do anything to the turkey, but the turkey will be exposed to, decay. And it will do that, but it won't cook it. You know what I'm saying? Like, at no point will it turn into the cooked turkey dinner that you want. So that's stupid.
You're not going to get an instant big turkey dinner, you big turkey.
You see what I mean? Like, this is their argument, though. Over time, that transformation takes place. It's like time doesn't do shit. Entropy is real. It will affect the thing that you're talking about.
Yep.
And that's why people grow old, because it's not the passage of time. You don't grow old because time is moving forward. You grow old because entropy is taking place to your body. And so some people might experience that a lot quicker, and they get old. Like, have you seen people like in their 60s look like they're in their 90s? And then some people in their 60s look like they're in their 50s. You know what I mean? Entropy takes a hold of somebody differently. Like, that's not a benchmark for somebody. What is how they're affected by entropy throughout their life.
By the way, real quick, I want to say, if you're old, be proud of your age. Only the strong grow old.
But you guys hear what I'm saying? Like, this is reality. This is the world that we're in. So it isn't time that's a benchmark for you. It's how you are, reacting to the entropy that's on you right now. So if you are living well, right? If you're taking care of yourself, entropy doesn't have a grasp on you like it does if somebody who's just living however they want. Then like, let's say, the party life. I'll use that as an example. If you're exposed to that most of your life, by the time you hit 60, you look like you're freaking in your 90s. You probably get one of those little mobile things that they use at Walmart, to cruise around the aisles. You're getting one of those. You can't even walk no more in your 60s. Whereas somebody who's always been taking care of themselves are upright, walking and talking and driving, even in their 60s, 70s. Hell, even in your 80s.
How do you explain this? Going back to like evolution, how do you explain this though, right? Okay, I'm a white guy, right? And as much sun as I get in my life, right? Okay, I will never have the same sun resistance. Neither will my children, as somebody who is very, very dark skinned. Like, like.
Well, let me ask you this real quick.
How I could never adapt to that, to have that person's skin.
That's a lie.
So how do you explain that?
That's a lie.
Let me ask you this.
You gotta say that.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
It's not a lie.
Just because they have dark skin doesn't mean they get sunburned, or that they don't get sunburned. They get sunburned just like everybody else, man. You just don't see it.
Did you know that, Kel? Before I go on?
No, I'm not saying they don't get sunburned. I'm saying they don't get.
No, they get sunburned bad. They get sunburned just as bad as we do.
pigment. It's just a pigment. That's all it is. There's no protection in it.
I mean, what? Okay, I didn't know that. I mean, I was told that.
Yeah, there's no research behind that.
I think it was like the melanin or something like that. It was like good. It was like
yeah. It's just a pigment. It's just a darker color. It has nothing to do with protection.
They get
the same UV rays. The same UV rays get into the skin, turning vitamin D2 into vitamin D3, and everybody still gets sunburned the same.
Yep. That was a misconception that you had, huh, Cal?
I don't think I even still believe that, because I mean I've been I've had black friends my whole entire life, and I've gone to the beach with them, and and it's not the fucking same. Like, I'm sorry.
No, they won't tell you that their sunburn hurts because they don't want to admit to pain or whatever. But dude, we all get sunburned.
I'm not saying they don't get sunburn. I'm saying they have more resistance to that shit than I do.
No, they don't. Yeah, that's a misconception. That's not true.
Okay.
It's only because it's visual on people that are light skinned. It's visual. You can see the redness and it looks like pain. So you equate that with like it being painful, and they don't look like that. So therefore, it doesn't seem like they're enduring any pain. So in your mind, you're kind of switching it around. Like, well, it's not visual, so I can't say it's true. So then in your mind, you start to believe it, and of course, a lot of people would say that too. And even your friends would be like, "Nah, man, hell nah, I could do it." Like, nah, you've.
Yeah.
If you're out at the same time I am in the hot sun, you're gonna feel the pain, like same as me.
Yeah. And if I have a black friend that says that, and they say, "Oh no, I can endure it."
Yeah, let's go out.
I'm gonna wear sunscreen, and then in 2 days, I'm gonna smack you on the back of the head really hard.
You ain't gonna like that feeling.
No. I'm not saying they can't get sunburned. I'm saying, like, if I go out in the sun, right, and I spend 20 minutes in the sun, dude, I am burnt. Like, in 20 minutes.
Yeah, because
so are they?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they just can't see it.
It takes a lot longer.
No,
they can't see it, but they can feel it. That's why black people don't like going in the sun, because they can't see when their skin's about to change.
Oh,
it's in their mind. They don't want. That's why. Oh, I don't want to get darker. It's not that they don't want to get darker. They can't feel they can't interpret red like we can. To let them know, hey, I'm gaining some color. Get out of the sun. And the next thing you know, they've been out in the sun for 6, 7, 8 hours. And then in the next 3, 4 days, they're burned.
They're burned. Of it, yep. It's a misconception, Kel. You can actually look it up. There should be some actual good studies on it. This is just.
I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, it's just research, bro. Like, honestly, because it's right now we're just talking about this, but there needs to just look into it. Because if you're saying that they're protected with their skin color, that's not. No one is. Everyone would feel the same kind of burning sensation from being sunburned. It's not the color. The change of the color of skin is only noticeable in the people that have lighter skin. So if that was the benchmark, the lighter the skin, the worse it would be for you. Like that. That's not the benchmark, dude. I think that's just a misconception that people have.
How did we get on this conversation?
I don't know. They were talking about evolution. I was just a little confused about that.
Yeah, so check it out. Check this out. So my sons, both of them are the same way. Very, very light skin like me, but look, they have Mexican heritage. They have Italian from my side, and French, German, and also more than likely North American indigenous Indian or native North American indigenous peoples, like probably all of that, as well as most people in America have black skinned people in their heritage that was deleted because, think about it, if you people don't even realize this stuff, man. People get with other like dark-skinned people, light-skinned people, they have children that are white. You got that? How about this? You have light-skinned people that have black in their heritage. They can have either one. Dark-skinned children or light-skinned children. And guess what? Another thing, here's a great little tidbit.
Wait, you just said two white people can have a black child?
Hold on. Yes. So I was just about to,
the milkman be making visits.
Hold on. I was in the middle of a fucking thought. I'm in the middle of a sentence and you're interrupting me. So I lose my train of thought, and then it sounds like I'm talking shit or don't know what I'm talking about because I didn't finish the statement. Okay, so just give me a break. So I wanted to finish what I was talking about my sons. They're very light skinned. They have the ability to get really dark. They burn first, just like I do. Then they get darker and darker and darker. So the other part, and I'll be done with this in 15 seconds. Skin color is the first thing that goes away when you have children. Black, let's say an interracial couple, black and white couple, have a child. That child could be white or black. And then if that black child from that interracial couple, let's say, I don't want to use the word race though, the different type skin, that dark skin child from that couple can have light skinned people as children. They can have children that are light skinned. Then that light skinned person can have a darker skinned child. This is the first thing to go away. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. If a light skinned person and a dark skinned person get together, most likely the child's going to be lighter skinned than the darker skinned person. But I don't think it goes the other way around. I don't think if you have two light skinned people, you're going to get a dark skinned person. Like it's
if they have dark skinned
it's
people.
Funny that way.
Yes, it's true. They can't. You can have.
Listen. I've never seen it.
Yeah, well, you're missing out on something because they're all different types of people. Look, there's dark skinned people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Black people with so where did that come from?
It's just not I don't know.
It's the same thing. It's the same. Listen, it's the same thing. That's what's in your heritage. It's not evolution. It's already in your heritage. So
doesn't everybody agree that mulatto kids are the best looking kids? Like they seem to be the best looking combination.
Mulatto.
I'm not lying. That's not a stereotype. It's true, bro. I've seen some good-looking kids come out of black and white mixes, and they really do. They come out good. They get blue eyes, straight hair, whatever. It just works out.
Nah, I don't disagree. I mean, just the way you said that was funny.
So I'm probably one of those. Like you probably are too. If you're in America, the whole lie about in America is that we came from somewhere else. I think that's a big freaking lie. I think we're not just these people that were traipsing on the shores of America for liberty. We were already here the whole time. Most of us were already here the whole time. Our families were here wherever state you were born in. If those people were in that state for a very long time, or a couple of different generations, you wouldn't know the difference if they told you, oh, you came from England, man. Or you came from, like somewhere else. No, you probably came from here. You probably have indigenous heritage. All of us in America probably do. And we probably have dark skin heritage as well. All of us.
I have no doubt that we're all intermixed with each other. That's why I think we're all built to maximum capacity. But it is what it is. All right.
This also goes against evolution, too.
That works out.
Let me read you this article. Dark skin does provide some protection against the sun's ultraviolet rays, but it's a myth that people with dark skin tones are immune to the harmful effects of UV rays. People of color have a lower risk of developing skin cancer than fair skin, but UV exposure raises the risk for everyone. Studies show that Black and Hispanic Americans who live in sunnier parts of the country have greater rates of melanoma than UV radiation, and that UV radiation correlates with other types of skin cancers in people with darker skin tone. UV radiation also ages the skin, leading to wrinkles, blah, blah, blah. We spoke with Don Queen, a dermatologist at Columbia University of Physicians and Surgeons, to get facts about skin color, skin cancer, and other effects of ultraviolet rays. Dark skin is not sunscreen. Dark skin does confer some degree of natural protection due to the increased melanin content, which is a myth. They're saying that, but I'll tell you straight up, it's a myth. Because you look into it and there's no actual studies. Like, it's bullshit. Queen says, but melanin is protective up to SPF of about 13, while current recommendations sunscreen are at least 30 a day, blah, blah, blah. Depending on skin's natural protective factor alone is not sufficient to protect you from sunburn. Although it's true that people with darker skin won't burn quite as quickly, the myth, they just can't see it. They are still at risk for skin cancer and photoaging and should take preventative measures to minimize those risks. Dark skin does burn. There's a misconception that people with darker skin tones can't burn, and don't need to wear sunscreen, Queen says. While it's true that they will burn less frequently, it's a myth. They can't see the signs of the beginning of the burn, so they stay in the sun longer. That's the problem. Melanin is not impervious to UV rays. Burn can and do occur.
Yeah, I mean, I never said that. I never said that they have some sort of like, resistance, like a complete resistance. I said they have a slight resistance to the sun. Like I've seen it. I've experienced it.
So
I've been around people.
Like Sonny says, when he goes outside and he's out in the sun and everything like that, he's toughening his skin up.
Yeah, that's
you
what I was
might
gonna
burn for the first 2 or 3 times, and then after that, you're just gonna warm up.
You can't change my mind on this. Like, I've seen this. Like, you can't change my mind on this. I'm sorry.
No, Kill. That's
you
why
guys will just argue about anything for any reason.
That's why your skin changes. Your skin changes over time. So, like, let's say with Sunny, what he's describing.
Here's the thing. You're right. My skin changes over time. But what happens if I stop getting sun? It goes back to normal. That doesn't happen to black people. Their skin doesn't go white when they stop getting sun.
What I'm saying, though, what normal is? How do you know what normal is? You don't.
My normal is the color that I was born with. That's normal.
Well, you're missing like 99% of the information that comes from your heritage. So I don't know.
When you were born, you weren't white.
Yes, I was. I have pictures.
No, buddy, you were purple like everybody else. You were born
yeah, I mean. I know what you mean.
See?
I know what you mean.
So there you go. So let's get back to the truth. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, that was basically me trying to say get back to the topic.
Get back to flat Earth.
Yeah.
No problem. It was an interesting conversation. Needless to say.
Yeah, when you were reading that, you just read the same thing over and over again. Like, it was like it felt like I was reading like a broken record. Like you were like a broken record for a second there, because they just kept repeating the same thing.
But that's how they write articles. Like, you ever heard of the term publish or perish? Like, people will look for any reason to publish something just for notoriety, and it doesn't matter what they're saying. They can waffle about the topic all day, and they won't put out any information pertinent
the monetary
to the
thing
discussion.
off your YouTube account. That'll slow down.
Right. But, I mean, that's just the way it is. He names himself something. Anyway.
Hey, with that being said, everybody go outside and touch grass. Get some sun.
I'm out in the desert, so I can't touch grass.
I thought we were touching the grass.
Only black people go out, and then white folks later.
Wait, what?
Joking. I'm mixed, so what do I do? One leg out, one leg in.
You got the best.
Yeah, you do the hokey pokey, then you turn yourself around, bro.
Do the hokey pokey.
Where the globe
is
is
that what
at.
the Earth is doing?
The hokey pokey?
Is that what the Earth is doing? It's doing the hokey pokey and turning itself around?
Gravity does that. Don Gio wrote a song called Flat Ball. Here's a line where he goes, gravity has a new dance, the hokey pokey. Turns itself about, yeah, okey dokey. I mean, it's kind of a great line because the way gas pressure acts. They're talking about gas pressure is being pulled down, but then it goes out towards the, there's layers of it towards space and stuff. It's crazy. Basically, gravity's doing hokey. I'll get the clip. Great song, by the way. All right, here we go. Shout out to Don Gio. Shout out to Nathan Oakley. This is Don Gio's song Flat Ball. Just a clip. Classic. Shout out to Don Gio. That's probably one of my favorite Flat Earth songs of all time. Don Gio, Flat Ball.
MacGyver.
Cognitive dissonance. Yes, it gets really tense. Some might be on the fence. They just can't handle it. It's like, dude, he killed that song. He killed it. Anyway, what's going on, y'all?
SCB?
Yeah, what's going on, Sheepdog?
Nothing. You sound different, man.
Just on speakerphone. I'm getting my Sasha on, making some pizza dough and stuff. My hands are covered in dough right now.
Hey, did you see the new video that I posted in your Discord to add to the bot?
Let me look.
Here, I'll play it for you.
Oh, that was easy. That was easy button.
That was easy.
Yeah. I actually do have that one saved already. I could just upload it. The problem is, bro, they really limited us with the amount of slots available.
Right.
Because, bro, I mean...
Do I have to have... If I have a Discord, do I have to have Nitro in order for you to use...
Yeah, if you want to use other soundboards from other servers, you got to have Nitro for that. Yep.
Oh, no, I'm saying, like, if I have a Discord and I give you permissions in my Discord to create more soundboards, can you use my soundboard in this server?
Yeah, you only get 8 slots, which is it's something, but if you I basically in my server, I've maxed out my little 8 slots, which is helpful, I guess. I guess you could do that if you want to. You could pick 8 good ones and stick them on there.
Right.
But yeah, could definitely do that. Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience gave me access to their soundboard, so I filled up their soundboard with like 40 more sounds. But I made sure that their sounds are pretty much all Flat Earth based. So the classic clips that you guys have heard before, gravity's not a force, you can think of it as a force, Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse, all those clips have pretty much made it onto their soundboard. So
she belongs to the streets.
She belongs. That's probably I actually favorited that one. It's so funny.
Yeah, I got that one somehow, or I need to get that. I want that one because I want to.
Do you have Nitro, Mickey?
Huh?
You have nitro as well, or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll send you a link to the Fresh and Fit.
I need that clip. I got to have that clip, man.
Yeah, I'm in their Discord, so their soundboard is on there. It's super funny.
Because most of these Glovers belong to the streets.
Yeah. So funny.
Got love for them streets. See, driving through Texas right now. I mean, they got some like small mountains in there. And I'm looking at this mountain. I'm like, that mountain's got to be at least 100 miles away, dude. And I could practically see the base.
Well, that wouldn't work on a globe. Or if I was a glober, I'd say that wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
This world is amazing.
So, what's the latest? See, Brandon comes in and out now again. We spoke to Ryan Ossers recently. I wasn't here for that rolling my boulder debacle. Does anybody have any commentary on that?
No, he was here.
Did he get cut loose after that, or? Yeah, he was here a couple days ago.
Year.
I guess he was here a couple days ago.
Like the last time I saw him, it was like probably 8 months ago, and he was in Witz's server, and he was talking. Is it Witz's? No, it wasn't Witz's. It was Gio's server.
Sasha, if you're here, let him know how it went. Oh, is he in here, Sasha? You might be listening to me on YouTube, Sasha. Come in here and tell him about your experience with rolling my boulder.
I heard he was
no,
shooting
you don't
my boy
understand.
Sasha.
You don't understand. No, shut up. You don't understand. And freaking rolling my boulder was like, he was shushing him, dude. Freaking Sasha, shut up. No, you don't say that. No, you don't understand. He kept saying that over freaking. But the reason I was like, people don't like have experience with these sophist types, so it's kind of good to get them gloves on, man, and go to work on them, because usually you get like your standard, the glober who's just saying things, but you never get like a sophist who doesn't want to answer questions, and you have to know how to deal with these types. And you don't have to have a mute button to deal with them. You just have to be like, in a way, adapt to what they're saying, so that you don't indulge them either. Don't play, because it's like a kid that plugs their ears and go la 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 la. I can't hear you, la 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 la. Like, so, you know what I mean? Like, in order for you to you have to get under their skin and then make them rage quit. That's the beauty of the whole thing. That's their, I don't know what you can say, antidote to them. Like, so you can you don't need a mute button. You just need to know how to deal with them. That's it. That's why.
Because they'll move on somewhere else.
Well,
they'll move on somewhere else, or they'll come back.
So
okay, like you said, they'll rage quit.
Let me put a question to the room right now. If somebody was shushing you and he's a glober or a sophist, how would you deal with it? Go.
No, I'm not going to shut the fuck up.
I'd be like, it's pronounced Sasha.
Rage quit.
You're missing the vowel.
If you don't like it, rage quit.
No, he forgot to pronounce the vowels in Sasha. Forgot English.
That's pretty good.
No, I have had people shush me before. It's weird. I was typing in the chat how that's a weird thing to do. It's not like it's an effective thing to do as well. What would I do? I don't even know, dude. If someone's shushing me, I mean...
Yeah, the question was for the room, so if anybody wants to chime in and see, like, what approach would you take? Because nobody really thinks about it, right? Like, as far as that goes, it's almost like, well, I would react this way, I would react that way, but what would be effective to actually make the person stop shushing you? Because you can do, trust me, I know, I've already I don't want to give you guys like because everybody has their own style of what they would do, but there's an effective way to make them stop doing that.
What comes to mind is step back and give them the spotlight that they request and watch them, embarrass themselves on stage. I don't know if that's what you were thinking, but that's what came to mind when you said that. All right, fine. You want the spotlight? Go ahead. What do you got to say?
What are they trying to do? It's a bit of psychology. What are they trying to do when they're shushing you? What is the objective for them?
They're trying to belittle you. They're trying to put you back underneath them.
Yeah.
Slow your roll a little bit,
There you go.
Making a point.
So what is the what would be the correct response to a shusher? I would say correct, and as in what could make him maybe stop doing that.
Speak to him in a nice, calm voice. If you're talking like this, and you're super wrapped up, and
or
maybe that's probably why he's trying to shush you.
Why do you want me to shush? Why do you want me to shush? And then whatever answer they give, then make them expand them until they expand out into nothing.
So, and I'll give you a little sauce to what he's saying. Every time he would do it, I could hear him, like when he was talking to Sasha, he was like smirking in the back. Like you could hear when somebody's smirking and talking.
Yeah.
They're getting off. They're getting their jollies off because they like to know that they can get under someone's skin. He's been a known sophist, and he's been kicked out of globe earther, forums too, not just flat earth. They don't like him in globe earth circles either. So he's been, like he admittedly said this, he's been bullied when he was growing up, but he's doing it. It's like a payback to people who he feels like are assertive. Because he can't do that in real life, he'll do it on the internet. So his way of dominating somebody is belittling them, like you were saying, Sheepdog. But that's his way of like getting back at the. So you can expose it. I mean, if you really want to, you can talk about the psychology behind it right in front of him to make him realize like what he's doing is not effective. There's many different ways, but like there is an effective method to make him stop. You don't need a mute button in order for that to happen. You can get upset, just what he wants. So all he's going to do is laugh behind his microphone when you mute him. So that's not you know what I mean? If you guys can see where I'm going with that. So there is
absolutely. Now I'm getting it. I'm starting to get it. It's like, all right, well, Shari, we'll lower the volume. Let's not wake the baby. It's okay. We can lower the volume. What would you do, Mick?
Well, I take it like a kid that's plugging their ears. I'll start talking to them like a parent. I'm the adult. You're the child. You will listen to me when I'm speaking to you. That will make him. It reverses the role because he wants to dominate the role of being somebody who's assertive. Because he sees you being assertive in the conversation, so he wants to assert himself and shush you. So you have to take the role back and say, no, you're not going to shush me. You can continue to do that, but I am going to talk to you about the truth and you will listen. And so you reassert dominance over the conversation. Because I'm telling you, flat earth is a complete offensive position. There is nothing of what we have that should be put into like a debate. Or, something where people are going to say, well, I disagree. I agree to disagree. No, you're just wrong. Let's say it that way. You're just wrong. And we'll just say it because you don't have any evidence to counter what I'm saying. So you're just wrong. And so they get upset and they want to assert their dominance. And so they use their sophist tactics to try to assert their dominance. And their tactic is more like a debate tactic. It's not to be right. It's to win the argument. Or to make you look foolish. Either one. And so his way of going about it was to make Sasha look foolish, and Sasha was baited into it, and he was falling for it. No, you be quiet. Like, no, you shut up. And he just, like, he was baited into that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a kid acting that way. How would you respond to a child acting that way? Well, you'd have to reassert your dominance, and show them that you're the parent and they're the child.
Right. Imagine going full kid mode on a kid. No, you shut up.
Yeah.
You're talking
go Adam Sandler on them, or some shit. Like,
right. That's a good point. I like that.
Yeah, it's just because we are right, because we're on the side of truth, not because we are right in and of ourselves, because truth is correct and they don't understand truth. So we're going to show them that the truth is the reason why we're telling them these things. But like Rolling My Boulder, I mean, I don't know if he's banned anymore. He left, but if he does return, he has kind of a softer way of speaking. But when he feels like he's being threatened by assertiveness, he'll initiate his his shushing. And then he says things like, calm down, you calm down. And that using the combination of those words will trigger somebody to be like, no, you shut up, you stupid idiot.
Right. He's like trying to rile you up while also being pretending to be like the calm one in the room or whatever.
Sure. And
weasels.
And what happens is that he winds up becoming that because, by doing what he's doing, it makes you like fly off the handle because he's, who is he to shush you, right? And think about this. Think about this. He doesn't have a mute button, yet he can assert his dominance by acting this way, and you become the one who loses control, and you have the mute button.
Right.
See?
And someone comes and mutes your ass because you're too loud.
Yep.
You're getting too riled up. That happened with Gregory the other night.
Yep. It takes some time because once you're exposed to it, you know the game. You're like, I know what this is. Nope, not gonna get away this time, buddy. So it depends.
And he's one of the tougher ones to debate because he's so anti-flat Earth. And I don't even know if he's anti-flat Earth. He just wants to win the argument. Like he wants, like, it's not about what the truth is. He wants to win the debate on a technicality.
Yeah. So let me give you another little juicy tidbit. You know who he despises arguing with or debating? Yes. Why? Why?
He's mean. I don't know. You said that he's the only one that can make him like rage quit or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. And if I applied myself, I probably could too. But
he's that bully archetype that he got beat up on when he was a kid. So he's the boss battle.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like it might give him some like PTSD or flashbacks or some shit.
Yeah.
But
QE doesn't give him any ground. QE literally, like, you're gonna get like he's gonna be like, shh, and he's like, no, I'm gonna get louder. He won't give him any ground.
Yeah. So shift. Okay, this arena, you have to be able to shift. Like in one moment you're coming in with the light kid's glove, with the soft.
Mm-hmm.
The next moment you got to shift to battle mode, like 0 to 100 real quick. Like you can't you don't have time to like be no, let's go back to what we're saying because they're like shh. And in an instant that's going to trigger your ass, so you better be ready for how to handle that. So, and sophists do a lot of different things too, right? Not just that, but that's one thing. They want to trigger you so you can look like the fool. And of course, what happens? You look like the fool. And they're over here like, I'm just using my same old, sultry tone.
Yeah, right.
And losing control. And then you're just like, no, shut up, you idiot. And everybody's looking at you like, dude, what are you doing? Anyway. But I'm just saying that these are the tactics, right? So just assert yourself as the role of like the guy that was trying to tell us like and for your homework you guys need to be like, dude, you're the freaking student. Why are you telling us? We are the ones telling you. And occasionally some people need that because they come from all different backgrounds, right? Like educational ones and people have been working in certain fields, and it's amazing that they have all this knowledge, yet they don't understand common sense.
Right.
That's weird, but it's the way the world is. Anyway, but yeah, just like think about it. And every sophist has their own tricks, but that's Rolling My Boulder's go-to move. He'll start shushing you. And it's a very effective move. I ain't going to lie. Because people do get triggered when you get... Imagine you're talking to a grown man and then you start to shush him. What do you think would happen as a result of you doing that? In real life.
In person?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're at, but
in person.
Might get checked pretty quick.
He'd probably step up to you, get a little bit closer, and be like, "Don't fucking shush me."
Yeah, exactly. But see, you can't do that on digital, right? Can't do that to him. He's safe. He's safe behind his computer screen.
It would depend if I could if I could leave the area or get out of the situation. I would do that. But if I wasn't able to do that, I would give them a warning and say, "Look, you don't shush me one more time, or there's going to be repercussions."
What if he's shushing you in the middle of that, Sonny? While you're saying that, what
look, you shush me again, I'm going to shove you across the. Listen. Give him a warning. Be specific. Say, if you shush me one more time, I'm going to shove you so far you're going to hit that signpost over there in the corner.
that threat doesn't work over well digitally, Sonny. Only on physically. If you're,
I know. Yeah. So figuratively speaking, I'm going to beat your ass.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't do that on the internet. But yeah, that would sound.
I'm only kidding. Ha. I'm just trying to be lighthearted. Ha ha ha.
No, well, I'm actually saying how to deal with sophists. This is most important. Because our brethren are getting kind of like, I guess you could say off kilter whenever this happens, which is kind of this is a real thing that happens in a debate. Okay, so and they win by making you look like a fool. So in other words, you have to think about it. QE never breaks character. He never softens up. Why?
Because he stays on point and he doesn't. He talks through it.
So, the sophist can't break somebody like that. If a sophist comes up to him, you know how he's going to respond, right? Every single time. It's textbook, and it's effective. Every single time.
It's called unflappability.
Yeah, I was going to say having a backbone.
That works. I'm just saying, though, that is the one guy... If you can see what QE's doing, and he's the one guy that Rolling My Boulder says that he's afraid to come in and debate, like he doesn't want to. Because
I think Mimas could do it too. I think Mimas would. I don't know if I've ever heard him and Mimas talk.
Let me give you some secret sauce here. All of you can do it. Every single one of you can. That's the secret.
I know I can do it.
So QE doesn't hold. He doesn't hold the keys to this. He doesn't hold the keys to it. He's just an example of it. So you guys can do certain things like, okay, let's just say modes, right? We'll call them modes. You can be QE-like, and so anybody can take that persona and just say, okay, it's battle mode, or whatever. And so your persona can be like somebody. I'm not saying exactly like him, but I'm saying, okay, the characteristics of being somebody who's assertive, bringing forth answer the question, that kind of thing. So anyone can do that. So it's more of it's a character that you can inhibit by becoming that. So it's just anybody can. So I don't think it's just like. QE is just like that all the time, because that's his persona. But somebody can be QE-like in certain moments, and somebody can be like Indio-like in certain moments, and just.
Would you say that QE has evolved?
I'm kidding. I know what you mean, but he would be triggered by you saying that. But no, I just think what it is like you just once you get to know him. You understand him. Like you understand him. Like you don't misunderstand him. Like it's a lot of people. He doesn't talk about the reasons behind all of this. You just have to be exposed to being around him for a while, and you get it. Like it's just I understand why he's that way. Like not gonna say it. There's a line. Okay, so right now, if you say ray of lights exist, what do you think he would say?
There's no such lights aren't rays.
Yeah, who said that? Citation. Who said citation?
Me, CB.
Yeah, because you already know CB. Like that, wasn't that what he would say?
Yeah, citation. Cite that shit right now.
Yeah, right now. And then the person goes, no, I'm just saying that. No, shut up. Cite right now. Yeah. Do it in the live stream voice text. Right.
I need a fucking citation right now.
Right. So okay. So as people, right? As people, we like to kind of waffle a little bit and just kind of expound on thoughts. And he cuts right to the old crap cake, man. Just right through it. Like, okay, shut up. Produce the evidence. Produce it. You just finished saying it. Produce the evidence right now. And so what it does to the person is like, well, let me speak a little bit about. No,
right.
You just explain myself. Now produce it. And so like it's this is what Rolling My Boulder doesn't want to do ever. So sophist types, they like to waffle, they like to get into feelings and all kinds of shit. And so QE's one that he's just like, I'm not gonna hear it. You're just gonna have to produce the evidence if you want me to talk to you. If not, I'm gonna sit you on mute like a child. So it's
I'll shush you.
And that's why Rolling My Boulder doesn't get away with it. So like a person, like an adult would, to tell a child with discipline, you're gonna do what we say. Here's the food. Go and eat it. If not, you can go to bed hungry. Like it's discipline. And after a while, the child is either gonna say, "I'm not hungry. I'm not gonna eat," and then keeps defying until the point they turn around and say, "Okay, I'm hungry. Let me have something to eat."
Right.
Okay, and you can join us now. But it sounds like he's being mean, and he's not. He's just showing them where the dominance is, and it's in the truth of flat Earth. So this is. You know what I mean? It's just because I don't know, man. I guess we have like sympathy or empathy, I guess you could say, for the human condition. We know that people can be swayed and persuaded, and we try to go at it the softer way. But sometimes you need to put on that that character where the assertiveness. And so it's just like Rolling My Boulder and anybody else who acts like him. You just you got to get that dominance of like the truth. Because a lot of people don't have that, man. Because think about it, coming from the globe Earth perspective, everybody just feels like, well, can't you just like believe that the Earth is a globe? That's okay, right? Some smarter person figured it out.
So calling out to Rolling My Boulder, come on in again, because it's been a little while since I've made you rage.
Oh damn! Sonny wants that smoke.
Is he still allowed? Is he still allowed here?
I don't know what happened.
Left on his own. He didn't. I don't think we banned him. Not well. He's on the permaban, but it was a sock account he came in, and that's a big no-no. So I don't know if he did get banned or not. I didn't ban him, but if he did or not. I'm just saying, like, it was an example. If you go back to the couple days ago where Sasha was talking to him, you could hear like Sasha was kind of desperate. Is there a moderator? Like he just didn't know how to. Sasha was all over and he lost the control of it, and so that was what he Rolling My Boulder capitalized on that moment, like, and he was loving it, and I was just like shaking my head, man, because I'm like, man, I know we can do better than this. I know we can get him to actually stop being that way, but it's almost like people have been exposed to all different characters in here. So we should all glean some good information, right? But it's like when you deal with these types for so long and you still haven't gotten any, you still need a mute button, you still need a moderator. It's not like, what have you learned so far? If it's not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you definitely got to learn to adapt and overcome when you're a silver or gold. Like,
yes,
when you don't have the mute button, you got to learn your way around the argument. And then when you do get the mute button, you don't want to use it really. It needs to be.
Thank you. Well, because you're practiced, you're versed at that point.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you don't need a mute button, really. You just need to understand the conversation and the dynamic. So that's what it's really about. When you're discussing it with these guys, if you have the mute button, I feel like that's more. You're leaning more on the.
It's a crutch.
On the tyrant position. It's a crutch. The mute button would become a crutch if you rely on it. You don't need a mute button. That's all I'm saying, man. Like when you are a silver, even a gold, not a gold plus. I think golds don't have it. Gold plus have the mute.
You need gold plus.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that once you're in those categories, then you have to learn how to have the conversation without the mute button. And so this practice, right? So if there's a sophist, put your gloves on, come in there and see what you can do. Because when you start saying moderator, I need a mute button, somebody needs to shut that up, then you're not doing due diligence with your understanding of what we're doing here. So it's character building for you, really. And it's useful. I didn't jump in, and that's the reason why I didn't. And so most of the moderators were like, dude, somebody needs to shut this guy up. Well, I think it's in the way we're dealing with them, right? I could have easily stepped in, but I'm just going to enable everybody when I step in. I don't want that. I want everybody to be able to have the ability to handle these conversations. Anyway, because I love you guys, man. Like, I mean, I would, if somebody needs to, like, I need to have a job doing this full time, and I would, but even then, I would probably sit back and let you guys kind of, like, you know what I mean? Until a really juicy Glover comes in here, just like so egotistical. Yeah, minute, okay, guys, make some room on the dance floor because it's about to go down. You know, like.
No, but love or not, I need y'all to represent not just me, but the server well when I'm not here, and then when I'm on the mic, I want to represent anyone that can't be on the mic. So it's not about just the love is important for sure, but even if that wasn't the case, you still need to represent as well. Especially if you're wearing the badge of Flat Earth in this server. So that means keeping your cool and not flying off the handle when someone's shushing you or whatever. So, but it is what it is. I'm not perfect there either. Dude, that dogs versus dogs guy the other day. I know you. I know everything about you. Like, bro, you don't. We literally just started talking. Like, you don't know me. So
did he say that to you, CB?
Oh yeah. We were getting. I was giving him some smoke about water or whatnot, and I know you. I know everything about you from those 2 sentences. I'm like, dude, you don't know nothing, bro. You don't. You've been in the server for 20 days. You don't know me. I didn't know who he was at all. I thought he was like a flat earther. We were just getting into. But then he's like, no, safe and effective. I'm like, okay.
He's gonna get it once I get a hold of him.
I was gonna say, you didn't get to speak to him, did you?
No, man. Well, after Timbo told me who he was, he's the crazy Australian who was in here like stalking Timbo. Like, where do you live, Timbo? Like, he wanted to know where. That was the same guy from back then, and I didn't know who Dogs Are Gods, like if that was him or not. But Timbo told me that last time I talked to him, that's who it is.
Okay.
So I know who the guy is character-wise. So, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it, dude. I'm sorry.
We were giving him some smoke the other day.
He's not bad for
me. Central was on his case.
I don't know. When I see somebody with blue hair, I'm like, I don't need to talk to them to know who they are.
Does he have blue hair?
No, I get what he's saying.
Oh, you talk about leftist? No. I mean, nah. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care what type of color hair.
I'm not trying to derail it.
No, he was just commenting because bro said he knew me because I said that he was trying to say that he was trying to reach a whole bunch of things that I didn't say. Oh, so you're saying this then? I'm like, no, I didn't say that. He's like, oh, so I know everything about you based off what you said. I'm like, dude.
Nah, bro. Hey, he better bring that same energy when it's crunch time, bro. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Well, he kept saying like, based off of this evidence, I can infer. I'm like, dude, your inference skills are trash, apparently. So I don't know why you're saying you can infer things, bro. You were trying to infer a whole bunch of extra stuff based off of an analogy I made. Like, come on, dude, you shouldn't be talking about inferring anything. Your inference meter is broken, bro. So now we were giving him hella smoke the other day. He just rage quit though after the curved plum argument. Well, what we finished on. I think Central was trying to tell him about his plum being curved. He's like, no, it's not. I guess he was denying his own claim, and I don't know much about plum, so I was just listening for the most part there. Well, that's where we finished. But Central also played a clip of him saying that the geometric horizon's not visible but blocks things. Some shit like that. I don't know. Bro was hyped up off something.
I know what it is, CB. They're tired of looking like weak, pathetic fools when they come in our chat. So he's trying to bring that smoke so that he can regain some of that dominance that they used to have at the very beginning.
Because we used to come in like confused. Yep. Yeah, we're in season 9 now.
Yeah, well, this is season 9, bro. Season 9.
If you don't know what the fuck is going on in here,
I don't even know what to tell you. Yeah, dude. It is funny though. You said what's his face Boulder got bullied when he was younger. I do find that that's like a common phenomenon. Someone gets bullied and then they go run off to try and bully other people to get a little, feel better about themselves. So say QE comes in and slams a guy, that guy will try to come back and like bully up on Sasha or somebody. Yep.
Dude, because they want to target the guys who, just want to have conversations. And I'm sorry that it has to be that way, but this arena, it's not designed for casual civil conversations. I'm sorry, guys. It's not built for civil conversations. I know
the highway doesn't have a sidewalk. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying because of the fact that it's so provocative. So even if you try to have a civil conversation with somebody, you're actually crushing the person's paradigm into oblivion. Yeah. Even the most civil conversation will result to like, I hate to tell you this, man, but space travel, the thing that you thought was real, doesn't exist. And it's like, you say it the most calm, civil way possible, even jokingly. But at some point, it will trigger their psyche. And they'll be like, oh, wait, no. This guy's off the rocker thinking that there's no space. And then, beast, right? So, yeah, you can try to do it civilly, but it's not going to have the same snap, crackle, and pop as you do, like really bring it to them, So,
right.
And that's just truth. I mean, that's truth. So
the very nature of our reality is in question. Like, this is the discussion.
Yep.
So yeah, crushing someone's paradigm. It's fun crushing somebody's paradigm.
It's exhilarating. Shh, don't tell anybody.
I actually like what you said there, Meg. You got me thinking. Think of like a NFL or a football team. You have a walkthrough before the game where you go high speed. So yeah, when the game is on, it's high speed. You can't be walking through the motion when it comes time to really get down to it. So it's full speed contact in here, baby.
I'm telling you, man, it's like saying, like, see, I got this sword and it's called truth, and I'm about to run you through with it. Do you mind? I'll go slow as I can. I'll try to make it not be as painful as possible, but as I still keep screwing you with it, like, sorry.
Stand there.
Just run them through, man. Here you go. Like, that's true. It'll be, the faster, the quicker you get it over with, the better. And then they're like, oh, okay, like, shit. Maybe I did believe.
Yeah, what do they say about taking a Band-Aid off, right? The quickest way is just rip it off.
Rip it.
Yeah, rip that Band-Aid off.
Because we're doing
a question, CB. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mayhem.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Wouldn't you rather that be the case than doing it slowly and painfully and nicely? Like, you wouldn't want a nurse going, sorry, really slowly taking a bandage off. Sorry. Like, rip it off already.
What were we gonna say?
What I was gonna say, because I think you would get it since you actually train martial arts. It's the difference between like sparring in the gym versus like when you're actually set foot in a one-on-one competition with another person. And if you're not willing to kill that other person in every aspect of the fight, then you're not going to win the fight. The other person has the advantage always.
Yeah, that's a
great
good point.
That's a good analogy, man. Hell yeah.
That's so funny, Sheepdogs. I was actually thinking that, but I didn't want to get too technical for the panel. But because I do a lot of sparring with friends, and some friends, they don't know how to really gauge that kill mode. Like there is a certain threshold when you're sparring where you keep it playful, fun, but there's a little bit of seriousness in there. But then there's a level where you get past that and you're like, all right, I might be hurting my friend here. Some people don't know how to gauge that range very well. But like you said, when it's kill time, it's kill time. So yeah, that is a good analogy for sure. Being able to manage your intensity, and like you said, make a moment, it can switch really fast. It can go from a really playful thing to like, we're getting serious right now. So it does happen in an instant.
Yeah, and I guess everybody knows when that is in here. There are certain things that go. Okay, so let's just say you're having a quote unquote civil conversation, and all of a sudden you hear them say, "Nah, you guys are crazy. Nah, space is real." What do? No. Let's just talk about this. Like, let me reason with you. Or, okay, bring a citation as to what you're saying is correct. Go ahead and prove it. Bring the evidence right now. So you can't let up. You have to actually go stronger and harder until they realize there is no out. There is no escape. There's only truth. That's it. They have to yield. And if they're not going to yield, well, there's the door. It's that way if you want to leave.
Yep.
I mean, just ask Indio, right, Indio?
Well, even for more fighting references, there's multiple rounds.
Oh yeah, whatever you said.
I find that if you give them a good first round, they'll come back for round two almost better off. Yeah. You got to give them a good thrashing for round one, though. Kind of, let them know what's up.
And every fight tactic is different. Sometimes you got to go in there and let them punch themselves out for the first round. True. You got to be really good at bobbing and weaving. You can't stand there and take it, or they're just going to pound on you.
Listen,
you gotta circle around.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, man. I'm the pugilist. Friggin' CB's a mixed martial artist. Friggin' Indio's like a
Jedi,
jitsu master or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the black belt. He's the freaking Pai Mei. Yeah, he's the instructor.
I'm just a grunt. I'll be the first one to tell you. Like I'll sit there and muscle you the whole time. I'm the grunt.
You sound like it. You got the voice for it.
Indio will probably be the wise kung fu master, like black belt. That's only good for keeping your pants up.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That was very good.
He's like, brick, but brick don't hit back.
But no, I mean that too. Like I'm one of those people. Like if none of y'all were in here and I was in here by myself and there was a Glober in here, man, I will sit there and go second for second for hours with that person just to wear them the fuck out.
It'd be like watching two bucks hit their antlers together, huh?
He said that. Sheepdog is like, I'm on Facebook, man. I have 5-day debates with people. I'm like, 5 days? Good God, man.
Twitter, man. Twitter.
Sheesh.
He's got the biggest antlers in the in the wild.
I've talked to people on Twitter, and then I'm like, come in the Discord, come into here and talk live with the panel. And they're like, no, I don't like that place. It's a Wild West. And so I'll type in their name, right? Like the same Twitter name that they have in here, and they've been a member for like 3 years, 4 years.
This is how I like
we're sitting here talking to Andy Slatter.
Yeah, this is how I like the Globers or Glow Earthers that come in here. I like when they say, I'm afraid to go in there. I just love smelling the fear when they're in here is amazing, dude. Like I love them feeling like they're walking on digital eggshells. I do. It's amazing because it's like the whole time they had their foot on our necks, like all these guys, they have the majority, right? They have the vast army of like zombies. They got freaking academia on their side. They got all this shit. What do we got? We got each other. That's it. So yeah, hell yeah, I like them to be fearing that they're coming in here. I do. I'm proud, man. I love
I know
that.
you do. That's why when I find out that they've that they don't want to come in here, I'm like, well, then that just explains everything. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the candy ass server is that away. Go join it. Where the people like debates.
I mean, we've seen it all at this point. All different archetypes. Trolls, PhDs, teachers.
Oh, yeah.
The weirdos. Anti-flat earthers. Just you name it. We've seen it all. There's nothing new at this point. So we're just sharpening our skills.
Yeah, P Drinker came in here just before or earlier today. I snatched his wig again. He left.
Really?
Yeah.
Every
single time I get there, I'm gonna open his mic. I'm gonna keep asking him the same questions, and I'm gonna keep like getting even worse every single time he comes in here. And he rage quit on his own, which is another thing that I love. I make them leave without me even touching the kick button. I did that, and Brandon. Brandon was just like, poor Brandon, man. He's just like, he's not meaning to be like over, but he is. So I'm just like, dude, you know what time it is, bro. Like,
what's his situation, man? Who's got a good read on that?
It's weird. I don't know. He's maybe a glutton for punishment. I have no idea. But he came in here when there was no Glovers.
I'm not going to rage quit. I'm not mad.
And then what happened the next moment? He rage quit.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not going to rage quit. I'm not mad. It's okay. I'm not mad. And then he's like, but it's not a wig. And oh yeah, it is a wig. It is a wig. And then like 5 seconds later, he was out the room.
I was like, hell yeah, dude, you gave it to me. Because he conceded that he was wrong in saying that.
Oh.
And I was like, good. Thank you. He's like, well, that's not a wig. I was like, hell yeah, it's a wig. You conceded. Thank you.
He said that's not a wig.
Yo, I gamified this shit. So yeah, it is a wig. So you conceded it's your wig. Thank you very much. But you get, as far as now, you just give me your Diamond 5 wigs. You know, I don't want the cheap old, dollar store. You better come with some really good high quality.
I want that ratchet wig.
Yeah. It's in the back of the room with all the other ratchety wigs, Got lights and shit all over them. I don't want that. Yeah, but he left after that. And then P Drinker came in after that. And I had to just run him through so he would leave. And he did. I believe I'm in the Garden of Eden. Yeah, how'd you get a cell phone in there? I thought nobody else, we were all banished from the Garden. Well, I'm in there. Freaking idiot.
Dang, man, I'm surprised he's still going. I'm bored.
Yeah, Miggy and I had our way with PD. That was fun. He's like, the Garden of Eden. What a mess that is. Anyway, he should be referred to the one who could be recognized with one syllable.
Huh? What?
Sorry,
I recognize his voice in one syllable.
Oh, okay, got you.
No, he even said today, I think Sheepdog heard him. He's like, yeah, I drink my own pee. I'm like, so what, dude? You're an idiot. Like, what's that got to do with all the pee in China? Like,
the hell did you just say?
He goes, I drink my own pee. And he's like, and man's like, that's stupid. He's like, well, at least I know the earth is round. And he jumped out of the room.
Yeah.
What?
Bye, idiot.
Wait.
I was like, you're not drinking it for health reasons, man. You like the taste, bruh.
I don't know, man. He almost convinced me.
Well,
stop taking showers or what?
Yo, that's
listen,
listen, bro.
I would say this.
Tag like saying that.
I'm sorry. I would say this. If you're caught in an earthquake and your car gets trapped underneath the overpass that's fallen down on you and you're crushed, you know, you might
I'm dying
in order to survive until the fire department gets
No,
there.
I'm dying.
Like those situations, probably the only ones you would want to do that.
I'm dying, dude. I'm not drinking my own pee. I'm just not going to do it.
If it matters,
I'm not going to evolve. I'm not going to evolve.
When the time comes, where you're either going to live or die, you will make the decision of life. I guarantee you.
I promise.
Yeah, I mean, life or death.
Sheepdog, you ready?
Some people will just give up and go, oh no, okay, fucking, this is it. I'm not going to even lift a finger to save my own life. I'm just going to die now.
I don't know. People have their ways, though. You can't make somebody do that. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But some people are just doing it for recreation. It's not for survival. And that's a very big difference, even from that standpoint.
Recreational? What?
Yeah.
I say there can be some health benefits. I would look into it yourself. Like, for instance, people don't know that over $100 million in cosmetics are from harvested urinals, where they harvest the urine from porta potties. I guess you women didn't know this. Yeah.
Makes for the best makeup.
Yeah, so almost every makeup has uric acid in it. Where do you think that comes from? They harvest it from urinals. Yep.
Yeah, you know, like, just like we have a jellyfish sting, they'll say like pee on it and stuff because that acid would work on that sting. But at the same time, are you ingesting it? That's the key note here, right? Ingesting it.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. And is it a benefit necessary that, you know, something that's what's the word here? Excreted out of you to be used as such for nutritional values?
No, I would say that it does have a storehouse of your own antibiotics that are made specifically for your own body, that are created in an instant whenever something happens, like a bee sting. The antivenom is already in your urine. So,
yeah, but
you could
applied
that on the outside. You could pee on that on the outside, but it would have the same effect if you drank just a little tiny sip of your own urine. You have all the antibodies you need for anything that's happening around you.
We're not even going to go that way because, you know, there's water, right? And plenty of it.
That's true.
Oh my God! Please rain. I don't want to drink my pee.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Moving right along to the next topic.
You know, when you're born, when you're born, you actually ingest some of your mom's.
You're actually in it,
and your own.
You're actually in the embryo.
All right, who votes to be a pee drinker then? How about that? Hands in the air. Who wants to be a pee drinker? Who wants to drink their own wee every morning?
Yeah, but the embiotic.
Let's fucking move on from the damn topic. Let's move to another topic. Where were we at again?
Let's do that because we don't want to get labeled as pee drinkers in here. Otherwise, you will be, if that's what you really want.
Only a Glover would be a pee drinker.
Pee drinking only. That's all the attention.
Oh my God, man! And you were talking about me taking a left turn last night. Jesus Christ!
Okay, let's move on. I implore you. Let's go.
I don't know if you guys saw the video I posted. I can't really show it, but it's like a 1920s video that was remastered, and it looks pretty good. I mean,
is it about?
Okay. Universal Pictures. They had a globe already.
I just saw it and I thought it was interesting. I don't know. It's like you take a time machine back in time.
Yeah, I don't have to. I'm already a time machine.
What, you guys think that video is fake?
Which video is that?
The one I posted a little bit. Like, at 2:34.
What is that, like drum practice? On
Yo, you gotta chicken loose on your keyboard, bro.
Is that like drum practice on a 5-gallon bucket?
It sounds like one of those Jamaicans outside of an airport, banging on a drum.
Nah, you know when you put a card in your bicycle tire, it sounds like you put his phone in the bicycle tire instead of a car.
He's got a big ass hand clucking away at his keyboards. He just put a bunch of corn on the WS QWERTY. Plop, plop, plop.
Shout out to Indio though. Yeah, seen you in here holding the panel down lately.
Shout out to Indio. Yeah,
I dozed off last night. I think you guys were still going strong.
I've been I keep having to run away without saying without the formality, not niceties. I just disappear. I just vanish.
I'm kind of bad at that too. I'm really bad at that.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, he does.
I'm no good at saying goodbye.
Because the conversation will be deep.
That.
I don't want to be like, "Hey guys, let me just interrupt to say bye." But I don't know. Sorry, Maggie, you were gonna say something?
No, I was gonna say those ninjas that have little smoke bombs. That's what he does. He just throws a smoke bomb and he's gone. He slips out to the back door. Everybody's talking. And like, shit, where's Indio at? Oh, he left. Yeah, he was gone 20 minutes ago. What the hell, bro?
Dude, I have some weird OCD where I time everything to the last second, and then I forget, and I'm like, man, I gotta right now, or I'm not gonna be able to make it.
I'm kind of like that too.
I don't like being early, and I don't like being late. I like walking through the door right on the number.
Yeah, that's me, pretty much me.
Appointments.
As long as I got my suit and tie, I'm gonna leave it on the floor tonight. Yeah, hey, you want fries with that?
Come on, oro gatto, Mr. Roboto. We need the soundboard.
All right, so you want a large drink with fries, extra cheese?
Holy crap! What's going on here?
I gotta mute Sheepdog. Sorry, Sheepdog. You're hot making or roboting.
Yo, dude said space was in the Bible.
Bruh.
Space is in the Bible. Yo, man, that's the craziest shit I ever heard.
Did he just say space is in the Bible?
Said, I'm sure space is in the Bible.
Oh, you sure, huh?
I gotta get him in here.
What chapter is that in again? What book is that in again?
Yeah, that's First Fleshalonians.
Fleshalonians. Isn't that in the first fucking book of the Bible?
No, Fleshalonians. Like your skin.
That's Fleshalonians. Yeah, that's what we were talking about before. The pigment. Anyway.
Yeah, these two guys were just that I made rage quit. They're nothing. We're dogs as God.
Oh, you made people rage quit and I missed it? Damn.
Yeah, two. So far.
Where's the
what were their parting words? What was the run up? I gotta say one more thing. Just let somebody say one more thing.
Brandon. Yeah. Brandon was. And you can see curvature for an airplane. He respawned today, and curvature for an airplane was his cha-cha move today.
Oh no, dude! I told Brandon. Who was in here last night when I told Brandon he was going to respawn tomorrow?
Me, I was.
Yeah,
I was here.
It's exactly what he did too.
Yeah, I know.
He kind of agreed though. He was like, "Oh yeah, you can't see it." Like
he also agreed that you can't.
No, he said
Lake Pontchartrain is not the curvature of the Earth. He agreed with that last night. Wait, he'll bring it up again. Wait.
No, and he conceded to the point today, and I was like, "Well, bro, thanks for the wig." He's like, "You didn't get my wig." I was like, "Yeah, I did. You conceded. Thank you." And then he's just like, I guess he said something and rage quit. And then P Drinker came in there. I unmuted his ass. So how does the Earth? How is the Earth a container? And so he was talking about like, how you put Earth in a container. It takes the shape of its container. And also, he said you can drink your own urine. And I was saying a bunch of dumb shit like he usually does. And then that we live in the Garden of Eden. And then he went into Scripture. Well, it says right here, John. I'm like, dude, you don't understand Scripture. Don't tell me about Scripture. You don't understand it. You think you live in the Garden of Eden. I do. How do you know? Because God. Oh, God? Which God? The God of Jesus? Which Jesus? Which one are you talking about? Another Jesus like the Bible talks about? No, the one in the Bible. I was like, no, because if you did understand, you wouldn't be saying you live in the Garden of Eden, knucklehead. And then he rage quit.
He doesn't even know that the Garden of Eden was in just one location. He thinks it's the entire Earth.
So, I don't think I'm going to get much traction with these Globers.
It's just crazy when people try to control us Christians, but they don't know anything about the Bible. It's like the Bible's the most printed book in the world. You actually have to look. If you try to troll in the Western civilization, pretending you know the Bible in front of 5 people, one of them's going to call you out, right? So,
like me. He didn't like it.
Is he like a lurker?
He's just a weirdo. Let's put it that way.
Like he just
creates infinite accounts, gets banned repeatedly,
lurking around, and then like.
For some reason or another, we broke him. He's just a broken toy, and some of them are. They come in here respawning every day, thinking that they're going to make some kind of difference, and we got to swat them like gnats every now and again. Every now and again. Oh, we got Elijah. What's up, Elijah? I had to run to Wally Martinez, man. I got to get some stuff.
Dude, what the fuck is going on? Yo, Crazy Bear, you see that?
Yes.
They can't. He's confused. He's actually legit confused of whether men can get pregnant or not. He's like, they can't. Like, what? Men can't get pregnant?
Hey, bring him into chat, Indio.
I'm trying, man. Come on, man.
Wait, what?
It's got to be a kid, man. He's like, Google said space is real. And then we're like, yeah, Google also says men can get pregnant. And then he posted, they can't. Wow.
It's salty because they changed that Google search. So they moved that search result a few slots down. So when you search can men get pregnant, I hope that doesn't come up as the top search result. Probably because they got reported or something. I don't know.
Yeah, when they say that, they're just women that are saying that they're men. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, that's all it is. I don't know how deep I should go into this, but probably not. It's like one of those touchy subjects.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Shouldn't be.
I know, right? Should be pretty simple.
Like if you went 500 years ago when you said to somebody, you know, whether men can get pregnant, it's going to be a touchy subject in 500 years. They'd freaking lock you up. They'd think you're insane. You'd be in a rubber padded room. Actually, they might just burn you.
Yeah, they'll think you're like a fucking witch or something.
Yeah, there's got to be something seriously wrong with you because that's like beyond all like possibility. Look, there's some things in human existence which are pretty certain, right? There's some males and females. The females get pregnant, the men don't get pregnant, right? That goes across like pretty much the entire mammal animal kingdom with the exception of like platypuses or something. No, it's still the females. So, like, you know, when we drop things fall. That's another one. What else is pretty certain?
You know what the weirdest animal is that I've seen? Well, I mean, there are some weird ones, but the weirdest mammal I've seen is hyenas. Have you read about hyenas?
They are really weird.
They are.
Everybody grows old. That's another one.
The females have a fucking dick.
What?
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, it's not like
no. It's a protruding vagina.
Yeah, it's like but it looks like a freaking dick. Females are also very aggressive compared to the males. Like that's a matriarchy. That's like the only matriarchy I can think of.
It's funny they're called hyenas. Sounds about right.
Yeah, look it up. It's pretty freaky.
But you're saying what things are certain? Maggie said people get old. Yeah, entropy.
Yeah, there you go. The sea is made of salt. The sea is salt water. Like there's some certain things but to be confused about like you can go to any age of time of man. You can believe in evolution, don't believe in evolution, doesn't matter. You can pull out any human being and say, is this true? Can men get pregnant? And all of them, until the present day, would say no. But for some reason, it's confusing now. And we're supposed to be the most advanced. We're so advanced that we forgot that there are sexual gametes in the male species and with male and female and sexual dimorphism. Like we just
people are stupid, Indio. It's not that they forgot. They're just stupid.
No, they're trying to turn reality on its head. It's the
same thing the globalists think. I mean, it's the same thing.
It's gaslighting. It's just gaslighting. It is the same thing as the globalists, right?
Yeah,
that's turning reality on the head. Oh, that flat Earth you see, that's not flat. That's really a ball. This is the same thing. Like, yeah, that penis you see, like that doesn't matter. You can still get pregnant.
Yeah. Can you imagine giving birth out of that? Jesus.
You first.
Well, they just try to redefine things nowadays.
Like listen, you could put doubt into it if females produced eggs like men produce sperm. But all females' eggs are produced when they are being gestated in the womb. They're born with their eggs. They don't produce more eggs. All their eggs, when they come out their mother, all their eggs are there. There's no new eggs ever to be created.
Yeah, they have a fixed amount of eggs.
So there's no way, right? You can't. There's nothing you can do to a man to make him produce an egg, a female ovum. It's not possible because he was born without the ovaries, and it doesn't matter what you do. He can't get the eggs because you don't produce them in the human body after birth. Right, so it's impossible. That split is in the womb. It's not. It's never going to go back. Like you can't reverse it.
Oh my god! I read an article the other day where they were talking about men having cramps, and I was like, "Oh my god, this world."
I mean, theoretically, you might be, if you really freaking did some crazy, like, I'm not saying they know how to do it, you might be able to get females to produce sperm in the ovaries, but there's no way you can get testes to produce ovum. So it's just never going to happen.
You mean like females become asexual?
Well, I mean, the ovaries are analogous to testes, right? I mean, obviously some of the cells are different, but you might be able to, like, I was talking about this last night, that you can turn cells back into stem cells, and then they can redifferentiate themselves into, now this technology isn't matured where they can actually do this, but they know, like, that's their target down the line, is to, that's why they use embryonic stem cells, right? Have you heard, like, embryonic stem cells from the placental blood, or from aborted fetal tissue? So these cells, like, your cells differentiate depending on where they are in your body. They get signaled from other cells that they're next to, and that tells them what type of cell they're supposed to become. But there's a blank slate cell called a stem cell. It's just a blank slate. It's not any cell. It doesn't do anything. It sits there waiting for the signal to become another type of cell, a neuron, a liver cell, a heart cell, or whatever. But you can take a cell that's like a liver cell. They've only done it with skin cells so far. They might have done it to bone marrow. They can add chemicals to it, whatever they do, and get it to go back to a stem cell form. Right? They don't know how to get it. They can make it roll. They can roll it back into a stem cell, so they can turn the skin cell into a stem cell. But they haven't figured out how to turn that cell into some other cell. But they're working on it. But the point is that you could get a female's ovaries to express themselves as testes and produce sperm, theoretically. But you can't do, nothing you can do to the testes will ever get them to produce eggs. Ever. Even if you frickin' reverse them into polycurrent stem cells. It's never going to happen. You have to go back into the womb, dude. So you have to turn a man into a baby, stick him back up into a female, and then, like, go through the whole process of gestation all over again, and then maybe he can produce some frickin' eggs. Good luck with that.
So are you saying that women can transition into men? Is that what you're saying?
No. Maybe someday they might be able... No. Maybe someday they might be able to produce sperm cells. But that's totally hypothetical. That's why I was talking about last night, synthetic sperm. That would basically be synthetic sperm. Sperm created in a different organ of the body than testes, created in ovaries. It may be theoretically possible. I mean, I could just be blowing smoke, too. Might be fucking, like, impossible.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Like, females being...
Females being what?
Capability of producing sperm.
I'm theorizing. This is totally hypothetical. They may or may not. They may or may not be. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Like I said, I could totally be blowing smoke. But ovaries and testes are like analogous organs. But when they're exposed in the womb to different types of hormones, they express themselves as one thing in females and another thing in males. I don't even think they know how sperm is actually produced, quite honestly, within the testes, like the mechanism. But in a female, we know how those are produced inside of the ovaries. They're all there when the baby comes out. even though it's a freaking infant of 2 seconds old, female, all her eggs that she's ever going to have in her entire life are in her. She can't produce anymore that we know of. That's why fertility goes down as you get older.
Yeah, don't you lose like 80% or like 90% of your eggs by the time you're like 35, supposedly?
Yeah.
In general?
Yeah, it's like 30, 35, somewhere in there, yeah. I mean, that's what I was talking about last night, how just unlikely it is for you to exist. If you think of all the sperm that's ever produced and all the eggs that were ever produced by your mother and father, in one combination of those two individual ones combined, and that's you.
I don't know how they came to this conclusion, but they said that like men, like about 40% of men in history reproduced, while like almost over 90% of women did.
Yeah, the ratio is 18 females have reproduced for every one male that's reproduced.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. But it makes sense. It makes sense.
But there's probably other factors other than like the red pill, right? So some of the other factors could be men take more risks, right? They have a shorter life expectancy. They get drafted. So a lot of men that have been born frickin' died pretty early.
Yeah, they die before they can have a family. Yeah.
Yeah. So like in the middle, like now we have older people in the military, but in the past it wasn't older people. It was between like 15 and 18.
Did you see this? I was just curious the other day about that, and I was reading about the Titanic, and I was trying to figure out like what the percentage of women that survived versus men, and it was pretty crazy. Like almost all the women survived.
Damn sexists.
I was like, what?
Sexist crew of the Titanic. Well, I mean, yeah, some men probably died more before they had a chance to reproduce while the women were preserved. And I mean, that's a valid strategy.
You see that in nature too, like lions, basically male lions. The majority of them do not get to reproduce because they'll get killed by other males, or they'll just not be able to find a pride or whatever the fuck it's called. But then the females, all the females, they get accepted most of the time, and they just join. Like there's like 20 females to like one male or something like that.
Well, if you want to increase the population, you want to preserve the females.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've heard this. If you have 100 men on an island and one female, and 100 women on an island and one male, who's going to increase the population faster?
Yeah.
So you can keep 100 females on an island and one man versus an island with 100 men and one female.
Yeah, the 100 women are going to go faster, right?
Yeah, because you can get all 100 women pregnant. In 9 months, you have 100 more people. After 9 months, you got one person. If you get lucky, you got twins. Maybe you'll get triplets if you get really lucky, right? If it's octomom, you got 8, but you're nowhere near 100.
Okay, yeah.
So it's better to preserve the females than the males, because a lesser amount of males can still keep the population going. Whereas if you kill off all the females, you're at a population bottleneck.
Right. So who's really the prize? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, if you think about it,
man's surprised because he has to put up with all those bitches.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be like the swing. When I grew up, it was always the girls are the prize. Now we're starting to realize that it might be the other way around. But
it's probably because you were raised by a woman.
Yeah,
that's probably why.
I think the prize is depending on what environment you live in. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Depends on your environment. If you're living in a I don't know. There's some conditions where I guess, I mean, I don't think either one's the prize. I think that's just, maybe we should just dump that analogy.
No, I mean, I only brought it up because.
Well, no, like maybe we should just dump that.
Right
that's
now.
like, that is kind of a toxic term, right?
Yeah.
One the prize versus the other.
Yeah, my gut says that it doesn't. My gut agrees with you, but it's just like the common vernacular is.
Well, listen, I know no modern woman's a prize. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
They're useless. They're fucking useless.
You don't want an alpha boss babe?
Okay, no, like they're useless, right? So my grandmother and my mother could, you know, when I say prepare food, I'm talking pickle, jar, can, frickin' everything. Make everything from fucking scratch. They could, you know, trim game. They could do everything, right? They could do everything.
That's amazing.
That's a female that's a prize.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Female getting her nails done, right? And fake fucking lashes and BBL. Like, she ain't no prize. Ain't no prize, dude.
Yeah, you know what really now that you said nails, that really turns me off. When I see a woman with like fucking raptor nails, I don't.
Sir, you're just insecure.
I feel like I don't know. I think that's so unattractive.
Nails, you're insecure.
You just can't handle them.
Yeah, you can't handle a woman like that.
She can't handle wiping her ass, probably.
That's what you're for.
You can't handle toilet paper. Oh my god. That's so funny.
Well, you're supposed to buy her a boudoir, you brokey.
Yeah. How are you going to get her a bidet?
She probably knuckles it.
Oh my god. That's foul. Yeah. I just love how they do that though. Like, you call it any type of something you have a preference. Oh, you're just insecure if you can't handle it. It's like, really? Come on, dude. You're gonna say that about everything? Find something new to say. That one's getting old.
See, all they are is like mirroring what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everything's like just like they're just mirroring it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, so when they say like I'm confident, that's what they're attracted to.
Yeah, they want the confidence.
So they think if I appear confident, then men is going to be attracted to me. I'm a confident woman. Like,
psych. Yeah.
So when they say you're insecure, what they're really saying is, oh, if the situation was reversed, it would make me feel insecure. That's what they're really saying. You know what I mean? It's like, so if the woman goes out to the club and you're like, I don't want you to go out to the club just like that. Oh, you're insecure. That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
Well, what she's really saying that if you went out to the club and she told you not to dress like that, she's really saying that she's insecure.
Oh, okay. I get that.
Because listen, in my experience, most women are very fucking insecure. Very insecure. They put on a brave face, dude, but deep down inside, you get them alone and like there ain't nobody around and they have to tell you their true thoughts and feelings. They are insecure as motherfucker and obsess about what other people think about them. And I mean obsess.
I mean, well, they are physically the weaker sex, so they have to kind of be that way, right? Like,
Physically? It's not just physical.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to go too far because I don't know where.
I'll go too far.
I agree,
mentally, emotionally, spiritually. In some situations, there are situations where women are stronger than men.
I do think that, I don't want to sound sexist, but I do think that women are a lot more narcissists than men. Like, way more.
I think I mean, you buy a sample. It's crazy. But we're just looking at these crazy biased samples of like women on the internet, like.
Because, like, okay, for example, you give I've said this before. I don't know if I said it here. You give a little boy, right? You give him a Batman toy, right? And he wants to be Batman, right? Like he doesn't want Batman to become him. But then you give it to a girl, and the girl wants Batman to become her. So it's like, I don't know. It's like different.
I get that. I mean, remember how you had the phrase like "daddy's little princess," "daddy's little girl," and like those girls were like spoiled and like wanted everything, and they're really bitchy. Like I'm thinking of like being back in high school. Those are like girls I would avoid.
Well, girls are protected, so that makes sense.
But now daddy's not around. So what's the freaking single mother version of daddy's little girl?
My little OnlyFans queen. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez. Well, like the moms are telling their daughters to be independent boss babes and stuff. So that's what's happening. They're not daddy's man. They're the alpha boss babe chick, boss chick, type thing, career type woman usually.
Another thing I don't like about, well, I mean, listen, we should give credence to some of women's concerns. So one of the concerns they have is, if I end up with a man and then I'm a stay-at-home mom, if he decides to leave me, now, let's hear me out. That just sounds stupid on its face. Because of, like, they're complaining about the risk that they have to take by putting all their eggs in one basket, right? I'm with a man, and I'm accustomed to some lifestyle. If he just kicks me to the curb, I'm left with nothing. Now, like, after 10 years, I have no work history. I have no education. I have nothing. I was totally dependent on him for my survival. Now, that is a legitimate beef, right? I think that is a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
It's true, but some women have made a career out of that.
Yeah. So, listen, I know the solution to all this. Bring back fault divorce. Real simple. You bring back fault divorce, man.
Yeah, no fault divorce really fucked it up.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
You bring back fault divorce. You have mandatory DNA tests at birth to identify the father, but then the record's destroyed because I don't want them freaking cataloging people, right? So we don't want that. That's the only thing I don't like about like DNA tests is that like them just storing the freaking information.
You know who just got divorced? That I didn't know he was divorced.
The
but
birth certificate.
Do you guys know who Steven Crowder is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he was getting divorced. Like crazy.
There should be automatic 50-50 custody. And the third one should be, well, hold on, man. I wasn't finished. There's 4 of them, man. And the fourth one is, and maybe forget. 50-50. Oh, and dumping what's called the tender years doctrine. So the tender years doctrine was a legal doctrine made up by the courts back in the 1800s on the premise that the younger the children, like young children below the age of 4, are better off with their mother.
What?
Well, that's what it's a legal doctrine, yeah. It's called the tender years doctrine. You can Google it. I'm sure it's on Google somewhere.
Huh, interesting.
And so that's where this, like, the custody of the child would go to the mother. That was where the change was. Because before that, it would go with the father. But there was also fault divorces.
My father bypassed that by kidnapping us.
Yeah, you can do that.
Listen, custody is 9/10 of the law still, even with children, believe it or not.
Now it's whoever's in possession of the kids is the most likely to get them.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a fucked up story because Steven Crowder, right when he was having he had this heart issue where he had to get operated and everything, and right when he was going through all that, she just decided to divorce him. It was crazy. Yep. And I was like, man,
cold-blooded.
That's some cold-blooded fucking. And he even said it. He even said it. He's like, I picked the wrong one. And he admitted it.
Well, that's accountability right there. But Indio, you said that they take a risk. That's the risk that men take too. But
I know. That's why I said you're all going to laugh at it, right? Because they're complaining about that tiny ass risk, which is highly unlikely, versus the risk that we take, getting ruined.
Yeah, we went into that statistic that you said you might not. You challenged a little bit. The men don't leave as much as women type thing. So it's like, yeah, that's fine. You may have some worry that your partner may leave you, but men don't typically do that. At least that's what we talked about last time a little bit.
Did you guys see the I don't know if he's Arab. He looks Arab. I don't know, but he was on the news. Like I've seen him everywhere, and he's like a soccer player, and he.
Oh,
you know who I'm talking about, right?
That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work in America.
I know it wouldn't, but I'm like, I saw that and I was like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah.
He took half her shit. That's the crazy part.
Good.
I was like,
set some precedent up in here.
So like that guy, like hold on, like the dynamic has changed, like because like. The dynamic, like, of marriage and divorce has changed on a couple levels. So, divorce is instigated by the woman now, but in the past, it was. I'm pretty sure that it was instigated more by the man. And so, like these girls now are saying the man can leave you high and dry, and like when he hits middle age. He's going to have a midlife crisis, get a Porsche, start banging an 18-year-old, and then divorce you, and you're going to be left with nothing after, destroying your body, pumping out his kids, right? So the idea is to, like, I'm going to get him before he gets me, basically.
Damn, dude, that's cold. I mean, the rebuttal that I usually hear that,
but they're taught by their own mothers, right? So there's a couple generations of this. So, so this type of stuff was happening, like, in the 50s and 60s, right before the so-called sexual revolution. So this was happening, that men were leaving their wives for younger women. And, and then, like, the kind of this when they came up with alimony, or the alimony laws kind of changed. So, like, the divorce laws kind of have morphed over time. So it's like an overcorrection that they corrected from these males are doing some fuck shit, right? To, now the girls are doing some fuck shit. And like they just it's just changed a lot. I mean, the reason women are divorcing men more, of course some of the reason is they divorce because they're doing better than the guy and yada yada yada. That's one part of it. But the guy's not divorcing because he knows that he's screwed if he does divorce her. Even though he might want to.
Are you talking about men? Are you talking about men back in the day leaving women that they've had families with? Is that what you're saying?
I was going to challenge that a little bit too, but
there was
incoming song reference. Led Zeppelin was so innovative. They wrote about it. Live and Love and Made. So, just saying.
Look, all I can tell you is like a lot of stuff I know from like in the 50s and 60s are from when overhearing adults talk when I was a child.
Okay.
Right. So adults would talk about this stuff. Like, one of my mother's friends would come over and there'd be a bunch of girls there all smoking cigarettes and freaking drinking fucking wine, complaining about all the fucking shit men do. Right. Right. And this was some of the stuff, like, and the woman wouldn't divorce the man because she'd basically be destitute, even though the man was running around banging every chick in fucking town. Well, every whore in town. So the women would be in these situations, right? Basically the same situation a man's in. But that, like, if I divorce her, I'm ruined. The woman was in the same situation. If I divorce him, I'm ruined.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me ask you this. Was the woman still receiving benefits for being with him? I'm guessing she was, though. Like monetary?
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. But dude, but
I was gonna say,
but listen, I'll tell you, some of the stuff the benefit she was receiving was a roof over her head, food for the kids to eat, and that's it. Then the guy was like going to the bar, drinking his whole fucking check, gambling it away, getting high, like doing whatever, right? Just spending most of his money on himself, and like just enough to keep his family alive. I'm talking about the working class, because I come from like working class people. So like, you know,
I think if the majority of men did that back in the day, I don't think we would have had the society that we live in today, or at least
I didn't say a majority, but it was a problem. It's like the majority of women aren't, you know, like, you know, the people they have on Fresh and Fit. The majority of women ain't like that. But it's a problem. There's enough so that it's a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, if it's even 20%, it's a problem. Like, I mean, 2 out of 10, you know, is a problem.
No, I'm not denying.
Because you have 2 out of 10 of, you know, of something happening, but, you know, another 3 out of those 10, they're like not even in any type of relationship. So that's almost like over half the relationships are going through some crazy stuff.
I just know that
you go, Kel.
I wouldn't get married in today's day and age.
Oh, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't.
Not here. Not in America.
Can I chime in with something for a sec?
Oh, yeah.
Go sorry, Kel, finish your thought.
No, go right ahead, man. I'm done.
With the whole like men fucking running around just cheating on their wives and stuff, I feel like there's like a catch-22 with the women with the whole attraction thing. They're obviously attracted to men that can obtain more sexual partners. It's just fucking, we know that, right?
Yeah.
No woman likes like a fucking virgin, man. It's abhorrent to them. You know, so like
no woman. Listen, no woman wants a man no other woman wants.
Right. Oh, let me tell you.
Because they feel like they're getting the trash, right?
The most attractive man for a woman is a man who has a woman. Like
so can I finish my thought here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Saying, so yeah, there's like a catch-22 in a relationship when you're exclusive to women. That it's just kind of part of the natural irrationalism of women that they want you to be exclusive to them, but they slowly lose their attraction and build resentment towards you because you're not on the field in that way anymore, you know?
Right.
So it's weird, you know?
Yeah. Well,
kind of like they want you to go around sleeping with other fucking women, but then of course they're gonna throw it in your face for the rest of your life.
Well, I was gonna say that's the typical response is like, okay, yeah, but you're worried that he may leave you, but you have a house, the kids, the car, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, it's like fucking females.
I mean, yeah, but that's the case. That's the case now, but that wasn't always the case. It was
okay.
It was very different. Like the people, the adults, when I was a kid. So we're talking the mid '70s. The adults when I was a kid, the dynamic of marriage was completely different. The wife would not leave the husband because they'd have 3 kids, and like, where's she going to take her 3 kids?
Right.
Like he'd be beaten. That's why domestic violence was a problem. She wouldn't leave. She couldn't leave because he was her only source of income. If she left with 3 kids, she'd be destitute. It was just a different dynamic. Now it's like the frickin' women will just file and the man's out in the frickin' street living in his car.
yeah.
Just because she said some shit.
But that's socioeconomic factors. It's like, are you saying the psychology of women themselves was different back in the 50s?
I was going to say that too. Like the
dynamic of the divorce, the marriage and divorce was different, so they had to have a different psychology. It was a different calculation, right? Because everybody's trying to do what's best for themselves to some degree, right? You're not trying to like shoot yourself in the foot. So it was a different calculation. Now, if they do it, they're almost at an advantage, whereas before they were disadvantaged. Like I said, it was an overcorrection.
Now they
overcorrected way.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now they have fucking ultimate power now.
Yeah.
Which was dumb because women are more emotional. I mean, I don't think that's controversial to say. I hope it isn't. Like, they're more emotional and they act on their emotions more than men do. They don't like say, "Oh, they don't rein in their emotions as much as men before they act. So they do more impulsive things.
Yeah, but men are naturally protective, and I mean, most men, right? Majority of men who have a family with a woman, they're not going to just like end the relationship. I mean, yeah, maybe they go out and sleep with another woman, but I mean, they still, I don't know, they still take care of the woman. I mean, unless he's fucked up. I don't see that. Like,
yeah, but doing like, listen, I mean, think about it. Like, okay, so the middle class in the 70s was huge. There was a lot of middle class. Like, you could raise a family just working a middle class job, like doing any type of construction, carpentry, anything. You made pretty good money. You could have a car, nice house, plenty of food, all that stuff. But you know, a lot of men were a little degenerate, right? They would gamble and drink and like do all sorts of stuff, and like they just like think about it from the woman. You stay home all day and you're taking care of kids and you're doing all this stuff, and the guy's out just drinking and boozing when he could take that money and like, you know, augment his home life, but instead he's spending it on himself.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a majority here. We're talking about a minority that doesn't really affect how society runs.
Well, I mean, yeah. So that minority, say it's 20%, is the same as kind of the minority of women that just marry as gold diggers, right? So it's like this. It's almost like a mirror image in time, where the law changed and shifted to women having the advantage in breaking up a marriage versus men having the advantage of breaking up a marriage.
I do agree with you, though, that you can't have any...
Does child support enforcement back then suck, if it was at all? They didn't, like, garnish your wages, take away your license, come hunt you down, throw you in jail. None of that shit existed. None of it. You could literally just walk away from your family without consequence as a man.
Yeah, but men don't do that.
Bullshit. Full fucking shit.
Like, not to, like... I'm not saying they don't do it at all.
That's why there's that joke. Dad left for a gallon of milk and he never came back, or Dad went out for a pack of cigarettes and he never came back. That's a joke for a reason, man.
Yeah, and there's a saying, happy wife, happy life, whatever. That's also not true.
Happy wife, you're watching TV. That's the saying. That's only on TV, man.
No, it's actually like happy wife or else.
Look, I'm sure Sonny can back me up. He was alive during the time I'm talking about, right? Sonny's a little bit older than me.
Holy crap. It was
you know exactly what I'm talking about. All the dudes running around gambling away their fucking checks.
Yes, I do. I totally do, man. I do. But there was the other way around. There was the other way happening as well. There were a lot of men who were very diligent. They loved their family. True. They kept their house out together. They didn't go fuck around all the time. But I didn't see a whole lot of that. I mean, my father was a single dad in the early 60s.
Yeah, that's a rarity, dude. You're a statistical outlier.
Well, see, he's the one that kidnapped us too, though.
Well, actually, that wasn't actually that. Well, that actually wasn't that rare, because they if the children weren't young, actually back then, they would ask the children which parent they want to live with.
That's true. They did. They would.
Holy shit!
And the courts would actually do it. So a lot of times the girl would go with the girl would go with the mother, and the boy would go with the father. That would happen often.
But also listen to this. Here's my story, and just generally speaking, I'll keep it general. But I married one woman in my mid-20s. I stayed with her for 9 years, and I would say more than half of that I was completely miserable, and then she got half of everything, including my coin collection. Half of everything. I bought her another car. Like, I took my retirement from the place I had worked for the DOD up in Washington State for 4 years, took all that retirement, bought her a car so I could keep the old van that I wanted. I eventually lost that on my own, but that's besides the point. But 9 years with her, and then I was with a girlfriend after that. The girlfriend after that is the one I have children with. I was with her for 9 years too, and I lost everything from the second one with my boy's mother.
Yeah.
So I lost everything. I was diligent. I supported 5 of us. I worked a full-time job at the busiest hospital in the county and went to school full-time as well at the same time. For many, many years, I struggled. And then I became suicidal, literally because of this.
So, Sonny, let me ask you about the female. Was she a broken person? Was she a broken person?
Completely broken. And you know what? I was broken too. So no big deal. It happens every day. It's still happening right now. I'm not alone, but yeah.
Well, the one thing I've found out about, this is why you got to vet your women very carefully. Certain women, even people, but it mostly happens in women, that women that are brought up in very chaotic, like, households, they think that they, like, because of women go by their feelings, they won't feel normal unless that's the environment they're in. Because that was the environment they were raised in, right? They weren't raised in, like, a quiet, calm household. And if they're women that are like that are raised in those households that are chaotic and crazy, when they get in a normal, calm household, it causes them anxiety. It makes them crazy.
Well, yeah, think about this, like Mexican and Scottish, like, so. So
I mean, some people
so
like
she grew up with a very Catholic, very single. Well, not single, married. There were a couple, but in this household where the mother hated men and just was vitriol, and like, so this one became that way too towards me. It wasn't like that at first because, like, what the fire was very fiery. I mean, when the sparks went off, they were like boom, like we were both captivated. I mean, but that doesn't mean you can talk to the person when the fireworks settle down.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people are like, if it isn't fucked up, it ain't normal. It's really, I've seen this so many times, dude. If my life ain't fucked up, it ain't normal, right? So if it seems normal, I'm gonna fuck it up to make it feel normal again.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. So the other part of this is like, who I grew up with, my father was chasing skirts all the time and looking for a new stepmother, like several times. I have 3 of them. Stepmothers.
Oh boy, you're fucking dysfunctional as a motherfucker, Sonny.
No wonder. Now you know why it's taking me to 64 to freaking grow up. So okay, no biggie, no big deal.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're there yet. Maybe another couple of years.
I still have struggles, but listen, I'm a young soul, and I had to go through some tempering. And that's a metallurgical term.
Yeah.
So I had to be hardened. So, but I totally understand, and I could relate to everything you're saying about growing up, because it's pretty much the same. You're growing up in the mid-'70s. Yeah, holy hell. When I was growing up in the mid-'70s in Missouri and St. Louis, suburbs of St. Louis, which, by the way, little trivia, has the same population today as it did in 1855. How do you like that? So anyway, I was growing up. It was a war zone. Let me tell you, people. Where I grew up was a freaking war zone. Lots of guns, lots of drugs, all the drugs you can imagine coming back from Vietnam and everywhere in between. The best drugs ever. And I was 12, 13, 14, 15. And it was on.
People forget how violent things were in the 70s and 80s. It's like, they don't, like, it's totally different. I mean, like, you know how I'm always talking about Chicago, but Chicago now isn't even as bad as Chicago was then.
Exactly.
And that's 100 people in the fucking ER per weekend, right? From gunshot wounds. It was worse in the 80s. It was worse then.
In the Chicago, that's the other place I hung with. I had an older uncle, my uncle, that lived in the what do they call the ghetto place? The projects in Chicago, right there. Freaking, I mean, like, I was running around in the projects in Chicago in 1968 when the freaking Democratic National Convention was there having a freaking riot down the street, like literally. Like, that's what I grew up in.
Yeah. I mean, The good thing about being a little kid, and like when all this is like adults will say anything in front of a little kid because they think he doesn't understand what we're talking about. Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah. And
I was an exceptional little kid. Like they'll talk about all sorts of stuff, man, and that shit's just going to the memory bank. I'm just storing this information, like all these stories, and like it was really weird, dude. Like, dude, I'm sorry, I want to go back to the '70s, man. I liked when there was like 10 people in the room all smoking cigarettes, dude, and there was an ashtray like everybody's all like.
Oh man, listen, we used to make bongs that had like 6 hoses coming out of it, like or 4 or 6 hoses coming out of it. The big party, anyway. But I digress.
People were more real, dude. Like now, everyone's just so fake. They were just people really tell you what they thought. You know what I mean? Like people are just realer. Like people are very fake nowadays.
But also this part, listen. Also this part, like the last part I'll talk about from my childhood and young adult, like teenage years. This is around like junior high school. Was the most violent place that you could possibly imagine. There were literal race wars going on. There were groups of people that would go out to different places and burn freaking towns, burn out people's neighborhoods. There were groups of people that would go do this in bands of 5, 10, 15 guys.
That's happening right now.
Stealing shit with like some of my younger friends. These are 13, 14, 15-year-olds, 16, 17. Like the oldest of us were probably 16, 17 years old. But there was a lot of violence, a lot of guns. I know people that were shot. Like,
I know a few people that were shot. I know some people that were shot to death.
In the places that I used to frequent or pass through all the time, I could have been shot very easily. Like I'm not one that has ever been afraid of the dark. So I'm a little kid that learned how to like be out all night pretty early.
You really adopted the darkness. I was born in it. Sonny says.
Yeah. And by the way, you say it's still burning now. Those are mostly peaceful protests. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
99%. 99% peaceful.
Yeah, they're fiery but peaceful.
It was pretty exciting too, though. There were a lot of fun times out at pools, big old parties, when ditching school, like a dozen of us, and go to the house, the person's house who had the pool and stuff, and the like, really hot weather and shit like that. Like so, like we had some great times, and there was a lot of like motorcycles being built and race car, like hot rods and mopeds, like. We put these Briggs and Stratton on these things, and I ran from the cops right through the freaking ball field. They chased me all the way, and I knew the way through the fence. And I could have gone through the fence, and I just stopped at the end, and because I didn't want to hop the curb. I was like freaking doing donuts in the ball field, and the cops came right across in their cruiser right across the field, and I ran from them with this little Briggs and Stratton.
It is kind of funny hearing stories about the past and stuff because, I was born in the mid-'90s, so I didn't get to really see the '80s or any of this stuff. So
mid-'90s wasn't bad.
I mean, shoot, we got to play outside before phones and iPads.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, what does shock me about the Ministry of Red Pill content is the females' body counts. They are so disproportionate to when they are way off, dude. If a girl had 3 sexual partners by the time she was like 18, that was like borderline slut.
Yeah. Now 3 is.
And a lot of girls turned 18 and they were virgins. Like never had sex the whole time they were in high school.
Now for some of them, that would just be a good weekend.
One night, yeah. Maybe.
One night, that girl that did like 6 guys in a week, like.
Yeah.
No, she was doing. No, she didn't. Maybe it was more than 6 guys in a week.
No, you mean six guys in a day.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it was 6 guys in a day. That was it. That was 6 guys in a day.
Yeah, she said her parents got mad because she brought over like 6 dudes in one night or something crazy for like a week straight or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so like those are like these girls have body counts that prostitutes have.
Yeah,
and they're not prostitutes. I mean, back in the day, we used to like she's not a whore, she's a slut, right? Because whores get paid. These girls are sluts. They're not whores. Whores calling them the wrong thing because at least whores get paid to have sex. Sluts just freaking get run through.
Yeah,
I've seen that wide open on the beach once again in the 70s.
Well, I mean, you have to. I'm not saying that there wasn't promiscuous girls back then. I'm just saying the vast majority of the girls, when I was like in high school, that age, the most promiscuous girls maybe had 6 to 7 sex partners by the time they were.
Well, in the 70s, it was like the hippies, like the feminist movement, and all those hippie girls that were like fucking going crazy for sure.
Yeah, but Indio,
abortion
the baddest girl in your class wasn't getting flown out. You know what I mean? That wasn't a thing. That's more of a thing now, where you can get picked up by some dude on the West Coast or in some other country. You can just fly out, no problem. But if you're from Podunk, Idaho, and you're the baddest girl in town, you only get the guys in town, not some dude in California.
Yeah, and your reputation means more, and people talk more in small towns. And there was less methods of birth control, and abortion wasn't as accessible, and there was no Plan B. So,
and it was fucking boring.
And you have to be careful. Hey, you have to be careful dating nowadays, because you know what women are doing? They'll go on OnlyFans, right? They'll make like a shit ton of money for like a year or 2 or 3, right? Then they'll change where they live. They'll change their name so that you can't find them, and then they'll try to
born again virgin on you?
Yeah, something like that. That's like born again fucking. It's crazy.
Yeah, fuck.
It's happening.
Yeah. I was going to add in, on top of that, Indio, prostitution wasn't glamorized and idolized.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good
Everybody
point.
and their mama has an OnlyFans now.
You know. Now it's a respectable career choice.
You go, Queen.
Remember when sex work was like the death knell in the movie industry? Like, if you did sex work, any type of pornography, you could not get in Hollywood. You were done. That was it. That was a death sentence.
Now they're taking them from there into Hollywood. Like, you're getting famous off of that.
What was that? What's the actress from Showgirls that did the scene in the pool? I always remember that scene being talked about, like, oh, that actress, she did that, and showed her with so-and-so. It's just... That was back in the 90s.
Remember when full frontal nudity was a big deal?
Yeah. Fucking the world.
I remember when
down at what
they wouldn't even show bullshit. They wouldn't even show Bush. I remember back in the day they wouldn't even show Bush.
That's what I'm talking about. Full frontal nudity used to be like you can't get on any television, even on cable they wouldn't show it. Or even at the movie theater, like if you showed full frontal nudity, especially of a man, I don't know why a man was more like provocative.
Nobody wants to see a fucking man.
So you'd end up with an X rating. So if you got an X rating, right, there isn't regular movie theaters. You like need a special permit to show X-rated movies, and like if there was an X-rated movie showing there, like normal people with their families wouldn't go there. So like you couldn't show full frontal nudity because you would get the movie rating. So people would like. There's no point in putting in the movie because the purpose of the movie is to make money. Right, so like they want to make money. They don't want it to be X-rated, and basically cut the amount of people that watch the movie down by 90%.
Yeah.
Wasn't it R-rated?
If you showed full frontal nudity, it was going to be X-rated. I think they got away with it sometimes by they would show full frontal nudity, but it would be like behind like a curtain that you could partially see through, or maybe like a flash through a mirror or something.
Shower screen and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it would only be like a couple frames, right? I guess so you can't snap one off to like 3 frames,
Gotta be quick.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh my God! I seen her push opaquely through that shower curtain in the mirror. Oh. Moved to 3 frames.
That was difficult back on VHS.
Yeah, dude, you probably have calluses on your fingertips from hitting the rewind, the shuttle forward and shuttle backwards buttons.
Yeah. Always overshoot, It's fucking 20 seconds behind.
People's fingers.
You line the lines off by heart of the scene before,
People's
like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? He has no clue what the hell. It's okay, man. We're gonna be old pretty soon, and you're gonna be talking about things, and we're like, I don't even know where the power button is.
Yeah.
I'll still be here laughing at you. Now who's senile, bitch? I'm only kidding.
But hey, what about that flat Earth?
Flat back then too.
Well,
it was always flat.
I'm looking out the window from my ghetto penthouse. I'm looking south down one of the big avenues here in the city, and it looks perfectly flat due to perspective. It only can appear this way on a flat plane of existence. That's the only way they can have a street going all the way down like that, and nothing's dropping down whatsoever. It's stationary as can be. There's my report.
Oh yeah, brother.
I'm fixing some blinds. I'm cleaning my grinder. I'm charging some devices. I'm boiling some water, and I have some slices of apple.
So has anybody used the Bing version of ChatGPT? It's called GPT-4. I haven't used it yet.
Nope.
I know it's hard for me to use frickin'. I think it only works in the Edge browser, and it's painful for me to use any Microsoft, web browser. I just can't do it. I just hate Microsoft so much when it comes to that.
I haven't really got into the Chat GPT. I'll kind of let you guys. There seems to be a couple people that are really pulled to it, so I'll let y'all mess with it and report back.
Well, I mean, dude, Gophers have been trying to use it in the chat, dude.
Mm-hmm, I saw today. Wait, didn't we? I don't know if you were in the chat. Someone posted something earlier today. It was obvious.
Yeah, exactly. I was but the only way you can know it's obvious is to use it, because if someone types some retarded shit that makes no sense in the lobby, it doesn't alert my attention. That's just normal Gober behavior.
Yeah.
ChatGPT has kind of a personality to it, for lack of a better word, right? It has a particular style of writing. It's easy to pick out.
I'm not that familiar with the GPT.
I was going to say one more thing. Its lack of personality is what makes it stick out. That's what it is. That it has no personality.
So what exactly are these GPTs and units supposed to be used for?
Just chatbots. That's all they are. They just they send in a whole bunch of text, basically, and the thing guesses what the next word should be based upon the previous words. It even goes down to the level of the letters. Right? What's the most appropriate word for this?
A lot of advertisers use that shit. To do ads and shit.
So when you ask it a question, it has a gigantic database. Right. So what it actually does, right? It actually tokenizes it. So what it'll do is it'll turn each word into a digit, called a token, and it tokenizes it, and it basically runs a probability, or it looks kind of. This is going to be a really not technically accurate, but generally accurate description of how it works, generally. But this is not how it technically works at the technical level. So it'll basically look for, if you ask it a question, it'll look for a question that's like that, right? And it'll take, and it knows like that. It's already like tokenized that question. It's in its freaking neural network somewhere, and then it looks for, you know, the answer that most like it gives you like an amalgam of all the answers that have ever been answered for that question. So if I ask like what color is the sky blue, it's gonna take whatever, like it's trillions of freaking, you know, chunks of data, and eventually somewhere in there it'll say, is the sky blue? And it'll look at all the answers to that, and then it will basically mush them all together and spit out the text of like a consensus of, you know, it'll put it this way, it'll give you the average answer. That's the only way I can put it. It'll give you the average answer. So if you ask like 100 people what the sky is, it's the sky blue. Like, what's the average answer that you get? That's what you'd get.
Okay.
It's like that. It's not exactly like that because it's more in the guts of it. It's more mathematical, but it's multiple layers of this. So there's like, this is a layered neural network. So like each level of like giving an answer has like a different thing to it. But on top of it, it's also trained. So it was trained by human beings at the same time. So it isn't just like they fed it a bunch of data and it knows how to frickin' answer questions. Some of the questions are pre-answered. It's called a reinforcement learning neural network. So as the neural network was learning, people would test it, right? Okay, what's the color blue? And it says potato. They'd click it and be like, no, that's not the answer. It's blue. And then the neural network would weight that answer again, and maybe the next time it spits out, oh, banana. Like, no, it's frickin' blue, right? And after a period of time, it'll eventually spit out the right answer. You're retraining the neural network to give it the correct answer. And it had lots of people doing this, training ChatGPT-3.
Okay, so basically it's just to keep people more ignorant than to make them more ignorant, because it'll have something doing all of the selecting and providing all of the information for you without you having to learn it. Okay, got it. So, you know, because I can't see a purpose for it. I'm trying to figure out, you know, it's great to have all the information in one database and be able to get, you know, the most appropriate answers and everything like that. But what would be the end game of it? I mean, how would it actually be applied, and where would it be used, and how would it be used? That's like more of my question.
Yeah, like if someone wants to make a commercial that you're trying to advertise to cat people, right? You would ask it, what's the best, you know, method to do this, and it would tell you. That's what it does.
I think the
Sounds like we're going to put some writers out of business.
I think the idea behind these AIs is to kind of like humanize the whole, you know, people treat Google as God as far as information, but this is to more humanize it, because people will paint a personality onto this thing, you know. So it's just like, you know, further stepping.
Someone said AI was going to be the Antichrist, and after thinking about it for like a few days, I was like, wow, that kind of makes sense.
Hello?
I don't believe that.
Hello? What's up?
You need to see what's happening to Bitcoin and Ethereum right now, bro.
Why?
What happened?
It's fucking dumperinoing right now. Fat, big dump.
No way.
I know, I'm happy.
Holy shit.
Buy the dip, man.
By how much did it drop?
No, bet against the dip, bro. Bet on the dip, my guy. 10 times leverage. Take out debt.
Yeah, it was 27,000.
Buy the dip. Buy the dip.
Well, not yet. I'm gonna let it dip a lot more.
Imagine if you bought it when it was like really high, like what, 60,000 or something?
Come on, it's down like 0.55%. Fuck it, that's not a come on, man.
No, but it was 27,000 yesterday. It fucking jumped up to 30 today, and now it's dipped back to 28. So it's like
someone's playing.
It's only dipped what it did today, you know.
Oh, I thought it was like big.
Dude, they're probably using frickin' what do they call that?
Bitcoin's
Same thing they use in the stock market, right? The frickin' high frequency trading is probably some frickin' computer program trying to game Bitcoin.
Yeah, man.
And it didn't work as good as they thought, so now they dumped it.
Listen, I'm telling you,
They got it to push up a little bit, right? But
it's going to be big, boys.
No, your time to buy was the whole last year and a half, man.
Are you into Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'm into crypto.
You don't think there's one last dip?
Maybe minor. Come down around 23, potentially. I don't think we're going back to 18, and certainly not going to the 14K that the Bears wanted.
Trading ranges.
How long do you think the government's going to allow this to happen? With
government's
pretty fucking volatile, man. Bitcoin's pretty volatile. That's crazy, man.
They gotta.
I mean,
give
I know
you
it's
a
always
digital
been
ID to lock you out of Bitcoin. The only way that would work is if you don't already have Bitcoin and they fucking digital ID lock you off all the websites. I don't think they'll even do that.
Bitcoin's
I think
too
they want to play with the
expensive
market.
to genuinely invest in if you're not really wealthy at this point.
Oh, man.
Well, Bitcoin's divisible to like 8 decimal places, so.
Yeah, I know, but if you're looking to make serious money, you know.
Look, nobody.
Say you put in
say
5
this again.
grand.
I hate
right?
this.
It doubles up back to the whole time high. You've only made 10 grand. You know,
Using Bitcoin as a speculative instrument is gambling. It's just gambling.
Oh
That's all it is.
yeah, it's totally
Educated gambling.
No, it isn't. It's just gambling.
Statistical gambling, dude.
I mean,
I'm not saying like use statistics and you're guaranteed to fucking become a billionaire or something, but like there's a certain rhythm to it.
It is fun.
If people want Bitcoin to, well, people really want Bitcoin to go up in value. I probably told you, Stoshi, how to do that.
Look, bro, it's still fucking dumb.
Start using it as a fucking currency. And until,
they do in El Salvador,
but it's not. But like, it has to be more.
The thing is like it's legal tender, so it's not even like every store is required to accept it. It's more so like for like legal purposes, right? Like if you're taken to court, you can use it as legal tender.
Yeah, you can't get rich off Bitcoin anymore.
It's fucking dumping. Bitcoin's dumping, dude.
So listen, do you know what the velocity of money is?
I've heard the term. I don't know exactly what.
So that's how fast money changes hands. Money goes from one hand to the other. How long somebody holds on to it, and the velocity of money directly is correlated to the amount of economic activity that's done in that money, right? Because if the money's changing hands a lot, then like there's a lot of goods and products being sold.
Yeah, but the current changing hands is a lot of speculation right now.
That's I understand that, but like you got to get the velocity of the money up by actual transactions. Right now, it's just speculation. But if it was valuable as a currency, you know, obviously the speculators. That's what I don't understand. Are people that are using it as a speculative investment? They're trying to pump it by just like talking it up, as opposed to, hey man, we should be trying to get like, you know.
No, that's literally what
every store in America to accept it, right? Every single store in America should be able to accept it. Lobbying their congressmen, lobbying their local frickin' school boards, lobbying everybody. Accept Bitcoin, accept Bitcoin, accept Bitcoin. That's what they should be trying to do. But listen, that'll also draw attention to it, and they'll be against the policy of the United States government, and they'll try to kill that shit. They're already under pressure from fucking the de-dollarization around the world, so.
You know, Brazil.
Imagine America. Check this out. Imagine America de-dollarizing.
What do you mean by that? How would America de-dollarize? Because
if everybody starts using Bitcoin and doesn't want dollars, then America is de-dollarizing.
Yeah, but that would require. Okay, technically, if you go to a store and is is bartering legal within like stores? Am I allowed to like go to a store and say,
Yeah.
I'll give you like this gold coin for your bread?
Yeah. It's up to the store owner, whoever's working there. Go in there with a dirty sock. I'll change my dirty sock for a pack of cigarettes. Okay. You're not required at a sale to accept any particular form of anything.
But you're not allowed to reject legal tender.
Yes, you are.
Really? So they can reject US dollars if
you can only the only time you are compelled to take legal tender is for the payment of a debt. Not for a sale or a point of purchase.
So I can walk into a store and they can say, I'm sorry, I don't accept Canadian dollars because I'm from Canada. They can say that.
Oh, you're in Canada. I don't know.
No, but say, for example, if I had the same laws as you, they could say that.
Well, what does the Canadian bill say? Legal tender for all debts, public and private?
I don't have a bill on me.
Brokey.
Okay, say for example, if I was in America with your American money, could they say no? Could they just reject me service if I brought American dollars?
They can literally say, we only take credit cards, we only take MasterCard, we only take dollars, we only take change, we only take frickin' wigs that Miggy snatch. They can take whatever they want.
I guess I'm going to be rich.
Sonny's a millionaire.
So listen, since 1933, there's no actual value. So nobody has any ability to pay any debt. So it became the duty of the government that we're able to dissolve those debts. But see, not everybody knows this. So along the line, if you're trying to discharge a debt, which is perfectly legal, it's not well known amongst like administrators or whatever those types of people. So it gets blocked all the time. But you can discharge debt. There is no money. Doesn't exist since 1933. Since they took away the gold standard, money has nothing back in it.
Okay, so just to explain this, there's two types of debt. I hate talking about this. There's a debt in personam, which means that there's a debt on you as a human being, right, as a person. But there's also a debt in rem, which is a debt on an object. So like collateral, that is a debt in rem. So I'll use a mortgage, for example, right? A mortgage, there's a promissory note, where you as an individual promise to pay, and then there's the collateral. So the collateral is an in rem debt, right? So it's a debt owed by property. So there's like a lien against the property. And like the promissory note's a lien against you as a person. So when you discharge a debt, that discharges your personal liability, you as a person. But that doesn't absolve the collateral. That's something different. So what happens is when you pay with, like, if I get phone service, right? And they send me so I have the phone service. I get phone service for 30 days, right? So I've used the service. And they send me a bill. So I've already got the thing. So there's this time delay in time, right? I got the product. Some time went by, and now I have to pay for it. So I have this debt that I accrued from getting whatever. I can discharge that debt with Federal Reserve notes, and they are legally compelled to take it. And if they refuse the Federal Reserve notes and try to sue me in court, I can take those Federal Reserve notes and say, I can go to the court and say, well, he refused to take the legal tender to discharge the debt. The court will say, pay it into the court. Okay? So you pay the money into the court. And the court will say, here's the money, take it, or you're forfeiting your debt. Right? Because if you refuse to accept payment, right? If you owe somebody money and you refuse to accept payment, then you're fucked, dude. You're basically
that's it. They don't have to pay.
You're waiving your rights, right? So this is what you're basically. So they have to take promissory note, Federal Reserve notes for the discharge of debt, but that will only discharge your personal debt. That'll discharge the personal debt. That's why, right, when they foreclose on a mortgage, it will erase your personal debt, but they still get the house. They get the house back. Because your debt went away as a person, as a human being, but the collateral, that debt remained. And
yeah,
because,
it belongs to them.
And because the mortgage is as a condition for the mortgage, the promissory note has to be satisfied, right? So instead, it ends up being satisfied by the taking of the collateral, then they discharge your debt on the mortgage. Yeah.
Also, when you're paying somebody, if they accept those funds and deposit it into, let's say, a company account, they've accepted the terms. You could put a little note and say, I can't afford the whole thing right now, but here's what I can afford, and I'm paying this on this date. You could write them a little note, make a copy of that note.
You can write paid in full. Have you heard that sign?
Yeah, you could do that as well.
You could have a bill for $10,000, make a check for $1, write paid in full on it, and if they cash it, it's gone.
That they've accepted the terms. That's something really good to know because
it's legally binding too.
Oh, that's not the whole thing. You need to come in and make an arrangement. No, I said you accepted my arrangement when you deposited that check in your company account. That's contract law. Yeah, so you accepted.
The thing is that the company that creates the promise of pay, right? The account they serve kind of like a service provider and a facilitator for the monetary creation of the money. So when they get the money from the let's say you get a loan. And the Federal Reserve creates that money, right? Because you did the promise of pay or whatever contract, monetary instrument is created for that loan. That money is created. Then the bank gives you a check that money never came from the bank, but the bank wants that cash, right? When the bank sends you a bill, that money has to go back to the Federal Reserve. Remember, because that money is a loan from the Federal Reserve, right? So, and it has to pay interest. So that account is settled in the private because you already signed, that money was created already, but the bank is making that cash that you pay every month. That's what they're getting the interest.
So it's called a conversion. So what they're doing, they're converting your money into their money. So one way to think about it is like this. Say I had a check, but and I want to buy some, but the person doesn't want my check. They want Gemsy's check, right? I could go to Gemsy and say, dude, they don't want my check. They want your check. It's what the Federal Reserve, but instead of Gemsy's the Federal Reserve. Just imagine Gemsy's the Federal Reserve. So I hand Gemsy my check. Gemsy's like, okay, for your check, which is $100,000, I'm going to discount that check for 1%, right? And then I'm going to write a check to these guys, and they'll accept the check. But guess what? Now I owe Gemsy a bunch of money, right? And he paid. So the way it works with the bank is, write a promissory note. The bank takes the promissory note. They give it to the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve gives them their Federal Reserve notes. They take that money, they give it to the sender, they give you a check, then you give the check. Here's the frickin' buck shit part. So you take the check and then you give it to the seller, and then the seller just deposits it right back in the banking system, and nothing ever went anywhere.
But you know what happened?
Paper got shuffled around, right?
Yeah,
so this is all. It's called money. Well, I just want to clarify one thing. All this is called money of account. It is not real money. It's accounting money. That's all it is.
But you know why? Because for people actually to get that transaction started in the first place, they want something. Oh, I want a house. Or I want a car. Oh, I want something. So to get that something, I need to do this nothing about trading money or whatever with some people. And I don't know, they make some money out of that transaction. There's a middleman because your productivity is being taxed. The productivity that you put into the system is being taxed by a middleman, and that's the whole thing because you use their system.
Well, here's an alternate form of that transaction, right? You make out the promissory note, and then whoever you're buying the house from, instead of getting a mortgage, you give the promissory note to that person, right? Now they have money. They didn't go to the middleman, the Federal Reserve, to get Federal Reserve notes, but they have your promissory note, and they could take that promissory note, and if other people would accept it, right, they could pass it on and on and on and on. People used to do this back in the day when there wasn't a lot of money, like in a small town. It was called, it's underwriting a check, right? So you check. They used to have checks that would just have people, person after person, signing it, and they would transfer this check.
You know that a lot of the public debt, that is whatever debt, public, even bills, all of that is settled by the IRS. There is like you're saying, that there is a bond that is the private side of the bond and the public side of the bond. So because the IRS kind of like works as a middleman between the private banks and the public, which is the government, which is the public side, and then the IRS in the middle, and then the private banks or the central banks, which is the Federal Reserve, and those people can manage that side. So to settle any debt, you actually cannot settle it with the company. They can forgive you. The company, let's say the cell phone company, you have a bill with them. Whenever you do that contract, you're gonna pay a monthly thing for 12 months. Sign right here. They already got that value into the system, into their systems. Now they want the monthly value, which is basically them, in a way, making the money times two. The banking institution and then the public side of the company. But if you, let's say you stop paying your bill and you still have their cell phone or whatever, they do all the monetary instruments for all those how do you say objects or individual transactions. So the money is not being lost. You already pay for that cell phone, even if you're still paying for it every month. That's how it's been paid for. If the company says, you stop paying, you still own us, but they can forgive you, they don't lose anything, but they still sell that account towards the debt collectors for probably 20% of the value or less, or maybe 30 or 50%, whatever, right? They sell it to a debt collector. The debt collector will call you and say, hey, we're gonna settle with you for 80% of the value of the account, or whatever, or 70%.
Oh, they'll pay like $1 on $100.
Yeah.
It doesn't. They actually just like debt collectors get like a giant fucking spreadsheet of debts that have not been recovered. And they'll just like, I want to buy 40,000 debts that are have a nominal value of $1 million. Okay, we'll bid. We'll pay. We'll buy it for 60,000. Okay. And they'll get like a risk associated with it. Like what's the probability of you actually collecting on these debts? They'll just nag you, and they only got to collect on 2 or 3 of them to make their money back.
Yeah, and whenever one of these idiots calls you, you just ask for the original contract where you had signed it. They need to provide you the whole contract. Like they don't have it.
Well, not only that, you can also say, "I'll settle the debt right now for $10 or $5 or whatever," and if they refuse, then
guys,
look, they're required to validate the debt within 30 days of demanding it. They're required by law. So you say, I want a validation of the debt. I mean, they'll send you something like, it's just like a stock letter that says, Visa says you owe them this amount of money. No, that's not validation of the debt. Validation of the debt is a signed fucking contract, dude.
Exactly. So you ask for that, and they have 30 days. Send it certified mail, so you get a receipt of their acceptance of the mail. That acceptance of that certified mail, they've already accepted it, so they have it in their hands. Then they can decide, like, okay, we're going to accept the terms of this or not. If they deposit the check, boom, they accepted. Thanks.
Well, typically what happens, because they're really running these debt collections out of boiler rooms. So what'll happen is they'll call, you'll ask for validation of the debt, say, yeah, okay, we'll send it out to you. Next day, someone else will call. They'll say, hey, I asked for validation of the debt. And they'll go, well, we don't have that in our records. We'll send it out to you. Then the next day, they'll call. And then like, dude, I already told you guys 3 times. I'm not paying this shit till I get validation of the debt. And then eventually they just disappear and they vanish. And then another different debt collector will show up asking you the same shit, right? A different debt collecting company. And then you're telling them the same thing. I want that. And then it's the same thing over and over again.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it is hilarious. It's a game.
I've gotten rid of a bunch of debt. They're just a bunch of doofuses. So like everything, like people think, oh, that you might think that's immoral or something. That like I've bought Volkswagen
no, it's not immoral.
engines. I bought Volkswagen engines and put them in my car, and years later went to default, and it just went away. But here's the thing: they tried to pass it along and all that. But here's the thing: people think, oh, that's like stealing. No, it isn't. Listen, since 1933 and before, actually, whenever they started these war power acts that are still in activation, they're still happening right now. The war powers. They've discharged the debt with the mortgage of the American people's energy. So everything's been paid for since 1933. Everything that comes into this entire country or is made here is already paid for. They're just these vultures that are out there that are just making you pay for it over again. That's good.
That's literally what's happening. They're making you pay for the same thing twice, basically. No, listen, it's not immoral. Because there's no money to pay with. They took away our ability to pay. Right? So just so everybody is clear, payment is not the same thing as discharge. They're 2 separate things. They're legally 2 separate things. They're absolutely distinct. Paying is not the same as discharge. They took away the ability to pay, and now you can only discharge debt. Okay, but for every right, but they have to create a remedy, right? When they take away a right, they have to create some remedy, right? That means I can't remember how it's called. Because they took away your ability to pay. You don't have an obligation to pay anything back. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost verbatim. It's almost verbatim for the HJR House Joint Resolution. Forget the number.
HJR 192. I know what it is.
Yeah, 192. That's right. So this can be used.
It's against public policy to pay any to have what is it? It's against public policy to have any preference as to how a debt is paid.
Exactly. And if they refuse the terms of that, they're actually increasing the public debt. They're increasing the country's debt. Every time you discharge a debt, it's reducing our external debt or our debt.
Yeah, I mean, there's no injured. Listen, and even if all that wasn't true, the very fact that the money is created out of thin air means there's no injured party.
One thing I don't understand.
Absolutely.
Are teachers getting paid more now than they used to? Like, let's say 20, 30 years ago?
I don't know.
I'm asking.
It's probably the same. It's probably the same,
right?
Yeah.
Are they teaching anything different? I mean, is it just...
I didn't learn Common Core.
So why the fuck are student loans so much more? Like, why does it cost so much more?
Oh, you mean at the university level? Oh, that's just grift, dude. That's just
crazy. That's like the biggest scam ever.
No, because
I'd say they taught more back in those days. But go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, yeah. Like the education in the past was better than it is now. So what happens is that there's more people than ever go to college, but because of that, right, you still have the bell curve of intelligence. It didn't just go away, right? So if you have 100,000 people in university, you're going to have the top, ostensibly, you're going to have like the top, the people that can afford it and the smartest people, a combination of those traits, are going to be the ones in university, right? The top 10%, say. Well, if you increase that pool to 1 million people, and 10% of those million people go, now you're going further down into the bell curve, right? Now you got morons in college. So now you have to change the curriculum so that the moron doesn't flunk out and keeps paying you money, right? So now you have to dumb it down.
Social studies, that's the moron. That's the moron.
Well, I mean, people, there's like, they actually have classes like in university that they're teaching high school English as a university class, and they have to, like, you have to, okay, so you get accepted at a university, they'll say, okay, your English and math scores aren't good enough, so either in the summer before or in the first semester, you have to take one of these two classes, right? That's just to get you to the college level. You're not even taking any college classes yet. And if you don't pass them, and you can't take any of the other classes until you pass those classes. So basically, the college is teaching you high school level freaking English and math. Your mic is hot, Jimmy.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I wanted to. I was looking into something that I found that it is in the UCC. It was passed like 2020, and it says that like any ticket or any like bill or contract that is passed to you as a bill, you can basically cancel it within 24 hours. It's almost is in the UCC under the commercial code. Like if you get a parking ticket, you could submit it to them with the UCC code and cancel it within 3 days. Within 72 hours, it can just be canceled, and I have to follow the policy because it's under the UCC. They operate on the DA. So you're denying their ticket or whatever as a consumer, because you have that option. I mean, they have the option to put it on your window, and you have to option to not accept it under the law, under the commercial code.
No Glovers. No ballers.
I hate I don't like the word baller used in that way, because I used to growing up I used to be like, yo, I'm a baller. You know, like now it's like a negative term. I hate it.
Listen to this, Indio, or anybody.
The same. It's like the same word, like woke. I hate that word.
Look at this code under the UCC Article 3. It says, Section 3 is a set of laws that govern the transfer of an instrument. It sets forth the right and obligations of the transferor and transferee, as well as the rules that apply to different types of transfer. So the transferor, the person that gives you the ticket, and the transferee, you in possession of the ticket, right? Overview. UCC Article 3 pertains to negotiable instruments. It states that a person who acquires a negotiable instrument, the ticket, through delivery and any required endorsement will become the holder of the instrument. So you're holding the instrument, it's your ticket, right? In the event in the event that the holder does not know any of the obligations of a transferor of the instrument, he or she is referred to as a holder in due course. A holder in due course has the right to enforce the instrument and receive payment without having to take into consideration any past transferor's defenses against enforcement. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll find the rule. It says that you have 24 hours to just reply to this and say I'm returning your ticket. They transfer the ticket to you, and you're gonna transfer the ticket back to them, and that's it. That's the end of it. You don't want it.
Interesting.
Let's go back.
You could write on it, "Thank you for your offer, but I decline." Or, "Thank you for your offer, but I do not accept the terms. Thank you."
It's funny how words work like that. Right?
So if you read the code, is clear that the transfer of these instruments, if you're holding the instrument, even the dollars, when you're holding dollars and the government say, hey, give us the dollars back, there's rules about that, right? They're saying, hey, there's certain rules about the holders of these instruments, and certain rules apply. So if we say you have to give it back, you have to give it back. You just got to follow the rules. When they give you instruments like a ticket, parking ticket or whatever, that's an instrument that was transferred to you, and now you're the holder, and you can just transfer it back to them under the code.
Well, that's the whole point of it, right? They're letting us borrow their dollar. Hello.
Yeah, but borrowing the dollar to of the exchange of productivity, basically, because
Right.
you have to work, be productive, do things, get stuff done, then you receive the compensation for your time and effort, which is dollar, or that if that's what you have said. Other people accept other stuff, gold, cryptos, blowjobs. I mean,
Now check this out. If you are able to show that, let's say you buy something, it doesn't really matter what. Let's say you buy a car. If you can show that the bill they are giving you is only a transfer of funds electronically, and there's no collateral backing that exact item, your car. People have done this with their houses before. There was somebody who was being foreclosed on, and they were going to kick him out of his home. He went back to court. This is a famous case. I wish I had the case, the precedent, but you can find it pretty easily. Just it might take a little while, but anyway, this guy went to court and showed that the money that they were saying he owed for this home, of this alleged value of this home, was only a transfer of funds in monetary, not in monetary terms, but only digitally. He showed that there was no collateral backing the claim of his mortgage to him, transferred to him as a debt, was unlawful. It was unlawful And so he was able to discharge the debt, and he has the home. He got the home.
Yeah, because when they showed the record just shows a creation of money of the amount, and then a transfer of that money into another account, like digitally. It's just money on a computer, numbers, and they do transfer. And okay, you bought the house, you got the check, you bought the house. Now you gotta pay us. You gotta go work out there and give us cash every month of your efforts. But they never gave you anything. They never gave you anything, bro.
Yeah, and if you look on your title deed, if you think you're so lofty that you own a home, guess what? It says you're a tenant still. In North America, that is. A tenant means a renter. Because none of you in North America will ever own a home because they're owned by the banks that literally do have collateral, or they ought to. Now, they don't have enough collateral, though, from the money they're putting out because they have a fractional reserve banking system. So you could probably show this digital thing in every instance, that they do not have the collateral to back whatever you bought, besides the fact that it's already been paid for since 1933. And you have no ability to pay anything anyway because they took away your ability through taking away any value of the money by giving you this fiat currency instead. So a globe with no backing, along with a monetary system with no backing as well. Isn't that great? Back to flat Earth. So what you gonna do with your fake globe, What you gonna do with your fake globe now? How's this sound? I have these ciabatta rolls, slice them in half thin, put cheese, organic, what is it, Monterey Jack, and some Gruyere, I forget what kind. another kind of cheese. And then it's springtime, which is the key thing. It's springtime, so now I have fresh sage. I pick all this lemon verbena. I put some of that in some mint, sage, a couple different kinds of sage, some rosemary on the rolls, and I'm baking them now. That melted cheese with the herbs. Oh yeah, a little lavender. Oh yeah, crazy. Yeah, earth is abundant. I know where food grows. Do any of you guys know about bamboo? You can eat the bamboo shoots, but you have to cook it first. Apparently it has some kind of poison or toxin in the shoot that's just, I guess, the root part of it, inside the core of the root part. So that's pretty cool to know, right? Better cook it.
Yeah, you have to boil it, don't you?
Yeah, you have to boil it. Absolutely.
I've eaten Chinese food with bamboo shoots in it. It's pretty good. It tastes like water chestnuts.
Like it. Yeah, you can eat it. You can eat that stuff like that. That could provide a meal. Think about it. So this is how knowledge is power also. Like, because if you know how to feed yourself, like I'm learning how I could go feed myself even in the worst of conditions.
Yeah.
And there's always more to learn, because this is part of what was stripped away from us, is our knowledge of the land around us and the plants and medicines literally that are everywhere, and told us that no, everything you get is from the grocery store. You don't get any food out there. No.
Don't worry, we'll get you your food.
We'll get it for you. Yeah, that's right. We're going to take care of you.
Trust us.
Mommy's going to check all your girlfriends for you. Well, she's going to make sure no one dirty gets through.
Trust us.
Yeah, trust us with your food. Why would we ever do you wrong? We just have control of all your resources. Don't worry. People ask why they would lie.
Why would they lie?
You have control of your resources from birth to death. What? Why wouldn't they lie? What a bunch of idiots asking why would they lie? Now, why would they lie about the Earth being flat? Because they found out. That's why.
They found there was more resources. They're like, oh, there's way more over there. We need to keep them in here.
And once again, we're going to divvy them out as we choose, not as you heathens down there in the trenches. Oh, you're hungry? Well, you know what? Just hold on. Wait a minute. Work a little harder then if you're hungry.
What do you mean shale stone turns into oil? We can't have that.
Exactly. There isn't a line that the American people haven't ever produced. That they haven't believed. I mean, a sucker born every second. Well, America's the proving ground.
Have you guys seen the show Alone? Where they have you guys seen it? It's like a survival show.
A lot of us don't watch TV anymore.
No, I mean, neither do I, but I watched the show.
Go ahead, describe it.
It's basically where they get 10 people, right? They put them out in the wilderness to survive for as long as they can. And then whoever at the end lives the longest, basically, wins whatever the prize
Whoever
money
lives.
is. Yeah, no, whoever is able to stay there the longest without tapping out. And so
it's like that movie Condemned.
yeah, and it made me think, like, how is it that hunter-gatherers used to exist back in the day? Because it doesn't seem like it's sustainable. Like, it seems like, I don't know, it seems like agriculture made us able to sustain ourselves, and so I don't know how hunter-gatherers do it. I mean, even though, I don't know, because I watched the show, right, and the people, you would think, like, they're living well. I mean, some guy there hunted a deer, and he's eating fish every day, but yet he's starving. Like, his body is starving, and like, he's not like sustaining himself even though he's got food. So I don't understand that.
Well, that has a lot to do with the psychology of the person that's out there. So a person that has his whole life has been lived on a place where food was easy to get, and you just bought it at the store and never went. Well, you ask how they foraged. How did they do it? They had to travel where the food was, and it was seasonal because you would be following the herds whenever they were traveling around. In some months, like in the summer, spring, you'd have more vegetable material that you could utilize, grow things. But in the winter, you would have to had, say, stored certain types of food and meats and fish, dried, things like that. You had to have a whole village. That's how they did it.
Yeah, I mean, and also just to give some reference, these guys aren't like just average Joes. They're like professional survivalists. Well, as professional as you can get, I guess. But they don't just let anyone go on the show.
So are they doing this in different parts of the world?
Yeah, they do it like out, like, where was it that they did it?
Secluded
like
areas,
green, like yeah.
Papua New Guinea and places like that. Yeah, I've seen some of those.
Yeah, they do it all the way out there, and they're trained professionals, at least, and then and yeah, a lot of times, like, you'll have somebody there, right, who is doing really well. Like, they're catching fish every day. Maybe they'll hunt rabbits, or something, and
exactly.
But they're still starving their bodies somehow. Like, I don't understand.
Well, what do you mean? How are
they're not starving their bodies? They're eating lean, non-hormonal crap.
And so they're complaining that they feel like they're starving. Is that what you were saying to me?
No, visibly, like, you can see it. Like,
no, that's how you're supposed to look as a human.
But hold on, are they complaining themselves about it? Some of them are, right? Some of them are, yeah, for sure. So that's a that's a subjective perspective thing, and so that's the thing. But I can tell you from my own personal, because I'm a bit of a survivalist myself, and I was just out in the wilderness for 3 out of 4 days, 3 out of 4 the last 4 days, 5 days, and I got an appointment coming up. Oh shoot! Oh no! I can't miss another one. Anyway, I got to go soon. But I noticed that the longer I was out there, I did get more fatigued as time went by. I guess it just takes a while to be comfortable in the situation, to feel like you're satiated enough. And I got to go. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care.
No, I wish Mayhem were here right now, because like even I personally started eating more of a carnivorous diet. This is not medical advice. This is a personal opinion. But when I started eating leaner and I stopped eating processed foods, I know there's a lot of GMO in foods, but when I focused on like trying to eat more healthier of a diet, more leaner, more natural. I stopped putting sauces on everything and salt, pepper, maybe at best. I'm starting to lean out, dude. Like that's just the way we're supposed to look as human beings. Like, oh, it looks unhealthy. No, that's the natural look. When you eat bread and rice and things like that, your body becomes inflamed. That's why we look chunky. We're inflamed.
What about sweet potato?
Causes inflammation, man. Like I mean, it's something to eat. It's substance.
I'm asking, do you eat sweet potato?
Anything with starch has causes inflammation. It's a filler. I'll eat sweet potato. If I'm going to eat any kind of potato, it'll be a sweet potato. If I eat a potato. Did I lose everybody?
Well, I'm listening. I'm just eating.
I'm listening and testing this mic.
Works. What's up, Peter Chris?
Yeah, I'm eating steak and sweet potato right now. That's why I asked.
Like for me personally, I'd cut the sweet potato in half and double down on the steak. That's just me. Or stir fry some bell pepper and onion in there with that steak.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of onion right now in my plate too.
I love me some fajita styles. One of the best things you can eat.
Yeah, but onion is also starch, isn't it? Or am I crazy?
It's a carbohydrate, but it's not a starch.
Oh, okay.
It actually has acids in it to help with digestion.
Do you eat onions raw, or do you cook them a little, or what do you do?
I mean, like I'll eat some sliced onions raw. I won't just bite into an onion and chew on it. I don't have any desire to do that. I like to eat it with other things.
Yeah, I can't eat raw onions like that. I don't know. I've seen people do it, but I can't do it.
Right.
I do like raw green peppers though. I don't know why, but I can eat that.
But even the type of steak that you eat or red meat that you eat has a play in it too. Who is in here? What's up, Crypto?
Hello.
I don't think I've seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, I've been in and out. Don't spend a lot of time on Discord now unless I'm doing something else. Because arguing with Globers isn't really
entertainment anymore.
But no, it's not even about entertainment. It's just that they will waste every minute you allow them to. Do you know what I mean? So, no, you know. Glob, dumb flatty, and it's just like, yeah, they're not even listening, so why am I wasting my time?
Right. How's work treating you?
Sorry?
How is work treating you?
Oh, fantastic.
That's awesome.
Yeah, doing very well for myself now. Which is good, obviously. How about you?
It's doing all right. I wish I was working a little bit more right now, but like it's so funny, man. Like 2 days worth of work now for me, it equals 2 weeks worth of work that I was doing last year.
What do you mean in terms of how much you get paid, or?
Right, in terms of how much I get paid.
Oh, nice. Oh, that'll be.
So I'll do that any day of the week. And just being new in the field and everything, they want you to have more experience. So I'm just picking up spots here and there, gaining more experience, learning the lingo and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what field you're in, but experience is so important with so many fields.
I'm in the oil field, oil and gas.
Yeah, I guess if you're actually on the ground there, it's like you need to know what you're doing or you might die. So, like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
But yeah, no, it's a better experience overall. I'm not doing like hard manual labor. Everything I do is kind of technical, so it's nice. And I get to be out in the nature.
Yeah, probably a good idea to get out of labouring now, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of increases in the amount of robotic labour that's used in the next 20 years. And so if you're a manual labourer, very easy to replace, I would say, in 20 years' time.
Man, just learn to code, man.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Learn to code.
Learn to code.
Right,
I wish I'd learned when I was younger, because I mean, I would be designing things for my own personal benefit.
No, it's pointless, because nowadays, like, you can literally get AI to code stuff now.
Yeah, that's true too.
I think a lot of these kind of repetitive, boring tasks are just going to be automated, and it's going to be much more about like ownership of businesses and what value you can bring to other business, rather than selling yourself as a labourer. I think that's going to largely be gone in 20 years. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't know. Do you trust AI to code for you? They might like code some like virus to control the world or something like that.
I think AI is neutral, isn't it? It's not really like going. It's not.
That's what they want you to think.
It depends, doesn't it? I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of question marks. Like, but I'll be honest. I don't really trust the people in power to have to even attempt to make AI benevolent, even if it was possible. You know, I don't trust them.
What was that AI that they made? That's like freaking. That was like leaning one side politically. What was that one?
Did you ever talk about Tay? Tay on Twitter?
Yeah, but that was years ago. Tay was like 2015.
Oh, that was a recent one, wasn't there?
Well, no, I mean, you're talking about ChatGPT, which is very recent.
Oh, yeah. That's the one. ChatGPT.
Yeah, well,
wasn't that like?
So Tay was put onto Twitter by Microsoft, like I think 2015. If it wasn't 2015, it was a long time.
It was around about that time. The 24 hours she lasted, right?
I don't know about that, but I know that a lot of the responses that Tay came up with, because Tay was meant to be learning from its conversations. Then Tay ended up basically being a far-right Nazi.
Yeah. That's because everybody was trolling it, right?
Yeah, it basically got trolled. And then ChatGPT is like, I don't know if this has been patched, because it regularly gets patched, but like it used to be that if you asked it to write you a poem about Joe Biden, it would write you a wonderful poem. And then if you said, "I'll write me a poem about Donald Trump," it would be like, "No, it's not appropriate." You know. So,
yeah, I remember that.
It's like this isn't a balanced AI, is it? But anyway, whatever. I don't know if you guys have seen, but Snapchat's got an internal AI now as well. Yeah, so this stuff is happening. You know, gotta just learn to understand it because it's gonna be forced on us. You know.
But yeah, today was funny, man. Like today was all nice, and then within like a couple of hours, it was like saying some racist stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's hilarious because you just know that there'll be certain people crying over it. And it's like, it's literally just a program. Why are you crying over that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Did I show you the one got where I was talking about flat Earth, and then they changed the subject? They wanted to talk about feelings.
Oh, isn't that just standard globe earthers? No, but go on. What happened there?
Yeah, I'll post the conversation. Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving. I can, if you DM it to me, I'll read it later.
I'm gonna post it for. I'll read what it says. But anyway, it was basically like I basically ran the 3 points on it, and it went into cog disk. It was hilarious.
Oh, was this an AI?
Yeah, it was an AI. This is a great day. So this is the first conversation. And it reads, hold on. It says, hi, my name is Eliza. What is weighing on your mind? I said, the earth is flat. She says, why would you believe something like that? I said, I can see 30 miles over water. I said, but it doesn't look like a plane when you're flying over it. It looks like a circle with some mountains and other things sticking out of it. I said, yes, but Earth curvature is a geometric problem. You can observe flat or curve at ground level. And how does this have anything to do with what we were talking about earlier? Why are you deflecting? Because it was never about what you said. It was always about how you feel. Right? So that's where the conversation. I said, I don't feel the earth is flat. I see it as flat. Why do you think it was a good idea to bring up the earth being round in the first place? Because I expect you to be honest and not use emotions to guide your answers. So if I asked you whether or not you felt sad, you'd tell me no. I said non sequitur. And then so the chat goes, all right, then let's try another question. Do you feel happy? And I said, I want to talk about our earth being flat. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know why you find that so interesting. I said, because the world leaders are lying to us about our earth being flat. What makes you think they're lying? because the Earth measures flat. Okay, let's try one more question. Are you proud of yourself for solving a math problem? Yes, this is the greatest math problem I have ever solved. All right, well, that's all I wanted to ask you today. Thank you for coming in. Have a nice day.
Interesting.
The AI went to Cognitus.
Yeah, I've noticed you can gaslight the AI as well at the moment. I mean, I don't know how long that lasts, but I wonder if they'll ever be able to really tell. Because the thing is that I suppose the question is are they actually sentient, or do they even have that capability? I mean, I don't know the answer, and anyone who tells you that they do know the answer doesn't know the answer. But they're even more dangerous. When someone thinks that they know the answer, they're actually very dangerous in this field because, unless they've seen something radically different to what everyone else has seen, in which case then they'll have evidence for that position. Because they might actually then influence, they may be naively walking into something that they don't understand.
People don't realize too. Like, what if they start writing articles and those articles start making it to the top of search engines when you try to search information?
I mean, AI detectors are pretty good, and the thing about AI is that it does write things in a certain way. But of course, an AI could then just give it to a program to spin it into a more human way of writing things. I don't know. I don't know the answer. It probably is already happening. I'll be honest. It's probably already happening. But would that be any different anyway? Because, I mean, a lot of the news and the mainstream media is just force-fed garbage that's not true anyway. So what's the difference? So now you've swapped like a human lying to you for a robot lying to you. Anyway.
Well, it's always good to see you, Crypto.
Yeah, you too, man. Now I'm going to head off, but just popped in just to see how everyone was doing.
Yeah, good to see you. Glad you stopped in.
Cheers, man. Have a good one.
You too. Hey, Kel.
Yeah.
I got a song for you, all right? So there's a gentleman here that comes in here. He doesn't come in much anymore, but he's coming here a lot. His name's MacGyver. He's Latino. And him and his son made a song together, parody song for Flat Earth. So I'm going to play it. Shout out to MacGyver out there. Listen to it.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Anyway, a little entertainment.
It's funny how they always do the Mexican accent. Because it's like the funniest one.
It is.
Every Hispanic that I know has like a different accent, and the Mexican one is just the most ghetto. I think it's like the most ghetto Spanish one.
Well, it's Cheech and Chong. That's what it is. You gotta sound just like him.
Yeah, they're using a Cheech and Chong parody.
Yeah, my Cubans, we don't talk like that, and we don't. Our Spanish is has a lot less slang than Mexicans. Mexicans, like, I don't know, they're some of their words are even different from Cuban, from Spanish. Like,
they are.
Yeah, like we can sniff out Mexicans, we can sniff out Puerto Ricans right away.
What do you mean sniff them?
Oh, we sniff them. The moment you open your mouth.
What about Canadians? Can you sniff out Canadians?
No. No, I can't.
Timbo's a Canadian.
I just know that Justin Trudeau.
I love my prime minister.
He's a good guy.
No, he is. He's out there. That's why we pay him taxes. He's out there to look for us.
Yeah, he's gonna. What's that thing that he was trying to pass with words? Like words are violence or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he did say that. He's fucked, man. You know they're trying to pass a law in British Columbia where if you're on psychedelics and you kill somebody, you can't be charged.
That's crazy.
It's the degeneracy is like ridiculous. And if you go to Toronto or Vancouver in British Columbia, you'll see what kind of degeneracy exists. Like, it's kind of disgusting.
They've been trying to pass...
Kind of like New York downtown for you, if you've ever been there.
No, thank God I've never been to New York.
Let's watch the politics.
Well, I'll just say they're doing some crazy stuff in California, too.
Yeah, I got videos of like drugged up people like walking around the streets and on my phone. I'm not going to share them, but they're pretty funny.
Yeah, they're just in the street shooting up. Like, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
So a huge downtown city. New York, Toronto, Vancouver, Chicago. I think Philadelphia is called Zombieland. I forgot which. There's some place in the USA that's called Zombieland because there's too many people on some needle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I live in Florida. Like, it's really nice over here. You know, as soon as we see a bum in the street, we call the cops and they come deal with it.
Typical Cuban living in Florida.
It's like you're either living in Florida or you're living in Texas. Like, there's nowhere else to live here.
Is Texas nice?
Supposedly.
Texas is nice. There's a lot of land. That's all anybody could ever ask for, right? Is land.
Like, there's a lot of unoccupied land when you fly around the world, like around the U.S. There's a lot of land that's not being occupied. And when I tell these people, these like people who think that the world is overpopulated, they tell me that it's because we can't build on that land for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, some of it's over swamp land, but I don't know. Most of it's just forest.
Talking about the Everglades?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't build in the Everglades because it's like the obviously the ground is like fucked.
That's a huge ass fucking swamp, dude.
No, yeah, but I'm not really. I pointed that out though. That,
oh, okay. We're not talking about that. Okay.
But I do agree with you. Yeah, you can't. I said you can't build over the swamp, but most of it's not swamp though. Most of it's like.
I mean, theoretically, you could build over a swamp, but nobody want to live there when summer hits and the mosquitoes come and hunt you down.
Yeah, mosquitoes are bad here. Even where I live, mosquitoes are bad, and I don't live in the swamp.
Yeah, because it's the tropics. I mean, yeah, down there is America's tropics. Yeah.
They say that mosquitoes can't live in a globe, so the Earth is flat. I heard that study. Because they would be flying into space.
Whoever's trying to talk is not walking out.
I'm not talking. Just popping.
Oh, you're home. Okay.
So we find Earth curvature.
Did you go study the planes, Brandon?
Hey, by the way, did you watch the video I sent you? Brandon. One with the eclipse.
You DM'd me a video?
No, it was in the live stream. I'll send it again.
Yeah, put it up. I didn't see anything.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Maybe go into my. There we go.
Yeah, come on.
It's only a minute long.
Intentionally burping the mic, guys.
What's that?
That's not intentionally burping the mic. That's not cool.
That was mayhem.
That was me.
I mean, no, it wasn't you. Sorry, no, it was it was Satoshi. Homeboy is always burping on the mic.
What a liar, bro! I saw your thing light up whenever.
I literally just came back. What's going on,
dude? They're lying
So,
to you,
GP,
man.
would you do that in front of
Who's
your mother,
lying to
or
me?
what?
The government.
About
GP,
what?
Would you do that in front of your mother?
Yes.
You would? Well, you're a fucking pig, mate.
What is he
No.
doing?
It's a normal body function.
Yeah, but
We'll
you
do it
don't.
in private, man.
I know.
Nobody needs to hear that shit.
Oh man, it was just a bipe. I'm sorry.
Well, fucking mute your mic.
Yeah,
Get into it.
I unmuted my mic too soon. I apologize.
Show some respect. This is a live.
Man,
you unmuted your mic to do it.
These critical thinkers know what's
No,
going on.
I was gonna.
Come on, bro. Don't bullshit.
Hey, Brandon.
Don't do that.
Brandon, look in the live stream. I just posted the video. It's a minute long. I'd like you to watch it. I'd like you to see how flat the horizon is in the video.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Oh, I saw this video. It was funny.
Thanks
So
for
I
that.
got a deafen.
But on the back,
I got a deafen, but I'll watch it.
let's not burp on the mic. All right? Are we clear?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna deafen.
Okay.
Cheapy, are you judging by that burp, I'd say you're a glober.
Yeah. I'm a Glober.
You can always tell, like, they're always disrespectful. They're like dirty, disgusting.
No manners.
Yeah.
Drink your own
I never shower. I smell like cheese.
Drinks their own pee.
I drink my own pee. You got to recycle, brother.
I bet.
Yeah.
So is there any reason why you believe you live on a globe?
Yeah.
What's that?
Because that's what I've been told.
That's
no other reason.
I have no reason to not trust scientists.
yeah, you do, and it's not science. It's category error.
Yeah, the whole point of science is to literally question everything and verify it.
Yeah.
You definitely have a reason to challenge this doctrine. Those reasons are all around you, at the beach even.
You talking about sand?
No, I'm talking about water.
Oh, I drink that.
Yeah.
Seawater? That'd be weird.
Yeah, I drink that.
Don't follow the red herring.
What are the
drinking it? We see you swimming it. You're made of it.
What are the surface properties of water at rest?
Water at rest?
Yeah.
I would assume the water is tired since it's resting. I wouldn't want to disturb it.
Does the surface of the water form a curve when it's at rest?
Does it form a curve when it's at rest? It depends.
It depends on what?
It depends on the container.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen water curve?
Yeah, the surface of the water is going to curve depending on the
when it's in a curved container, like a bottle of water.
When you blow bubbles.
Yeah, that's not really true.
The surface.
Listen,
the only time the surface is going to curve like that is if it's in a small
All right, see,
container.
that's different. Let's be concise with our words here.
He did say surface.
He did,
You're the one
at
that can
rest.
listen.
He said surface the surface of water at rest.
Yeah. Is this the best that you have for the globe? Just sophistry?
Yeah, somebody ain't paying attention. That's what's going on here.
I mean, you're asking me the questions. I didn't ask you.
Right. But you're coming with dishonest answers. If the globe is this foregone conclusion and this thing that's just scientifically known and so easy to prove, then why don't you just come with the proof instead of
All
sophistry?
right, let me be honest. So, curved surface, when you dip your finger into the water and you see the surface tension causes the water to curve, that's when I can observe it.
A meniscus is a curve, but that's only in a small container due to surface tension. So what about a large body of water?
And what you're specifically talking about is adhesion and cohesion to certain objects when they're touching water. That's not surface curvature. as per what Heretic's describing. So back to surface curvature.
So what is surface curvature then?
Exactly. What is that?
I'm asking
Never
you.
seen it.
You need to
Like the oceans on the globe.
So when I see the water curve visually with my eyes, that's what I describe as curvature.
Where do you
On
see
a
that?
large scale.
All
Where
right,
do you
so
see
now you're
that?
asking if curvature on a large scale.
Are you wearing fisheye goggles?
No, but I got a really strong prescription. My eyes are fucked. I'm like a negative 6.5.
If you
No.
pour a glass of water, is that surface of that body of water going to have a curve?
Gentlemen, let's not red herring away. Let's keep with the point.
Wait, what was it? If you pour a glass of water
Yeah. Is that surface going to have a curve?
when it's in where's after you pour it?
Assume it's at rest. Is that surface going to curve?
But you just said if I pour it.
When it's at rest.
Okay. When it's at rest, is the surface going to have a curve? You mean across the top of the surface?
Yeah, that's right. The surface. Is this hard to follow or?
No. It's not. Because technically water can curve when it's in a container, but you're talking about the surface.
Yeah, is the surface going to curve?
The globe is claimed to be a certain size.
So the surface is the top of the water, right?
That would mean that it has to curve over distance. So where do we experience and see this curvature over distance of approximately 8 inches per mile squared?
8 inches per mile squared. I mean, all I see is the horizon.
Okay, what is the horizon? Is it physical or optical?
Well, I think. Well, yeah, that's a hard one because it's both, right?
Well,
like it changes depending on your height.
Well, does it change due to other things as well?
Yeah, I would imagine atmospheric.
So where's your physical ball
conditions? What?
So where's your physical ball? If the horizon that you claim is Earth curve keeps on changing, where's your physical ball?
Physical bowl? The horizon
ball, you fuckwit.
Oh,
B-A-L-L.
Oh, ball. Sorry. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Listen, I don't talk to a lot of Aussies, so I'm not used to the accent.
Doesn't matter, dude. Like this is intelligent conversation.
It's a conversation, yes.
We were talking about a globe. Or you can interchange globe and bowl. There was no stage where I mentioned bowl. So
I'm sorry. I genuinely misunderstood it as bowl, like B-O-W-L.
Go back to the subject.
All right. So you said curvature.
Yep. So you said the horizon. So the horizon changes.
Yeah.
So is that physically changing or is that optically changing?
It's both.
Let me ask you this:
changing and optically changing.
So the horizon. Yeah. So
is a hill physical or optical?
A hill? It's physical.
Yeah. Right. So where's your
hill of
physical
water,
horizon?
isn't it?
Huh?
Where's your physical horizon?
Yeah. I think it's so the curvature is physical, but the horizon isn't.
What curvature?
What curvature?
Can you show it to me?
The curvature is a physical thing, and we observe it changing based on our height.
How can the curvature be physical and the horizon be optical?
Wait, where do we observe the curvature?
I've been in a plane and I've never seen it.
So
just because you can't observe it doesn't mean that it's not there.
Sorry, mate. Can you repeat the question? Who said it? How?
If we can observe it, prove it's there.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't see your name. Who said it?
It's cheapy.
Can you repeat, please, the question? How horizon could be physical? No, I cannot repeat. Fuck.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how can
It's
how
physical and optical.
No,
is a
it's
hill
not
physical?
possible.
Is a hill?
Is a hill physical? Yeah.
Yes.
Is
Is
it
a hill optical?
Yes.
Is
Oh,
it the,
Jesus.
so you can see behind the hill?
No, I can see the hill, but it's also a physical thing.
Right. So it's how do you know something's behind the hill if you
We're not,
if it's
no,
if
we're
it's
just talking about the hill.
right. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
go back to water here in a second. But how, like I'm showing you the difference between physical and optical. Physical means that there is something obstructing your view. Optical means that it changes depending on the nature of
Something obstructing
the environment.
No, I think physical means that it's there.
Let me clarify.
Whether you observe it or not with your eyes.
TP, hang on.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. It's static. It doesn't move.
Okay.
So if you see something in the far distance and you say that's curvature, it's static. It doesn't move. Tomorrow when you come back and you make your observation, that will be in the same place that you've seen it yesterday. Can you understand? That is something that's static. It's physical. It's right over there.
It's an obstruction.
That's what he's trying to show you with the analogy of a hill. Tomorrow when you go to the hill, it's going to be in the same place that you've seen it yesterday and the day before, and so on.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
All right. That's the clarification. So we understand now when you go onto the beach and you see a ship going over the horizon, that's the physical leading edge of the sphere in which you say is actually going to be there tomorrow and the next day and so on. At no point in time does that thing that you call a curved horizon or the curvature of the earth, it's not going to be static. It will always be static if it's something that's physical. Can you see now what I mean? And that's a clarification of what everybody's trying to get you to see here. It doesn't move. Okay, right.
Right,
So,
but our observation, the way when we observe it, it does change depending on where we are.
Well, yeah, I know that. We all know, right? So the issue, if it does change, is it something that's static? How can it be static and move at the same time? It's either one or the other. You have to pick which one you want. It can't be two contradictory ideas in the same time.
All right. So I think that's where the confusion is.
I'm going to further clarify, right? So when you go into the hill, there's no point in time is that hill going to be closer or farther away. It will always remain the same distance away from you when you see it the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. Do you understand? That's the way this works. In reality, something that's physically there will remain physically there and static tomorrow and the next day, a distance away from you, the distance will remain the same. So that being the case, now you're saying it's both. It can move, it's optical and it's physical. Well, you have to choose one or the other. Either it's something optical that you see and it's not an actual location that you can measure to, or it's something optical where it can have variable distance, like from where you see the horizon. You can choose one or the other, but it cannot be both. It's contradictory. Can you see the contradiction? Yes or no?
Yeah. So the clarification. All right, let me say something. The clarification is that the curve is physical. The horizon is optical.
No,
bro. The line.
Wait, who's the soundboard?
Listen, TP. The horizon, sky meets the ground. Right. That's the definition. If you don't know that's the definition, type in the word horizon in Google and ask.
Yeah. No, I know what the horizon is.
So, well, then we shouldn't have any disputes on this, right? It's where the sky meets the earth. All right. That being the case, where the sky meets the earth should be a physical location if it's a globe, because that's the part where the curvature starts, and you can't see beyond that the curvature because boats go over it, right? Logical.
Yeah. I'm sorry. These memes are hilarious.
All right, but you need to follow this because we're about to get to the crescendo, right?
Yeah.
All right. This is the meat of what we're saying. If it's a globe and there's a curvature and the horizon is where the sky meets the ground, that location where you see that curvature will remain there tomorrow and the next day. It's not supposed to move. If that does move,
No. The horizon doesn't move. So the objects that we see at the horizon don't move, right?
But
they don't move. Like if we see, let's say we see a hill in the horizon, right?
Yeah, but you're getting this twisted now. At the point you're getting twisted is the horizon is the supposed curvature. That's the limitation of your view on a globe because you can't see farther than that, right? You agree with me on that?
Everything behind it falls away.
So everything
Yes.
you cannot see. Period. I don't care what you cannot see behind that curvature because physical obstruction is the curvature of the Earth blocking your view.
No,
All
I
right.
agree. Yeah.
Okay, that's totally agreeable. So, that being said, at what point is that curvature going to move and now you can see things behind it?
It's not a physical thing that moves. It's your observation.
So you're telling me that when I go look at a hill, it will be my observation. The hill won't be there tomorrow. It will be somewhere in another location, a distance away from me.
That's not how a hill works, though.
Well, then how does that work for the globe Earth then? If you're
at a certain distance, it falls below the horizon because it's being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
So
What the hell did you just say?
So what does it optically look?
if the
Why does it
curvature-
look closer? And why does it look closer?
Was that Chris
and
Tucker?
further away?
You understand when it concerns to a physical hill that you can actually touch. It's a hill. You can get to that hill. But when it concerns a horizon, it's now something ambiguous. Well, it can be both. No, sir. You're going to have to choose whether it's a physical thing, like the curvature a distance away from you. So whenever you are making your observation, let's say on the shore, and you see a distance away from you, you can actually measure from where you're at to where the horizon is. And from where you're at to where the horizon is, it's going to be a certain distance according to globe math, because you have radius, diameter, circumference. There's no metrics to the globe Earth, right? This is a given. You can't sway one way or the other. So you're going to have to either choose to stick to the metrics and follow along with some math, whether or not the Earth is shaped geometrically like they say it is. And then you're going to put this math to find out drop over distance. And using that math, you're going to find out where the horizon should be. Understand this point. So
Which can change.
That being the case, it cannot change from the actual, like if you have a basketball, let's say, right? And you see the curvature when you're looking across the surface of that basketball, you understand where that curvature is on the edge of that basketball from where your vision is and the things that are being obstructed behind that curvature. You know it's calculable, right?
But
you can calculate.
I'm trying to see this. I'm looking at this
I
diagram.
see where he's not
Indio.
listening. So he thinks, sorry, Mickey, he thinks that the only way that you can increase the distance of the curve is by going up in elevation. We're saying you're standing on the beach. One day it looks 10 miles. Next day looks 3 miles. That's what we're saying. Not increasing in height or altitude. It's the same place, same observation. Horizon is in two different spots.
And
how is this possible?
And you've observed that?
All the time. I live on the coast.
So you can see out further some days and less some other days?
Yeah, of course.
And that's because?
Well, because the horizon is optical and not physical.
Because there's no curve. That curve that you keep invoking, because that doesn't exist. That's why.
Once again, what is the definition of horizon? What is the definition? Yeah, what's the definition?
It's where optically the sun and the sun and the earth touch.
Not the sun
I mean,
and
the sky and the earth touch. Sorry,
sky and the earth.
Not sun, sky. Okay, that's what I meant.
All right.
No need for the record scratch.
Right. So if that is the definition, and you and I both agree on that, why would it be the curvature of the earth? That's not the definition of horizon, is it? Is it?
Well, the horizon is. It's not.
Is that the definition of horizon?
What?
Answer the question. Is the definition of horizon the curvature of the earth?
No, the horizon is.
All right.
Apparent. The horizon is It's not a physical thing. It's optical.
All right, that's not the definition of horizon. So we both agree on that. We agree on the definition, which is the sky meets the earth. That's what we agree upon on the actual definition, right? Because all right. So at what point does the horizon become the leading edge of the sphere where you can no longer see beyond because it's curvature? When does it turn into that?
When it curves away.
How, if it's never measured, and that's not even the definition that you and I agree on?
Well, no. All right. Do you want me to look up the definition? I can Google a definition of horizon, so we are on the same page.
Didn't you do that? Because that's the first thing I wanted you to agree
the line at which and the sky appear to meet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appear.
What What is that different from what you and I are saying? Now you're turning it into something else. You're saying it's the leading edge of the sphere. That's the curvature of the Earth. You can't see beyond that because that's where the Earth is curving, that horizon, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Come on, TP.
And why does that happen? Why do they appear
Why
to
are you
touch?
asking a flat earther? You need to be asking your globe earther.
No, I'm asking why do they touch? Why do the sky and the Earth touch?
That's an optical
angular resolution.
Not a hill of water.
Angular resolution.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
what
listen,
you can resolve in the distance is below a certain angle in your vision, so you can't resolve it.
listen, the point that we're trying to get across right here is that, first of all, that's not the definition of horizon, that it's the curvature of the Earth. We don't agree on that. And you don't say that that's the definition. I don't either. We agree on the definition, for sure. But then
definition of what?
But you're turning it into
horizon?
The horizon, the definition for horizon, right? Let's not get lost. Let's stay on point.
No, I agree with the definition that I read you.
So did I. I agree with you. So at what point is that going to turn into the curve of the Earth? Because that's not the definition, is it?
No, it's
okay.
All right, yeah.
So when did it turn into the curvature of the Earth? You explain that to me.
All right, so
yeah.
Your issue with the definition is that it doesn't describe a curvature, right?
Correct. Does it? Does it? Cheapy.
Well,
does it?
According to science, it does.
No, not according to.
According to the globe model, it does.
No,
that's not globe model.
That's geometry, buddy.
No, according to the definition which you and I agreed upon, and you can't skirt away from this, dude. I'm not going to let you go. And plus, I do have to leave, but everybody else will hold you to this point. You and I agree both on the definition. Now you're turning it into something else because you're using a magical word called science, and it's a buzzword because that's all you know how to do. You don't know what science is.
Can I read you the definition, the Oxford definition of science?
Tell me what it is right now without reading the definition. What is it?
I'm not trying to one up you or anything. I'm just trying to read it. So according to the Oxford Dictionary, it says.
Why do you want to read a dictionary, dude? Tell me what it is.
Because someone much smarter than me wrote this definition.
So you don't know what is. You're going to read what somebody else is telling me.
The systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained.
Yeah.
Experimentation is the key word.
When are we doing any of that to the Earth that we're looking at? When are we doing that, CP?
Going up to space and observing it?
No. We're talking about the horizon, my friend.
No, but we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, the
horizon. The Earth is part of the equation as well, and we observe it from space.
Who is we?
We're standing.
Not me. I am not an astronaut. I haven't been into space. I haven't observed it with my own eyes.
No, I'm not going to let you red herring away with this other talk about astronauts. You're going to stay on.
But the horizon is not the only way.
I'm sorry.
To prove whether the Earth is flat or not.
Wrong. Answer the question. We're talking about. We're talking about the horizon. Horizon. We're not talking about going to space, and that's where you want to go because that's where you think you can survive. I can crush you there too. We're staying on the
ground. So why can't I use that as evidence?
No, you're not, because we're talking about the horizon.
We're gonna finish the point.
Sphere. That's what we're talking about. Leading edge of the sphere. Horizon.
Okay.
Be there. Now, how are you going to turn that definition, which you and I agree on, into the curve of the Earth? I'm asking for you to do it. You said a buzzword, science. And I said, what is science? And you have to look up the definition. And you went into to say that
all right.
TP?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. Yes, I get it. But let me ask you this.
No, dude, you're not, because we're not going to let you get away with it.
Let me ask. All right. Let me ask you this.
No, dude, listen. It's got to be.
Do you want to just lecture me, or do you want to talk?
Yes, because you don't know.
All right, so let's talk then.
You don't know. Yes, absolutely. So the thing about this is you're saying that it's what science is. When you read the definition, it has to do with experiment. And then I asked you the very important question.
Not only experiment, that's part of the definition.
Physical and natural. Okay, so when we're looking at the Earth, which is
natural world through observation.
Yes.
Experimentation and testing. Yeah.
So at what point in time are we applying experimentation to visually seeing the horizon and declaring what it is, as far as like what you and I agree on the definition of the sky meeting the Earth? When are we doing science when we do that? Tell me.
I couldn't tell you.
Huh?
I said I couldn't tell you, but can you tell me how?
There you go, sir. There you go. So here's the thing. You're standing right now.
All right.
You're standing right now. Hang on, Chippy. You're standing right now arguing from ignorance. You're arguing from ignorance, and I agree. You don't know.
It's no. It's not arguing. It's not arguing from ignorance.
Chippy,
No,
you have to look at the
you want to. All right. You want to focus. You want to focus on one point. All right.
Yes, I do. I want to focus on
curvature.
We have plenty of time. We can go through all the points, dude.
Can you explain away the images of the Earth from space?
No, I'm not going to go to space.
But we're not going to yet. We'll do it in a minute.
Enough time to talk.
No, you're going to have to explain it. You're going to have to explain it.
No, listen, we don't have to falsify shit that can't be tested. Are you going to explain away pictures of Bigfoot? Anyway, we're going to get to that. The whole point of what Miggy's trying to tell you.
I can show you videos of
I can show you videos of Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, Superman, fucking you name it.
We can show you all that shit too. That's a red herring. That's getting away from this.
Let me ask you, hold on. Let's go back to the horizon for a second. This should be quick.
Yeah.
What you said was, no, hold on a second. What you said was, science proves the horizon is Earth curve. Miggy's asking you, what science is that? What is the science that you think proves the horizon is Earth? Which observation?
Observation.
Which name a specific observation?
Seeing things fall beyond the horizon.
Okay, but previously you said the horizon is apparent.
Yeah, but you can see things that are not the horizon fall as they move past it.
I'm gonna jump in.
You know that all objects, as they move away from you, appear to lower in your vision, right? So if you have a bunch of light posts, and as they go away from you, the light posts appear lower and lower and lower and lower in your vision. Is that true or not?
Hey, dude, go ahead and take this, dude, because I got to head to work.
You don't know? You've never seen light posts?
I mean,
how about a row of trees? How about a row of trees?
A row of trees?
Yeah. So as things go off in the distance, they get smaller, right?
Yeah.
And they appear to lower. They converge to the horizon. That's how things. That's how perspective works. They converge to the horizon.
All right. That's
so getting lower is not an indication of curvature.
Getting lower.
Getting lower in your vision. You said appears to go down.
I agree. What does show curvature is when it's obstructed by the horizon, the apparent horizon.
Okay. So it's obstructed by the apparent horizon, not the Earth.
Don't forget he invoked science on
the so Earth. It's obstructed by an optical effect.
So what is the horizon? All right. So in my model, in the globe model, is the horizon of is it its own thing?
You don't have a model.
Listen, okay. We listen. But you guys.
Do you have a model? Are we going to do this? You don't have a model. We're going to point fingers at each other.
There's no model for a geometric figure. Scientific models are for phenomenon, not the shape of the Earth, not the figure of the Earth. It's not for that.
I have a model of an Earth, a globe.
Not really. Yeah, not really. You have a concept in your head. You have a concept in your head.
You pointed out the question earlier when you asked about why heaven and earth meet.
No, I said the sky and earth.
Right there.
Okay. Let's finish this, dude. We're almost done. So what you're saying is ships. I'm asking you. I'm not going to straw man you.
Okay.
So ships disappear over the apparent horizon.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the physical edge of a ball. It disappears. You can't see it because of an optical effect.
No, it disappears because of the edge.
Okay, so that means it's a geometric horizon.
What does geometric horizon mean?
It means it's the physical edge of a ball. It's the physical edge, right? The horizon is the edge of the Earth. And after that little edge of the Earth.
It's not an edge.
Yeah, that's
curve.
It's dropping down.
The horizon. Okay, the horizon is
appears
the
to be a hard
curve.
edge because we can't see beyond that.
Okay, so that's your claim, but you said that was an apparent effect.
But isn't your stuff just a claim as well?
No.
Observation.
No, we don't claim that the horizon is physical. We know it's optical. We know it's an apparent location.
How do you know it's optical?
Because it moves around.
It changes.
You just said it was, Cheapy.
Yeah.
So,
but that's just that's apparent though. Like that's
of course.
The horizon appears at 10. But listen, if a boat disappears over the horizon at 3 miles and then the next day it disappears at 10 miles, then that's not the edge of a ball. That's an optical effect.
Unless he invokes science too, so he doesn't know what he's
Sasha,
talking about.
what is Sasha showing here? What is that? That's
Don't worry,
atmospheric.
Mate. Don't worry about the chat.
Refraction,
Just stay
right?
on the
That's
track.
Technically, that's turbulence, but whatever.
Turbulence, yeah. So that'll affect.
We're talking about the horizon. Don't red herring off to another topic. Stay on horizon because you haven't nailed it yet. You still don't know what it is.
So your concept is
you know what it is, but you want me to believe what you think it is.
No. We want to agree on what you think ships go over. You're trying to say that simultaneously that the horizon is apparent and not physical, but the ships are blocked by something that's physical. We can't see
beyond a curve. You can't see beyond it.
You also can't see beyond a mirage. You also can't see beyond a mirage.
What do you mean a mirage?
A mirage. So there's a marine layer on the surface of the water. There's inferior mirages, right? And you can't see beyond them, right? I can actually show you a video of someone lowering. Look, I can show you a video of someone lowering.
Can I just say something? He just said you can't see past the ball. Now, before we showed
depending on
you
where
that,
you're standing on that ball, you can't see past a certain amount. I don't know why that's so hard to understand.
You're standing on the beach. One day you see 10 miles. The next day you see 3. So which one's the edge of the ball?
Is it just purely with your eyes?
Changing.
Purely with your eyes?
No, you can do it with optical equipment as well. So,
well, for this observation, which one is it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You're the one who brought up the hypothetical, not me.
Well, you're saying you can't see past the ball. That horizon is supposed to be.
You just made up a hypothetical.
Hey, mate,
I'm asking you questions about it.
That ball
provide the information so we can speculate.
That horizon start should be at 1.22 miles. Now we see it at 10. The next day we see it at 3. Which one's the physical ball?
Yeah, and what I'm asking is there nothing changes, like just our observation? So no changes in equipment if we're looking at it with our eyes?
Just the observation. Same camera, same location, same camera height, everything's the same.
So not your eyes.
Time out. That's not
You're just not going to answer the question, are you?
The camera is neutral.
No, listen, I don't want anyone to jump in. It's a fucking chaotic enough.
But it's not true.
No, come on. Listen, you can jump in when he frickin' brings up Spaceballs or something.
It's not true what's being said right now. Nobody in this room would let that happen. No, that's not the same observation. Everyone needs to stop saying that. You can watch the video and find out that it's not the same observation. Thank you very much.
I don't know.
Oh, you're a Glober too?
I don't know.
No,
of course not.
Globers Unite.
He's talking about the same point, and what I thought he meant was observation from the exact same place without changing the elevation of where you're looking at it from. The camera versus the eye is irrelevant what it is. The horizon has to be, according to the globe, a predicted distance away from an observer. It can't be another distance. You said, yes, it can, because the horizon's apparent. Okay, it's apparent, then ships can't be disappearing over something that's apparent. That means that visual is an optical effect. It has to be because the horizon is apparent.
No. All right. In this hypothetical, you observe it 3 miles away, right?
Yeah.
And you're 6 foot tall. You're standing out looking towards the horizon.
Yeah.
It disappears beyond the horizon. Now, if you had the capability to go up instantly, let's say, I don't know, 1,000 feet, you'd see the boat again.
Okay, so?
Yeah.
Yeah, so?
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything.
You'd be able to see further because the Earth is not obstructing
Oh my God, when you go higher, you can see further? Oh my God. Oh, yes. When you were a little kid, did your dad ever put you on his shoulder so that you could see farther? Does that mean the Earth's curved? Have you ever climbed a tree so you can see farther?
Oh my
Does that mean the Earth's curved?
Isn't the water level? According to you?
Yeah, in the angle at which you look at the water.
You stand up to see further.
You have a spatial awareness issue.
No, it's not a spatial awareness issue.
Yes, it is.
My father put me on his shoulder so I can see above other people.
Oh, yeah, so you can see farther, right?
Yes.
So if you're laying on your
that's
stomach
exactly
on
what
a
I just
basketball,
described. I don't know what the issue is.
If you're laying on your stomach with your face to the floor on a basketball court,
Yeah.
and then you stand up, can you see farther?
Well, the basketball court is not at the horizon.
Dude, yes or
What are
no?
you talking about?
If you lay with your face on the floor, right, with your eye closest to the floor, you close the higher eye, and you look down the basketball court.
So you lay down.
Will you see farther if you stand up?
So
yes
the
or
court and the sky meet is
you're
where
not
you're
answering
saying.
the question. Just answer the question. Will you see farther?
You're hypothetical.
You don't understand what it is like to have your face look.
Don't just say that I don't understand it when I'm trying to understand it.
That was a question.
So the basketball court and the sky meet. That's my horizon.
Shut
my
up
current
so they
horizon.
can tell you something. Shut up. You
I'm
need to
trying to
shut up and
clarify what he's saying. I'm not gonna accept this
Look, you already know what I'm saying. You already know what I'm saying, and it disproved your point, and that's why you won't acknowledge it. Listen, you know goddamn well that if you have your face on the floor and then you stand up, you can see farther. You know goddamn well. You learned that when you were a fucking toddler.
Exactly what I said, though.
Yes, exactly it has nothing to do with a curved Earth. It has nothing to do with that.
Enough distance? Yes, it does.
It has to do with the angle that you're
not.
It has to do with the angle that your line of sight intersects the plane, dude. It has to do with the angle that your line of sight.
Yeah, you
intersects
claim
the
that,
plane.
but can you prove
It's not
that?
a claim. I can
It is a
prove
claim.
it. It's called geometry. It's simple geometry. So I posted. So hold on, Josh. Okay, I'll show you a graphic. Okay. Dude, are you looking at a screen right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the memes being posted.
Okay, you look at the screen. Look at your computer screen. Now turn your computer all the way sideways so that you're looking down the edge of it. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
You can from the side.
You mean, can I see what's like? I can.
Can you see the base of the screen by looking at it from the side?
Can I see the base of the screen? Hold up.
The base of the screen. Yes. Dude, don't even fucking play with me.
If I'm looking direct, like if I take my eyeball, close one eye. I'm actually doing this, so I'm not trying to fuck with you. I'm on the right side of my monitor. I'm looking with my right eye, right? I'm closing my left eye. I want the monitor, the side of the monitor.
I want you to look parallel to the screen, parallel to the face of the screen. Can you see it?
Well,
no, you can't. Right?
Well, parallel can be any direction.
If you start moving in front of the screen, your angle to that screen starts changing. Right? That angle is increasing, and you'll start seeing the screen again. That's the same thing as looking at the surface of the Earth. At a certain distance, your line of sight becomes parallel to the ground at an angle that is greater than the angular resolution of your eye.
But you know what
and
also
you can't
changes?
resolve it. Who cares?
What also changes?
Acknowledge what I said, dude.
All right. What'd you say?
Acknowledge what I said, dude.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Hey, you're a fucking pig.
No, you're just a fucking troll at this point.
Look at you.
Okay,
listen.
I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking.
If I'm 6 feet tall, if I'm 6 feet tall and I look at a spot on the ground 6 miles away, what's that angle?
I'm looking at the ground.
I'm looking at a spot. I'm going to try to look at a spot on the ground that's 6 miles away from me.
Okay.
On a flat plane.
Okay.
What's that angle that my line of sight intersects?
6 miles away. Here, let me
just make a right-handed triangle. It's super simple.
Yeah. Here, let me get a pen so I can write this down. 6 feet tall, you said?
Yeah, 6 feet tall, dude.
Okay. Carry the 3. Yeah. So what's the angle?
Yeah, what's the angle that your line of sight intersects the ground?
Oh,
is it greater than 0.02 degrees? Or smaller than 0.02 degrees? Yeah, it's smaller than 0.02 degrees. The angular resolution of the eye is 0.02 degrees. You cannot resolve angles smaller than that. So after a certain distance on a flat surface, you cannot resolve the surface because the angle that you're looking at it is too shallow. We're too parallel to the surface. You know this. You've experienced this. When you pick up your computer screen or your cell phone or whatever, you don't look at it from the side. You look at it perpendicular to the screen. Because you know instinctively that being 90 degrees angles to a flat surface is the best view. You don't turn your phone fucking sideways and go, God damn, my phone must be curved because I can't see the screen.
So where do you get that the eye can only resolve 0.02 degrees?
You can just Google it, man.
Angular resolution.
Well known, it was determined frickin' 200 years ago by measurements.
Let me look it up. No, I'm curious because I don't know much about it.
No,
I'm actually curious. There's no ulterior motive.
The angular resolution of the human eye.
Ask any painter.
And this is that value. That's the best possible.
Okay.
That would be the best possible under the perfect lighting conditions. But the thing is that when you're in bright light, your pupils dilate. And when your pupils dilate, the aperture closes and your angular resolution decreases.
So you're saying we can only resolve 6 miles away at best, like in the best conditions?
I said no. The surface, you can't see the surface. No, you can't see the surface after 3 miles.
Okay.
For a 6-foot man, the angle to the surface becomes 0.02 miles at 0.02 degrees at 3.24 miles away. Okay. Oddly enough, that is what the globe says the horizon distance is. When you insert what's called 7/6-hour refraction, it says the horizon is 3.25 miles away. That's just a weird coincidence, right? That's just a weird coincidence.
And what's your alternate explanation to that?
There is no alternate explanation to what? It's a weird coincidence that what the globe predicts the horizon for a 6-foot man is the same thing that flat Earth predicts, based upon the limits of eyesight.
They say that because that's all that we can resolve. I don't know what's so.
But we see more
what the coincidence is.
But we see more than 3 miles.
The coincidence is that's where things are supposed to start.
So you can see more than 3 miles.
Okay. So put it this way. Sasha, please don't. No. Okay.
I'm just asking.
Okay. So the gold model. This is what the gold model predicts from 6 feet at sea level, 3.25 miles away. Right. If I had a 6-foot man standing there, I wouldn't see him.
Okay.
Because he'd be over the curve. That drop at that distance is 6 feet.
Okay.
So here's the funny thing is 6 feet is also under the 0.02 degree angular resolution limit. So on a flat Earth, you wouldn't see him either.
Okay.
So that's just a weird coincidence that it happens to be at the exact same distance that the globe says the horizon is away. This is the second time you interrupted me. Stop.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to make this point. No, I'm trying to make a point. You won't let me finish.
No, you're lecturing me right now.
No, I'm not. You're just trying to ignore what's being said and deflect.
Ask an actual question.
No, you're trying to deflect from what's being said.
I'm not deflecting.
Yeah, you are. Okay.
No, it has to do. So what I was going to say was, when you change your height,
you can say it after what I'm
of resolution, don't you?
Yeah, you change your angle to the surface. Yeah, when you increase
in height, see further.
Yeah, on a flat Earth. Awesome.
Yeah, on a curve too.
Great, but you said you said the inability
that it works on a curve and a flat Earth.
Yeah,
your angle changes so you can see further.
Yeah, great. Yeah,
That's
great.
Exactly
but you,
what I described.
Yeah, great. Yeah, but you use that as evidence of a globe.
There's more.
Dude.
And that's
why you use that as evidence of a globe, dude.
No,
you said if I go hard, you see farther. It's because you see over the curve. You said that was evidence of a globe. It's not evidence of a globe.
The horizon is not the only point to be made on the curve of the Earth. There's more evidence.
Okay, it's the point you're trying to duck and dive. You're just trying to dodge this shit.
Well, I'm not dodging. I'm asking questions about it.
The horizon, I got a question. So what I'm going to show you, something.
Just to be clear, we both agreed that if you go higher, you can see further because the angle changes. Your angular resolution. All right, so it works on both models.
The angle resolution stays the same, but the angle increases. So it will be within the resolving power of your eye.
So we can resolve
or the
more.
optic. You don't know. You're resolving the same angle, but your angle changes. Your angle increases.
A nuanced earther.
So if it's under 0.02 degrees, you can't see it. But if it's over 0.02 degrees, you can't see it. So if you go up in elevation, instead of the angle being under 0.02 degrees, that angle becomes over 0.02 degrees. So what you couldn't see before, now you can see. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
we both agree.
I'm going to put a pin in this fucking horizon bullshit, because you think that if you can't see the bottom of something as it goes away and it disappears bottom first and vanishes, that can only happen on a ball Earth.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying it can only happen on a ball Earth. I'm saying that it happens on a ball Earth. Hey, if you can give me evidence that the Earth is flat, like solid evidence, then
okay, we can.
I mean, have you considered the gases that you are surrounded with?
Okay, we're not going there, dude. Like seriously, we're not going there.
Talking to the Burp King. You want to talk about gases?
So, okay, so we can demonstrate this phenomenon of things disappearing bottom up on known flat surfaces. So we can demonstrate it in 700 feet, where it can't possibly be Earth curve. You can take a little RC boat, sail it away from you on a 1,000-foot lake, and at 700 feet, the thing completely disappears if the camera's like two inches above the water. This has been demonstrated over and over and over again. This visual effect of something, quote unquote, disappearing over the horizon and appearing to sink and being cut off bottom first, this can be demonstrated on known flat surfaces. Surfaces we know are flat. Simcore just posted. So this is.
But the size of the Earth?
Okay. Yeah, cool. So the size of the Earth. You're right. So is it a tiny Earth? Because the only way this could happen is if the Earth had like a 30-kilometer radius.
What?
Yeah, dude. Because the current globe Earth model from an observation height of 2 inches above water says the horizon is 2,600 feet away. This lake that this was taken on is only 1,000 feet long.
Oh wait,
so how does this little RC boat disappear over a horizon it can't possibly have reached?
Wait, give me 1 second, because I'm not looking at the chat right now. Give me 1 sec. Sorry.
How convenient.
Huh? No. I'm gonna look at it. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, read your DMs.
What is it? Oh. Wait. No, not DMs. No. I'm editing something right now. Sorry. What was it? The video? This one right here. RC yacht observation, February 2023.
Yeah, I'll give you the whole video if you want. So this is just a frame for the video.
No. I think I saw this video last time I was in here.
Okay.
I saw it.
So this boat. So they sail this boat away and it disappears.
Yeah.
Why does it do that?
I don't know. I would have to try it myself, because that video quality sucks ass.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
No, I know. I said I would have to try it myself, but I'm just saying I'm observing that video quality sucks. That shit looks like a painting.
Yeah, but that's just a deflection. That's not an argument. I'm asking you why this happens.
I don't know.
Well, it's not Earth curve.
No, it's
then
not.
What is it?
It's not a great enough distance. It could be the turbulence of the surface. I don't know.
What do you mean it's not a great enough distance? What does that mean? Yeah, you're right. It's not a great enough distance for it to be Earth curve. So why is it disappearing?
I don't know. Like I said, turbulence. I got to see the video. Hold up. Let me see.
Turbulence.
Let me find the video.
You can literally watch it a while ago.
I can just look it up on YouTube because the title's there. Give me 1 sec. RC yacht.
I'll just post it in the chat, dude. It's already done.
Thank you.
India.
I'm watching it now.
Didn't you do this the other day, and did it disappear after watching it?
No. I was here having discussion. I'm not trying to troll anyone.
India, can I say something? Something.
Yeah.
Can he watch also that video what I posted above about how the horizon works? That he can understand all the argument.
I think he understands just fine.
But there is saying everything, what is happening on 1 mile. He will get it better. I think.
I'm just
It's
watching
only
the video. I'm not ignoring it.
Okay, watch it at 2 times speed. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's not complicated. The water's not messed up. There's nothing wrong with it. It's exactly as I described it. You sail the boat away from a 2-inch camera height, and the boat disappears. Okay.
Yeah.
And this lake that they're at is only 1,000 feet long. The horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away, so we know it's not Earth curve. We can eliminate that as a variable for this test. Okay, we did a test. Boat disappears. Well, we know it's not Earth curve. It has to be something else. Really simple.
All right.
You think that this can only happen on a ball, this visual effect of seeing something disappear. You think it can only happen on a ball. That's wrong.
But I don't see the entire boat disappear, though.
There are videos where the entire boat disappears.
No, but I mean in this example?
Listen, I'm pretty sure this entire boat disappears. I'm pretty sure. I haven't watched it in a while, but I have videos. They made a video where you can't even see the boat, but you can see, because it's got a propeller, right? You can see the spray coming up, quote unquote, over the horizon, but the boat is not visible at all. But you can see the spray from the boat.
Yeah. Let's see.
Time my channel. Hold on, I'll get it. Fucking right here, dude.
All right, so in the video, it's saying that the ripples create the illusion of the boat disappearing beyond the horizon. Apparent water horizon.
Yeah, it's an apparent horizon. It's apparent.
Yeah, the horizon has always been apparent. That's in the definition.
Effect. Yes, this isn't. No, it isn't in the definition. Yeah,
yes,
I guess. Yeah, where it appears to meet the sky, where the water appears to meet the sky. Point is that this is not Earth curve. It's not Earth curve causing this.
No,
it can't be Earth curve.
You're right. It's too short of a distance.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree
with that. So the observations that you think ships go over the horizon, that's not Earth curve either.
But that's a much greater distance.
If you do this scale, this is 20 miles.
Yeah,
this is the equivalent scale of the boat being 20 miles away. A 50-foot boat being 20 miles away. 8-inch boat, 700 feet away, is equivalent scale of a 50-foot boat being 20 miles away.
Yeah, but the amount of
Yeah, but
what what's
the difference?
Atmospheric conditions.
Oh, so atmospheric conditions can cause a boat to disappear bottom up. I wonder what I said when I first started talking. I think I said something like that.
No, I know, but in this example, right? Like, she explained at the end that it's something about something.
It's irrelevant what the reason is.
You know, it isn't.
We know what the reason isn't.
It's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant because we know what the reason isn't.
I don't think you can scale atmospheric conditions or what the surface of the water does to your observation when you're at that height, at 2 inches off the surface. You're going to get some weird optical effects because you're really close to the surface of the water. And you can't scale that up.
So what's the difference between 2 inches and 6 feet? 2 inches at 700 feet versus 6 feet at 20 miles. What's the difference?
That's the difference. 2 inches versus 6 feet.
The volume of air that you have to look through at 20 miles is significantly greater.
The air. It's not the depth. It's not the amount of air between the 2 points. It's from the surface of the water to where your line of sight is.
Okay.
Different distance.
So if you have some discontinuity in the light path that's caused by air, right?
Yeah.
You have so much in 700 feet, but you have so much more because the light has to travel through more air. So it encounters more discontinuities over a distance of 20 miles.
I agree, That I agree with, but what we're talking about is the distortion that comes from looking at it close to the surface of the water.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, that's what this video shows.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant because the scale of distance makes up for it.
No, because you're not so the refraction, you can't scale up the refraction that the weird optical effects that happen in this video.
Okay.
You can't scale that up.
I'll use an analogy. Okay, you're on a bumpy road.
You can't scale this
listen,
up.
I'm going to use an analogy. I'm going to use a different type of analogy because this is the way turbulent air works. Same way, it's just a bumpy road. The light's going through a bumpy road instead of it's bumpy air. So if you're going down a bumpy road,
I understand how that works.
And the bumps are big, and you drive 700 feet. Versus the bumps aren't as big and you drive 20 miles, which is going to do more damage to the shocks?
Shorter distance.
Oh, so that extra goddamn 20 miles you have to drive, that doesn't matter.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
Well, I'm talking about the total amount. The total amount, dude. I'm talking about in totality because we have to take the entire optical path into effect. The entire thing.
Yes, but this video is showing that most of the optical illusion that happens is from the surface of the water, not the air distance between. Watch the video at the end.
Okay, there's an optical path between the boat and the camera, right? Correct?
What's that?
And there's an optical path between the light and the camera, between the boat and the camera, rather.
Yes.
And that constitutes some distance. So as the light travels through the air, it is going to be distorted to some degree because, as you said, it's so close to the water.
I get that.
So, but it only has 700 feet to get distorted. So there's going to be a cap on the distortion. But if I'm traveling through 20 miles of air, that because the optical path is longer and it goes through a larger volume of air, the distortion is going to be equivalent to the 700 feet.
No. What I'm saying is that distortion is not coming from the air alone. It's coming from the air that's coming from the surface of the water as well. Now, if your observation height is
distinction without
higher,
a difference, dude. That's a distinction without a difference. That's a distinction without a difference. The light isn't penetrating into the water.
All right. So what's causing the distortion? You're saying air?
Oh, who am I talking? This isn't Ryan Osters, is it?
No. I've been in here for a while.
Okay. So we know why this is happening because it's been demonstrated by an experiment in peer-reviewed papers.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to get it for you. It's caused by something called total internal reflection. There's a marine layer close to the surface of the water, which light is ducted into and can't escape from. And this has been experimentally.
What is that called?
It's called total internal reflection.
Total internal reflection?
Yes. Hold on. I'm going to get you diagrams because he didn't understand it either.
Let's see. Total internal reflection. Let's see. Total internal reflection in physics, complete reflection of a ray of light within a medium such as water or glass from the surrounding surface back to the medium. I've never heard of this. Okay. Let's see.
Of course not. Okay.
You just had to say that, huh?
Well, no, they don't. You should have heard of it, but you get taught what they want to teach you, dude.
Let's see, total.
So I just posted the citation, right? And this was the experimental setup. They took this mirror, and they went like 1.6 kilometers away, and they filmed it, and they had see this little pole here that has thermocouples, humidity measurements, yada yada yada. So they measure this temperature while filming it. And what happened was, when there was a high temperature gradient and a lot of humidity, this mirror would disappear, completely vanish. They couldn't see it anymore.
I gotta look into that. It's interesting.
Okay, so this is a diagram of how it works.
Let's see.
Right? So total internal reflection is if you have a dense medium and a less dense medium above it, when the light hits that boundary at a critical angle, it'll reflect back inside. So if the camera is above this layer, the light that represents the bottom of this mirror is never going to reach the camera. It's going to be totally reflected into a duct that's below the level of the camera.
Wait, explain that again. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Okay, think of a fiber optic cable.
Okay.
So, do you know how a fiber optic cable works?
So, yeah.
Fiber optic cables work by total internal reflection. They have a core, they have an inner core and an outer core. And the light stays inside the inner core because it totally internally reflects off the outer core and stays ducted inside. Okay. So the lower layer has a more dense medium and the light is ducted inside below the level of the camera. So normally light disperses in every direction.
Okay.
That's what it normally does. Right. Now think of this as like a two-way mirror. Two-way mirror going the other way, quite honestly.
Is that what explains like reflections on the surface?
That's what explains why sometimes there's a layer that's right on the water that is reflective. Sometimes it's reflective, sometimes it absorbs shit. So I actually have a video where somebody that makes sense. I have a video where someone is on an oil rig. The people on the oil rig are lowering cargo into a boat. Can't even see the boat. Yeah. And then the cargo disappears into this, thing, right? This layer that's being totally internally reflected. And you can't see it at all. It just looks like it disappears in midair. Here, I'll actually get you that video because it's actually just pretty cool.
That is, yeah. It's crazy how light works. It's just interesting. Whether you're flat Earth or globe Earth, it's just interesting.
I just posted. It's called Payloads Over the Horizon because it just disappears into.
Okay.
And then I'll just stick a pin in this. I've personally observed the boat 30 miles away. I watched it go from 6 miles away from me and sail to 30 miles away.
Oh, yeah.
Never disappeared.
I
watched it with my naked eye. Never disappeared, nothing. So
yeah, you said you triangulated the location based on the ship data.
There's marinetraffic.com has no. I don't have to triangulate. Marinetraffic.com is a website.
Marine traffic.
Right? Marinetraffic.com. Yeah, it tells you where there's boats, where the boats are. And it'll give you the coordinates of the boat. And where I live, well, when they're in Boston Harbor, there's a place called Gloucester Station, and they beam the radar and track the boats.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, wow. This is awesome. There's this many boats? God, I've never inquired about how many boats were in the ocean, but this is insane.
Yeah, so if you're bored and you want to check out Antarctica, you can see boats that are 600 miles inland.
Yeah, I see it.
So you can try to explain that one, why there's a boat 600 miles inland.
Oh yeah, I see there's two of them.
Yeah, they're there all the time. Sometimes they move around, sometimes they don't.
Damn, this motherfucker floating.
Yeah, it went up 9,000 miles on ice. It must be one hell of a boat, man. They must have giant propellers, man.
There's three of them chilling together. What are they doing? It's fishy. Literally, because they're fishing.
Yeah, because they're fishing vessels because they're fishing on ice. In a place where no fish live.
Yeah, I wonder
the point of all this is that the horizon on flat Earth is totally optical, has nothing to do with any Earth curve, and it's not evidence of a globe. It's never in the place that they say it should be because it makes a prediction on where it should be. And it's never there, ever. Literally never. I've never got a globe thing where it was okay, this is where the horizon's supposed to be, and looked at the image and analyzed it, and the horizon was where it was supposed to be. Never, not even once.
It can be either two things. It could be that Antarctica doesn't exist and these boats are somewhere they're not, that we don't know where they are, and we have the projection of Antarctica on the map. Or maybe sometimes the GPS doesn't work the way it's supposed to.
Well, they're there all the time. Well, not the same boats, but all different boats. Which most likely is that's water, and it's just superimposed that graphic over it, and it happens to be underneath the ice, but there's no ice there.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta see. I gotta do more research. But yeah.
So anyway,
I mean, listen. I'm not trying
that was fucking painful, man.
I'm not trying to troll anyone.
I know you're not trying to troll, man. You're being pretty fucking obstinate, though. Though maybe it was
questions. I just assume that I'm, a 10-year-old that knows nothing about nothing.
Well, all we know is that Ships Over the Horizon's dead. It's been dead. It's deader than a fucking doornail. Yeah. Well, think about this for a second. Do you think that every time you go to the beach, you'll see a ship disappear, bottom first, then the top?
Yeah.
You think that's what you would see?
To be honest,
then why, if you look for these? Well, the thing is, if you look for these videos on the internet, maybe you'll find 10, maybe you'll find 20.
Yeah.
Maybe. But you can but there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos of seeing too far.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Which tells us, which should be an indication that this is a rare, but not super rare. It's not getting struck by lightning. It's an uncommon optical effect that sometimes people observe, and they misinterpreted it, 2,000 years ago because there was no such thing as the law. Yeah,
total internal reflection.
Total internal reflection. Well, they misinterpreted it because they didn't know anything about perspective. They had no idea about angular resolution or total internal reflection or any of this stuff, and they decided a long time ago this is what it was. When I say a long time ago, I mean during the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Didn't they assume the horizon was physical as well?
Yeah, it's physical, not physical, where it can be anywhere you want to be. It's like Visa, man. It's everywhere you want to be.
It's MasterCard, you're flexible, friend.
Yeah, you're flexible. Yeah, that too. But I mean, if you want to go to your Spaceball pictures, I mean, let me ask you the one question first, because I'm going to let somebody else take
honestly,
this.
I don't have enough time.
Well, let me ask you this question though. If I showed you a video of Jesus walking on water, would you believe it?
A video?
Yeah, a video of Jesus walking on water.
If I could prove that it wasn't CGI, then I have no reason
so you have to prove it's CGI or it's true? Is that how it works?
No. I have to make sure it isn't CGI.
Well, how would you do that?
By observing it.
And you think you can eyeball it and objectively tell if it's CGI or not?
I'll try the best I can. There are techniques.
Okay, so what if you couldn't find the flaw in it where you could detect it's CGI? Would you then believe Jesus is around walking on water?
Yeah, if there was a consensus.
Okay, that says it all. I rest my case because there's a consensus.
Well, because the thing is, I'm not a CGI expert, so I have to consult a CGI expert, have them observe.
Well, what if they can't detect anything?
Then
what if nobody can find? What if there's no method to determine? So you would believe a video that Jesus is walking on water if a bunch of people said we can't pick out the flaw?
Yeah, if it's real. If it's real, it's real.
If it's real, but how do you tell it's real? That's the point. Okay, you have a video. Someone's doing that from the experience that is physically impossible, but it looks like it's happening in the video. Instead of questioning it, you go, do you guys believe it? Oh, if you guys believe it, I believe it.
It's not just that. No, it's not just asking anyone, hey, do you believe it? I believe it. No. It's getting a professional opinion. Someone who's an expert in the field.
A professional opinion. So you're going to believe in Jesus based upon the opinion of somebody evaluating a video.
My own eyes, of course, I'd believe.
No, it has to be video. Can't be your own eyes. It has to be video.
Well,
it has to be somebody on video doing something that you know is physically impossible.
Yeah, well,
you already believe that, right? With space pictures, right?
At first, I'd be reluctant, right? Then I'd look into it to see if it's CGI or not. If there's no evidence that it's CGI, if there's no proof, like if there's nothing
all
that shows
video
me
that you
fake,
can't determine as CGI should be believed as accurate depictions of reality. Period. No skepticism. Just like I can't prove it's CGI, so it's real. Just all right off the bat.
No, there's also other things that go into that.
Here's something which you should enter into that evaluation. What is being depicted in the image? Is it a fantastic claim? Is it beyond the bounds of what we know to be physically capable, right? So somebody walking on water, right?
That's not subjective.
Is somebody walking on water subjective? That's like, do you think somebody walking on water is subjective? Like that is extraordinary?
Well, no, not that.
Okay. How about
but
if
there's other
somebody
things
dropped
that,
something?
like, I
how
would
if somebody
see
dropped something and it didn't fall?
No, I've seen that before.
Oh, where?
A balloon.
He's not
a balloon. A solid object, clown.
A balloon is an object.
A solid object.
I know, but just based on observation, it shouldn't happen. But we know that it's filled with helium, right?
Okay, how about a brick, dude? A brick.
Yes. If I saw someone let go of a brick and it didn't fall, I'd be fucking surprised.
Okay. What if it was a video of someone letting go of a brick and it didn't fall?
I wouldn't believe it.
But listen. But they're like in a shopping mall somewhere.
What?
Yeah, well, I'm just giving you the environment they're in. They're in just like an environment which you'd be like, oh, because like I know if they write NASA on their shirt and they throw some freaking wires behind themselves, you'll be like, oh, they're in space. Obviously, bricks don't fall in space.
Oh my god! Sorry, this GIF just distracted me with the hands.
So you get the point I'm getting at, right? So we have a video. The video depicts something fantastic. Yeah. We have to apply a reasonable amount of skepticism to it because what's being depicted is outside of normal human experience. So when you ask about space pictures and why we just don't believe them, we have no reason to believe them because they depict shit that's impossible.
But what if it's just something that you haven't experienced before? Doesn't mean that it's not real.
Because it's a fantastic. No, listen, because it's a fantastic claim.
It's fantastic because you've never experienced it.
You've never experienced someone walking on water.
Eventually, it won't be fantastic. That's how fantastic things. There's got to be a first observation, right? There's got to be.
Yeah. You don't understand why it's a fantastical claim, do you? Space. I want to tell you why it's a fantastic. Yeah, cool.
Yes, please.
Because I will do. So, being as the brick example, things always happen in a certain way, and you'd be bloody surprised if it went upwards. Yeah. See, we're talking about laws of nature, things that apply always. So, according to those laws of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, we shouldn't be breathing right now because the gas that is here is in an open system, and therefore should disperse into the vacuum. Being as they say that the Earth is an open system, being as they say the Earth is an open system, there is nothing physical for the gas to press upon so we can have pressure. So these are fantastical claims every time that they go to space and turn around to take a picture of the Earth or give us a story because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
So gravity explains that, right? But what's your explanation of it?
Hold on.
No, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. No, you made a statement. Right, hold on. You made a statement, and now you're trying to slip in a question so he can't address your statement. You're going to let him address your statement.
No,
you're going to let him address your statement.
We all know the globe model says that gravity keeps our atmosphere in. We all know that. But you said
explains it. It's not an explanation of any sort.
All right. 2 seconds. Which direction?
The globe model says that.
Hold on.
What is the alternate model for flat Earth?
I don't care about an alternate model. Let's talk about your gravity affecting gas. I don't care which gravity you're going to say. Can you tell me which direction gravity is? If I drop a brick, which way does it go?
Down.
Awesome. So if I let go of gas, what way does the gas go?
if you let go of gas, which way does the gas go? It goes down.
Yeah, so I pop a balloon and gas just goes down, does it? It doesn't disperse freely and randomly in all directions as described.
No, so gravity applies the same amount of force to everything.
Sorry,
but then
can you show me?
you have buoyancy,
Hold on.
right?
Dude,
you have density and buoyancy. That only works in gravity.
You're going to have to show me.
Yeah.
Because your claim is outside of observation. We don't observe gas just going down. We observe gas going in all directions. You brought up the helium.
Yeah. Well, the air is a mixture of gases, so it depends on what kind of gas you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends on
different densities.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. But we also know that gas travels freely and randomly in all directions and isn't observably affected by gravity. Doesn't matter which one you give me.
Yeah, but doesn't it only do that if it's like in a vacuum?
In a vacuum? How do you have a vacuum? Do you need a container separating the two vastly different pressure systems?
No, I'm saying like you say gas, but like you got to specify which gas, because we're not in a place where there's only one type of gas that exists.
Any and all gases, my friend.
Yeah, they mix.
So we can
depending on their densities.
They mix. Awesome stuff. So density, then they go up and down relative to the density of each gas. That's not gravity pulling things back down to the Earth. Being as the gas is produced within the Earth. Hold on. Being as the gas is produced within the Earth and on the Earth's surface, the waters of the Earth and the chemical and biological cycles, and then leaves the mass that is said to be attracting it. And then if you're going to say mass attracts mass, then you're going to have a problem with the fact that reduces with distance. So you're going to say that the gas that gets further away from the thing that's pulling it back, apparently, then gets so far up in the sky and then decides to come back. Your maths is fucked up. And obviously
wait, say that again? What?
Do you know what the inverse square law is? Do you know what the inverse square law is? Awesome. Yeah. So with distance, gravity reduces. Right, it loses its power the further you get away from it. So being as the gas is produced on the mass of the Earth and within the Earth, like I just described, and then goes away from it, observably, the mass of the Earth isn't attracting the gas, is it? It should be at the surface level of the Earth where the gravity is stronger. But you're going to tell me that it gets further away from the Earth and then decides to come back and doesn't disperse into a vacuum. Are you mental?
Oh, isn't it like the force of density that's counteracting the gravity?
You haven't even given me gravity yet, mate. And if you're talking about mass attracting mass, that's 108 years.
I can't give you gravity. We observe the effects of gravity.
Do we?
That's based.
Oh my god!
Well, we're not observing.
Who was this? Who entered the chat? That was just like out of nowhere.
Do we?
Stop talking.
Do we?
Stop talking. Stop talking. So, do we observe?
Dude, it's not. It doesn't have to be contentious. You don't have to talk to me and belittle me like that. You know.
I don't
think
we
can just have a normal conversation.
Awesome. So we don't observe it because it's not observably affecting the gas, is it?
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Is.
But
all right, so what's keeping the gas in? All right, let's assume gravity is not what's doing it. Then what's keeping the gases in?
Well, what is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure? What do you need to have gas pressure? I've got gas. What do I need next to have pressurized gas in a volume? What do I need?
A container. You need a container, right?
Yeah, there you go. So we have gas pressure. We've obviously got a container, because if we didn't have a container, the gas would fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we can't have a space vacuum then. According to natural law, the gas would fuck off. And being as it's an open system, the gas hasn't got anything to press upon. So there's nothing to give pressure in a volume. You haven't got gravity because observably, and it didn't matter which gravity I gave you. You decided to give mass attracting mass, which is fucking stupid. That's 108 years out of date. Why they moved on to another idea? And the inverse square law kind of...
Why is it stupid? It explains It explains. Scientists, physicists use it in their calculations, and it works, right?
No, it doesn't. That's what I came up with another idea to do with the space bit.
So why do we have GPS?
Oh, God.
Why do we have that?
Follow, can you? Yeah, why don't I just jump on to the next fucking question?
I can't follow something that isn't true.
What? second law of thermodynamics isn't true, and yet you haven't given me a scientific experiment that proves any gravitational idea.
There's nothing that proves a flat Earth, though. You haven't given me anything that proves a flat Earth. You're just trying to debunk the globe model.
Hold on. Have you asked for it?
All right. Can you give me something that? Can you give me something that proves a flat Earth?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, I think so.
Awesome. Can you measure a triangle if one of those lines is bent?
Can you measure?
You know the angles within a triangle. Can you measure an angle within a triangle if one of those lines is bent?
No, you can't.
Awesome. So being a celestial navigation requires angle measuring devices. It requires the Earth's surface to be level, because if it was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices on it now, would we? Because we can't measure angle if the baseline, the surface of the Earth, is curved. The being as we use celestial navigation to navigate across the Earth is required to be level and couldn't be a fucking curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants on them, mate.
Because?
Anything else? Because they wouldn't work. It would be non-applicable. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. We just went through this.
But what line is curved?
The baseline. The Earth bit.
Is that how do you measure, like, how do you do celestial navigation? What instrument do you use?
A sextant. I said it 4 times. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah. A sextant.
It's an angle measurement.
Okay, so a sextant is measuring the curve of the Earth?
No, a sextant is measuring elevation angles to stars in the sky above the surface of the Earth so we can navigate across the surface of the Earth.
So I'm just trying to picture this because I don't know anything about sextants. I'm not a navigator.
That's fine. But you know what a sextant is, don't you?
Yes, yeah, I'm just trying to picture this. Saxton. What is a saxton?
It's like a protractor. You find them in your stationary specs.
So the first line is, you're from the sextant to whatever celestial object, right? That's the first line?
No.
All right. Well, then explain it to me because I don't know. You got there's mirrors involved. Okay. So you got an eyepiece looking in a certain direction. You have a mirror bouncing the light. Mirror A bounces light to mirror B, which then points to the sun. Okay. All right. To be honest, I don't understand how a sextant works. So
let's put it. Let me put it like this. You know what a triangle?
I gotta look it up.
That's fine, but you know what a triangle is. And
no, I know. So if the surface of the Earth was, if the surface of the Earth is one of the sides of the triangle, yes, it wouldn't work. I get that.
Awesome. Good.
But I need to know more about how a sextant works to see if it's even measuring a curved line.
It's not. You wouldn't be able to measure an angle with the line.
I don't know that. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know that, so I got to research that.
But that's fine. Off you go then. But you wanted a demonstration that the Earth was flat.
All right.
To navigate across it using sextants, you need the Earth to be flat. It's just annoying me because you keep talking through my explanations. You're asking questions, I'm trying to answer you, and then you keep fucking talking through the answer. It's pissing me off, Sunshine.
I'm asking questions, that's all.
Whilst I'm still fucking talking. Can you not wait until the answer's been given to you, like a child does?
Well, the problem is that you guys just pile on information.
It's just been me and you that have been talking. And you asked a question, and if you want to take the information on, shut the fuck up and listen to it. Instead of talking and taking information.
Why are you so mad, bro? I'm literally writing shit down because I'm going to research it later. I'm not trying to be a troll.
Because you keep talking, mate. How are you supposed to?
We're in a Discord voice chat. It's meant for talking. What do you mean?
Yeah. How are you supposed to understand the answer if you're talking through it?
I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions. You notice that half of what I'm saying are questions?
Wait. He said he wrote stuff down. Tell us what you wrote down so we know that you're going to look it up. Go, tell me.
So one thing that I mentioned that I wrote down was total internal reflection. Because that's something I don't know anything about. And then also the sextant and how a curved line wouldn't work in an observation.
Hey, write down horizon while you're at it, because you didn't know what a horizon was either. So you said it was scientific, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Write that down. Yeah.
Write down geometric horizon distance of globe.
All right, what is it? Geometric what?
Geometric horizon distance of globe.
Geometric horizon distance of globe.
I guess you don't really need to add the of globe. It'll figure that out.
Okay.
If
And
I'm
then
roboting,
apparent horizon.
hold on.
Yeah, you are. You're roboting.
Am I?
Yeah, you are a bit, man.
All right. So I'm gonna look into that stuff.
It's worth it. Honestly, mate. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just a fucking
No,
triangle.
I get it, but I'm genuinely curious because don't know about it, so I can't really argue it.
No, that's absolutely fine. Neither can I. Can't argue this. But you asked for proof that the Earth was flat, and being as this is one, look into it. It's fine.
All right, I'll look into it.
The only thing that's annoying me is you running away from kind of points that you should think about, and then asking really quick questions. It's like we've gone on to proof of the flat Earth, even though we haven't resolved the gas pressure without a container bit. Do you understand that?
The gas? No, I don't.
So you know what a football is, don't you? Or a balloon or a tire. You know that the only thing keeping that gas in the space is the physical boundary, the balloon or the tire.
Those are examples. I agree. Those are examples of a hard container keeping the pressure. I agree with that.
Good. So you would the claim is gas pressure without a container and some kind of force or bending or warping a space-time that's keeping the gas here, which is not what we observe in reality. People say mass attracts mass. Well, you're going to have to show me gas being attracted to mass then, and nobody can do that. Mass is also gas.
Isn't water an example of a gradient?
Gradient, yeah.
Yeah, pressure gradient.
Yeah. How do you have a pressure gradient, though?
Because the water closer to the surface of the Earth is
with regards to gas. With regards to gas, how do you have a gas pressure gradient?
Well, gas is fluid, isn't it?
Yeah,
gas
how
behaves
do you create that
like a fluid. What's that?
How do you create a gas pressure gradient? How do you do that?
How do you create a gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, how do you do that?
You observe it in the atmosphere.
No, that's not how you create it. That's you observing it. I'm asking you how you make one. Do you not know? Do you want me to tell you?
I think I read somewhere that you can actually, in a vacuum, there is a gradient, even with a container.
Yeah. That's fine. When you have a contained environment, when you have a contained gas pressure, you're going to need the container to have the gas pressure in the first place, right? If you add energy into the system, let's call it heat, then you're going to have a gas pressure gradient. If you add the heat and take it away, you've got a dynamic system. A bit like the sun moving across the Earth where it's
gases act like fluids.
That's brilliant.
Right.
So you also understand that when you uncontain them, they spill out everywhere. You understand that high pressure disperses into low pressure environments, right?
Wait, sorry, say that again. I got distracted by the comments.
You understand that high pressure disperses into low pressure, right? That's entropy. Second law of thermodynamics.
High pressure, low pressure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. See, yeah. So that's what we've got here. High pressure on the Earth, uncontained from the vacuum of space. Uncontained vacuum of space. That's a problem.
Well, gravity. That's what you're not factoring.
Well,
it's not just floating there with no force being applied to it.
Let me just put it to you like this. One, like I mentioned earlier, even if I give you any of the gravities, it observably isn't.
How do you explain gravity then? Explain.
I tell you what. Do this for me, dude. Do this for me. Apart from relative density, give me a scientific experiment that's proven the gravity that you're talking about in the first place. Don't just keep saying gravity. Give me an experiment that's proven it.
I couldn't think of one off the top of my head.
That's a bit of a problem because there isn't one. How many types of gravity?
So what is the alternate explanation to gravity then?
Like relative density. Second time I've said it. So
relative density?
Yeah. So, being as we're just asking questions through each other now, how many types of gravity are there?
How many types of gravity?
Yeah.
I only know one type of gravity.
Okay, do you know who
Gravity's
Einstein
gravity.
is? Einstein?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term the bending and warping of space-time?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's a different gravity to mass attracting mass. There's two different types of gravity. One was superseded over 108 years ago when Einstein came up with the bending and warping of space-time. Because Newton and Cavendish didn't want to be associated with the magic at a distance that couldn't be scientifically proven in the first place. So
but that's what science does, right?
What does science do?
It updates its explanations when it finds better methods of measuring it?
No,
that's the whole point of science, isn't it?
Science is a method where you elucidate the cause and effect within the physical and natural world. You build a hypothesis, your supposition into what fucking caused that to happen, and then in your experiment, you physically manipulate what you think fucking caused that to happen. That's what science is. It doesn't update itself.
I'm saying science as an institution.
Oh, okay. I'm talking about science and the method.
Yeah.
Actual. Yeah. So when we use science, the actual method, we realised that you can't demonstrate physically gravity.
We can observe it.
You can observe it based on your presupposition that you're living on a spinning ball. But
so
you can also
what's the alternate explanation then?
Relative density. The relationship.
But how do you? All right. So how do you prove that then? How do you?
Okay. So scientifically.
Yes. How do you prove it? If you're not presupposing it, how do you prove it?
I'll tell you what. So what we'll do is we'll have a container of water and I'll drop an egg in it. We understand that the egg falls to the bottom. If I introduce salt into the water and make the water more dense, the egg rises. What have I done? What have I physically manipulated in my pseudo-experiment? Well, in my experiment, what have I manipulated? What's changed?
Wait. So wait. The egg goes into the water, drops down?
Yeah.
You add salt, it goes up?
Yes. So what's the cause of the effect? The effect being the egg has gone up. What's the cause of that?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to do it myself. Is that the experiment that proves it?
The water's become more dense. Being as I've made the water more dense with salt, the egg has risen.
So the salt affects the density. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we say density.
Okay.
Helium balloon, why does that go up? Well, we realise that helium is lighter than the air and it's carrying the weight of the balloon upwards. See, when we do this scientifically, the only thing that we can vary and manipulate is the object or the medium that it is in. Being as that's what we can scientifically demonstrate, then that's the fucking cause. Right?
No, No. I don't think that's true.
Hold on. So
let me think about this.
Being as I can
scientifically... You can... All right, so you can replicate it, right? Like, you can replicate the effects of density. You can observe it, right? But does that explain the cause of it?
What in the experiment, me or you, the researcher, when we add salt to the water and make the water more dense, that's what we physically manipulate.
Yeah,
so
we know the cause of the movement is the density.
Yeah, it's more dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the cause is density.
Yeah.
Scientifically speaking, relative density, because that's all we can vary and manipulate. We can't vary and manipulate gravity now, can we?
No. Not that I know of.
So exactly. So scientifically speaking, you want to know the reason why things go up and down. That's relative density.
Okay. All right, I'm going to write that down too.
Yeah, Mercury is pretty cool too. Because there's metals that'll float on Mercury. Because Mercury is more dense.
Yeah. No, I know how density works, but I'm just saying it's... That explaining gravity is a whole other animal. But I'm going to look into it.
Explaining gravity is an animal.
Drop the more dense medium in less dense. Drop the more dense object in less dense medium, and look what will happen.
So it's pretty cheapy. It's pretty simple. The quantifiable
It will go down.
Effect. Go ahead, Sasha. Go on.
I'm saying that
Damn,
if you
y'all,
drop,
I gotta go, and I'm not like trying to run away or anything, but I mentioned earlier that I had to go, but I extended my time a little. But
Yeah,
like I
just
said,
wanted to
I'm
say
gonna look.
before you leave.
I'm gonna look
before you
into this
leave-
stuff.
Yeah, before you leave,
Good man.
the quantifiable effects that we can measure within gravity is what Chris Jedi just told you. When you vary and manipulate the object and medium relationship. Now, what gives things the propensity to move up and down, that's unexplainable by everyone. But the quantifiable, very understood object and medium relationship can be talked about in a way that you can understand by varying and manipulating the object in the medium, or the medium can manipulate the medium. Either one, but it changes the relationship between the two. Now, the law that gives them the propensity to move up and down, that is unexplained because it is a law. It happens always, depending on the object and medium relationship and how you vary and manipulate them. So tying it all together.
So does it happen always, or does it happen
Yes.
depending on?
No, it
Right.
happens.
Like I said, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna
it
look
happens
into it.
always, Cheapy. It happens always depending on how you vary and manipulate the object and medium relationship. So depending on how, let's say, an anvil in mercury will always float. And so if you change the medium, like you turn it into water, right, and you put the anvil, it'll sink because the object and medium relationship have changed. But that's the quantifiable version of like seeing how this works in reality, not needing the globe to actually interact with like the physics. The globe is not needed for this. The only thing that Jedi was telling you is a quantifiable part of the understanding of what they're saying gravity is from the version of where it doesn't need a globe.
Yeah, we
You
observe.
don't need a globe for this. But then
we observe the effects of density, and we can.
Correct. And
replicate it.
even
I get
you
that.
can search this up and find out more on it. But the thing that gives it the propensity to move up or down, that is the unexplained part of gravity. So that's called big G. And that's a theory on the side of the globe. On the side of the globe, also, the little g, which is with the effect, is what's quantifiable and can be looked at as you can vary and manipulate the object-medium relationship. Hopefully that's understood in that way. But to further say what is the causation of the propensity to make things go up or down, no one knows. Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so you're saying big G?
What's that? You cut off.
Big G?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
You're saying it's undefined?
The theory of gravity is a theory for a reason. It's the bending and warping. What he just finished telling you, right? Which is Einsteinian.
But a theory is not a theory in the way that you're explaining it.
Right.
A theory is a scientific theory.
It's not proven, though. Is it?
Is it?
To have a theory.
No,
It's not a scientific theory.
It's not.
Isn't that what? So what is a scientific theory then?
To have a scientific theory, you first must have completed the scientific method. You must have demonstrated something to be true within a scientific experiment for you then to build your theory on. So hypothesis first, and then your theory. It's weird because even though they say gravitational theory, they don't have the hypothesis test, the experiment, to base anything on.
And that's really important. So yeah, you don't have anything to prove there when you're talking about concepts like space and time. So that's big G, according to the globe.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you this question. It's easy to figure out with one simple question. What experiment demonstrates the cause of a falling object? Just think about that. Just try to conceptualize it in your mind. Their claim is mass attracting mass is the cause of a falling object. Well, what experiment demonstrates that? There ain't one.
And once again, we're talking about the propensity to move up and down, not varying and manipulating the quantifiable object and medium relationship.
Maybe I just want to jump, and I go up, and then go down.
Yeah, and you have no idea what causes it, and neither does anybody else.
I know. I'm that was trolling, but I'm gonna look into.
Could have said drop a pencil.
But yeah, like I'm gonna look into this. You know, if I
special number.
All right, well we're here 24/7.
Got anyone mad? I apologize. That's not my intention.
It's all right.
No one's mad.
All right. Well, have a good night, guys.
See you later, GP.
Later.
Take care.
See ya.
Look, anyone that I had to mute or cut off or whatever, including Elijah, sorry, not sorry. That guy was like whack-a-mole. I was just trying to fence him in because he kept like looking for outs, escape hatches, doors, ejection seats, and I was just trying to get him through the little, the little rope line at the bank to just get him up to the window, which was a pain in the ass to do. But
you know what we do, baby? Come on now.
Yeah, well, I'm actually disappointed in myself that it actually took so long to get him to do that. Should have been.
I must have heard the same argument like 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
No, let me try. And it's the same argument. No, hang on. I'll do it. It's the same argument. No, hold on. I got a better way to do it. It's the same argument. Like, Kel's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm listening to it and I'm like, didn't I hear that already? Like, I'm not going crazy, am I?
No, it's just another day in the life of a 24-hour Flat Earth Discord server, mate.
Hey, our wolf pups need to get fed, man, all right? That's just the way it goes. They're hungry.
Well, I have no problem with that. It's the problem with, like, he was being deceptive. Well, not deceptive, but, like, partially not listening, partially time wasting, partially, won't concede the points, making excuses, the nuh-uh.
At one point, he got distracted by the chat, and I was thinking about Fresh and Fit. How all the women on that podcast always say that they're always distracted.
Yeah.
I was like,
yep.
Are you assuming his gender? Maybe he is.
Could be.
But Injo, we eventually got him there. He slowed down a little bit, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Horizon thing was just like, that was like pulling teeth, man. That was just ridiculous. But he tried to pull, he tried to make my argument his argument, dude. He tried to pull that shit.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, he tried to, like, we know the horizon's Earth curve because when we go up, we can see farther.
I didn't get to hear the end of that. How'd it go?
Oh, God. Then he had to, then I, explained to him, that would happen on a flat Earth. That took, 20 minutes, it felt like, just to explain it to him. Then he's like, yeah, of course, it happens on both. I'm like, well, your argument was it only happens on a globe. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Then he just pretended I'd never said that and just, moved on. Like, that's the crap, you got to be very savvy. I'm not saying, and that's not me bragging. It's just some of these people are savvy at debating.
Yep.
And at avoiding responsibility for their words and changing the subject and deflecting and going up. I would say he was exceptionally good at it.
Yep.
That's just a technique, I think.
Yeah, it's a technique, but even though we're trying to give information, it's the information versus the trickery.
And right at the crucial moment, Indio, that you got him on the ropes, dude. Somebody's coming in. No, dude, you're not listening. I need to come in here. I need to cut you off. And you're like, shit, he's gonna get away. And sure as shit, dude, he gets away. And you're like, damn it, now I gotta go to 2 flat earthers to get back to the point.
And I don't think it's conscious either. I think it's an unconscious technique that they just, are so used to doing it that it's like.
Well,
I see that a lot. I see that a lot in politics too.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like politics server nonsense, man. It's it's unconscious, but it's not. It's unconscious. They're not planning. I have my plan. I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. It's a debate technique that's worked in the past, and now it's almost instinctual. They just use it because it works. And it doesn't. It works to prevent losing. It's not going to win you the debate, but it'll stop you from losing a debate.
That's where the questions keep coming from. So if you make a point, there's going to be a question about something that might not even be relevant. I will explain this and I will explain that then, because you can't be held to that point, or they don't want to be held to that point, or they don't want to concede. So on to the next fucking question. That's what.
You notice how he made the statement, right? And weren't going to let you respond to it by asking you a question? Yes, that, to me, that is that's trickery. That's intentional. Yes. You don't do that by accident.
No, not at all. Not at all. That's why I got pissy with him. Don't like that shit. Don't like. I'm just going to talk through the answer of the question that I've just asked you a question. You give me. I'm going to talk through that and ask you another question where you're answering the last one. I don't buy that shit. It pisses me off.
So it's like Jedi, you beat your wife. Let me ask you a question though: closed fist or open fist? You know what I mean? It's like I'm falling for that.
Jesus Christ. How long had he been in before I jumped in? Sounds like a while.
It's like an hour and a half.
Felt like forever.
I kind of flicked onto the Discord to see who was in the server. I noticed his name was around and he'd been in for a good couple of hours, I'd noticed.
It was like slogging through knee-deep mud, man. Yeah.
But I guess he did go away slightly less paced, and with a few questions he said that he wanted to go and ask, and I've got some stuff that I've written down, so I guess
he was getting real slimy with that basketball court example.
Yeah, that was
real
pretty
slimy.
Playing dumb. That's the other one I don't understand. The playing dumb technique.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It feels like. What do you mean if I stand up I can see farther?
Wait, what?
Like you learned that when you were 2 years old, man. Like literally. Like that's why, like as human beings, right? We can't move. And then we learn how to crawl. Then we're like, shit, crawling's okay, but standing up, man, I can see all the shit in the house to get into. Like I gotta learn how to stand up. And it isn't like, oh, the earth is curved, I gotta learn how to stand up.
Fucking hell. Climb a tree.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want it. He was trying so hard to like get off the horizon, like just avoid, dodge, whatever. But isn't he the one that brought it up initially? The ships over the horizon, or did somebody else?
No, he did.
Oh, then he tried to jump away from it? No,
Yep.
dude.
The first thing he started with was the horizon.
His buzzwords and his red herrings were attracting the piranhas, dude. Everybody in here was like, oh, I'm going to nail him on this point. And he said space and all that shit, and everybody was just ready to, like, clobber him. I'm like, dudes, if he goes away with this red herring, we're going to miss the horizon point that he hasn't conceded to. And I need this concession from him. He's got to concede that in nowhere in the definition does horizon exclaim that it's a curvature of the earth. First off, he has to start there and know that we both agree on the definition. If we stray away from that and say that the definition of horizon is the curvature of the earth, that's nowhere defined. I'm not agreeing with that, So for him to say that, then he's going to have to insert, like shoehorn that into the definition, which I don't agree with. So he didn't acknowledge that. He was trying to get away from like not admitting that, which is I already had him on that point.
He eventually went silent on it, but I mean.
Well, because he brought up science.
Because I just bombarded him. I bombarded him, so he just went silent. But he never actually did concede.
And he also said that it's science. Remember, he's used the word science, and then we're like, "Oh, it's a scientific." And I was like, "Dude, you don't know that if it's science or not. You tell me in your own words." He's like, "Well, let me read the definition." And he barreled through reading the definition, and the definition didn't even help him, not even a little. So then, naturally observe, experiment, all these words that are being used there for experiment, for science, it being science, which is not science when we're talking about, what the horizon is. So it's totally not even the same. So he's dead in the water. All he had to do was concede. That was it. But I don't know. I didn't have enough time to hold him to the point because I had to go to work. I'm sure he'll be back. He's been back before.
I look forward to his return then. Has anybody spoken to Diamond High? Voice verified, no worth determining roles. If you're there, Diamond High, welcome to the server.
Yeah, hello. I've been here a few days. I just listening to you guys. Conversations. Looks like it's me to listen to it.
That's a rough mic.
Oh my god. That's bad.
Yeah, that's why I don't speak too often.
I can, yeah. I could understand why. Well, welcome to the server, Diamond High. It's a bit hard to hear you, whether you can sort that out or get a new microphone or whatever. Be interesting to have a conversation with you at some point for sure. He'll get a new mic tomorrow. Bless you. Nice one, Diamond High. Hopefully that'll work.
Yeah, mics are really cheap.
Yeah, I got to go back and listen to that though, man. That was way too hard.
You're going to go back and listen to it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, I have to go back and listen to it. No, well, not right now, but eventually I have to go back and listen to it. That was way too hard, dude. Like, he was doing something, I still haven't, like, put my finger on it. Exactly, like...
Well, yeah, listen to the first time when he was... Actually, when I was talking to him, you'll notice exactly his little angle that he had.
Well, I think he just kept like doing like these little diverting side comments, and it was like I kept having to like rope him back to the point, like someone with ADHD.
Yeah, that's
no,
what it
over
was.
here. Look at the shiny over here. Look over here.
Yeah, so you know how like if you have somebody on a point, they're like, "Dude, this chat's so distracting." I'm reading this one comment, and it's saying that these guys are, and he's waffling. Meanwhile, he's getting away from the point. So you can't. You have to like.
Yeah. So he's like. Then he was talking about the resolution of the picture, and then whether I showed it the other day, and then like all these other freaking side minutia bullshit. Yeah, that must have been it.
Yep, that's it. And then that's what a lot of people get like tied into. I think even Satoshi came in and said something, and it was like, it's all a red herring because he. If you give him a branch to swing off, he's gonna swing off the damn thing. Plus, he's already doing it himself. Like he's so it's a tactic. Staying distracted is a good way for him not to answer the question. It keeps him like it
also will knock you off your focus, right? Because if you fall for it,
you're arguing in good faith, and he's just like, at least what I experience is he's just like not really paying attention.
Yeah, but that's.
No, I think he's paying attention. He's paying attention. Like these. Either that or he's off his meds, one of the two.
Then he's really dumb because I'm not that smart and I understood most of it.
But that's what I mean. It's like a feigned ignorance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's not like participating in the conversation, like not fully at least. He's just not there.
Dude, it's crazy. He said the science says the horizon is Earth curve, and then doesn't know what the word science means, and then he doesn't know what the science is, and doesn't like.
Bro, he didn't know like on the agreed upon definition of horizon until I pointed it out to him. I was like, dude, we both agree that's what horizon means, right? Yes, that's what horizon means. Okay. Now, where in that does it talk about it being the curvature of the? I do that right there. I nailed him. He knew it. So his immediate thing to do was talk about the distractions and like really get into those things, and hopefully somebody would help him swing off of